Chapter 17-18. Little you, it's already so late. Why haven't you gone back yet? After telling Li Tai about going to the north to set up a telegraph, Li Zishuan went straight to the editorial department of Datong Daily. At this time, the editorial department was still lit up, the workshop had already been electrified and it wouldn't be long before most of Lantian County would be electrified. When Li Zishuan walked in, he saw little Yu, sitting on a chair and flipping through something. She was so focused that she didn't even notice that someone had come in. Li Zishuan couldn't help but quietly walk up to her and said, "Mister, you're here." Hearing the familiar voice, little Fishy was shocked. She quickly put down the document in her hand and stood up, saying, "Little Four came over earlier and said that you had something important to make a copy of. I thought that since it was something important, it wouldn't be appropriate to leave it to the craftsman. It just so happens that I'm also very familiar with our movable type printing method, so I stayed and waited for you." "You little girl." Li Zishuan shook his head and laughed. This kind of work should be left to a reliable person. "You're a little girl. If you don't go back at this time, wouldn't it be unsafe to walk at night?" Li Yu didn't care and said, "What's wrong with that? Lantian County is Mister's territory. The law and order here are very good. Could it be that there are criminals? Besides, I went to investigate the county magistrate of Hua County by myself. Didn't I come out unscathed?" Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but stare at Li Yu angrily and said, "You little girl still have the nerve to say that. If Yushi didn't mention this to me a few days ago, I wouldn't even know about it. Although you're a gold medal reporter personally appointed by the emperor and can supervise all illegal things in the world, if you went to investigate the county magistrate alone, what would you do if the other party became desperate and killed you to silence you?" In fact, ever since Li Yu was given the title of a gold medal reporter, she was not honest at all. This girl would often mingle in the streets and restaurants. Whenever she heard of corrupt officials or illegal activities, she would either arrange for someone she trusted to investigate in secret or disguise herself and investigate on her own. A few days ago, after Li Yu returned from the north, he heard that the people of Hua County were unable to receive any relief food. After the locust plague, the imperial court distributed a certain amount of relief food according to the severity of the disaster. When Li Yu heard this, he didn't know where he got his courage from. After a little preparation, he actually went to Hua County alone to secretly investigate. Fortunately, the county magistrate of Hua County wasn't very vigilant. After Li Yu's identity was exposed, the Hua County warden decisively sided with Li Yu. That was how Li Yu was able to find out that the county magistrate of Hua County had embezzled disaster relief food and escaped unscathed. Li Zishuan had also heard about this matter 2 days ago when he was chatting with Han Yushi. At that time, he was really worried for Li Yu. He secretly wondered why this little girl was so bold. She always did things that ordinary people couldn't do. Cough cough. "Mister, please don't mention this matter anymore. Aren't I fine now?" Although Li Zishuan's tone was strict, the care and love in his words couldn't be concealed. Li Yu's heart was warmed, but she still acted coquettishly. She quickly changed the topic and said, "Oh right. Mister. Don't you have something to make a copy of? Quickly give it to me. I'll go and arrange it for you." Although Li Zishuan knew that Li Yu was deliberately changing the topic, he still took out the 6 armies mirror from his chest and handed it to her. He said, "There's a lot of content. I estimate that you'll be done by midnight. After you're done, don't go back to the county. Go directly to Yunshan Courtyard. It's been empty recently. Ever since the Marquis residence in Lantian County was built, the Li family's Yunshan Courtyard was rarely used. Even so, there were still maids taking care of and tidying up the place every day." Li Yu was delighted when she heard this, but she said, Mister, this isn't good, right?" Li Zishuan said unhappily, "What's not good about it? But you're going back to the county in the middle of the night. Even if you don't meet any bad people, if you fall into a ditch, you won't be able to call for help. From the workshop to Yunshan courtyard, there are street lamps all the way. There won't be any accidents. Li Yu smiled and said, "Thank you, mister. Then I'll go make a copy of the book." After that, Li Yu took the 6 armies mirror from Li Zishuan's hands and went out the door. Looking at the girl's energetic back, Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly. However, looking at Li Yu's state today, it seemed that she was slowly getting used to the position of the editorial department supervisor. A few days ago, Ma Zhou went to Qingzhou to take up the position of the provincial governor. The entire editorial department's heavy burden fell on Li Yu's shoulders. At first, Li Zishuan was worried that this girl wouldn't be able to handle such a huge pressure. However, after Ma Zhou left, the Datong Daily editorial department had been operating normally without any problems. This meant that Li Yu was slowly able to control this huge mess. In the editorial department, Li Zishuan looked at the manuscripts on the various desks, as well as the previous issues of Datong Daily. Only then did he leave with his hands behind his back. After leaving the workshop, he rode on to Bai and returned to the Marquis residence in Lantian County. "Husband, you're back. I'll go prepare some food for you." When he returned to the Marquis residence, the sky was already dark. Seeing that Li Zishuan had returned, Han Yushi quickly went up to him and said. Li Zishuan came back too late, so no one waited for him to have dinner together. Li Zishuan said casually, "No need to trouble yourself. Let the kitchen maid heat up the dinner. I'll just eat whatever I want." Han Yushi frowned. However, seeing that Li Zishuan was so insistent, she couldn't persuade him. She could only let Xiaohe instruct the kitchen. After a while, the dishes were served. Li Zishuan picked up his bowl and started eating without caring about his image. This was only when they were a couple. When there were other people present, he still had to be careful about his image as Marquis. Han Yushi supported her chin and looked at the man in front of her without blinking. Although the way this man ate was not elegant at all, it didn't hinder her from liking him. She secretly thought that this was what it meant to be real and not fake. Anyway, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Li Zishuan is the best no matter what. Han Yushi knew that Li Zishuan would leave Lantian County tomorrow to take up his position in the Black Armored Army. Therefore, in these last few hours, she couldn't bear to look away from Li Zishuan. Ahem. What's wrong? Wife? Didn't your husband wash his face this morning? Feeling Han Yushi's gaze, Li Zishuan couldn't help but touch his face and look at Han Yushi. Chapter 17-19. Pfft. In the side hall of the backyard, Han Yushi couldn't help but burst into laughter when she saw Li Zishuan touching his face in embarrassment. However, her smile quickly disappeared. She looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Husband, don't you know if you washed your face this morning? I just feel that I can't get enough of your face." Oh my, once this woman learned how to say sweet nothings, she could simply be so sweet. Li Zishuan instantly felt that the fragrant food in his mouth had turned into a sweet and greasy taste. He quickly wiped his mouth and said, "Cough, cough. I didn't expect that my wife's sweet nothings would be no weaker than my husband's." What Han Yushi said just now was just that she couldn't help herself. At this moment, she knew that she had misspoken and couldn't help but blush. She glared at Li Zishuan and said, "Husband, you're talking nonsense." "I didn't." In order to prevent his wife from being embarrassed, Li Zishuan laughed and waved his hand. "Ha. All right. Your husband is full. Wife, get someone to clean up. It's getting late. We should wash up and rest." Li Zishuan especially emphasized the word wash. This guy's lecherous heart was simply self-evident. Han Yushi's face instantly turned even redder, so red that water was about to drip out. She felt even more shy, especially when she thought of last night's situation. Fortunately, after Li Zishuan said this, he directly went to the side room with his hands behind his back. Otherwise, Han Yushi really didn't know how to continue this conversation. It was the last night before the young couple parted. There was no need to say more about the craziness. At midnight, the storm suddenly stopped. These two people didn't sleep but leaned against the bed and actually started talking about things. "Wife, after I leave tomorrow, I'll leave this huge marquise estate to you to take care of. Father, mother, and Faubert will help you with the affairs of the estate, so I'm not worried. I'm mainly worried that there will be people with evil intentions outside the estate who will take advantage of the situation to harm the people in the estate. Therefore, I won't bring any of the guards with me this time. They will all stay behind to protect the safety of the marquise estate. During this period of time, the family will try to reduce the number of times they go out alone." The two brothers, Lu Yun and Lu Feng, were both from the imperial army. They were skilled in martial arts and each of them was capable of fighting against 10 experts. However, Lu Feng had escorted Ma Zhou to Qingzhou a few days ago. Even so, Lu Yun alone was more than enough to ensure the safety of the residents. Although Fei Ji's martial arts are not as good as Lu Yun's, he has followed me for the longest time and is the most trustworthy. Furthermore, he is meticulous in his thinking. The guards of the Hou Fu can be assigned to him. Wife, you must learn how to use these people well. Li Zishuan held Han Yushi with one hand and said slowly. He wasn't making a big fuss about the safety of the family in the estate, but he felt that it was necessary to take precautions. Especially after the incident of the academy being attacked, Li Zishuan felt that when he made decisions in the future, he couldn't be careless. Otherwise, the people around him might lose their lives because of him. Han Yushi understood Li Zishuan's feelings. She nodded and said, "N. This concubine will remember everything that my husband has said. I'll take good care of father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and Lan, I won't let them meet with any danger." This was a promise and a responsibility. As his wife, although she couldn't share Li Zishuan's worries in official matters, she could help Li Zishuan take good care of the family. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would be distracted by family matters. It's been hard on my wife. Li Zishuan sighed and said. He knew that he shouldn't have placed all of his family's affairs on a woman, but the current situation forced him to temporarily leave this small family and strive for a stable environment for the other great family to develop. If the Great Tang wasn't surrounded by powerful enemies like the Turks, Li Zishuan would be willing to give up his position and peacefully accompany his family every day, living the life of a wealthy man. It's not hard on me. Husband, you're the one who's working the hardest. At this moment, Han Yushi raised her head and looked steadily at Li Zishuan. She said, "This concubine knows that husband's heart is not only concerned about our small family, but is even more concerned about the lives of the common people and the survival of the country. This concubine does not ask that husband can stay by this concubine's side forever. I only ask that husband can protect himself when you are outside. To this concubine and my parents, husband is the sky of this family." This silly woman, although she didn't talk much, she would always be the one who understood Li Zishuan the most. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but pull Han Yushi into his arms and hug her tightly. He sighed and said, "You know me best, my wife. However, your husband isn't as great as you think. Your husband doesn't have great ambitions. I only want to be by your and my parents' side every day. But without a big family, how can there be a small family? If we don't take care of the Turks, the Great Tang will never be at peace, and the people of the Great Tang will always have a sword hanging over their heads that could fall at any moment. In this situation, how can our families live happily together? So it's not that your husband has great ambitions, but that I'm forced by the situation." Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan lovingly and said, "Husband, why do you have to belittle yourself like this? This concubine likes a husband like you." It was said that the men of the Gu family were the cutest. Some men might be conferred the title of Marquis, Prime Minister, and Minister, but they might not be good husbands, good sons, or good fathers to their families. Han Yushi felt that Li Zishuan was quite good like this. Li Zishuan smiled. He stroked Han Yushi's back and suddenly thought of something. He said, "Oh right. If I remember correctly, Renbiao and Li Jingchu should be getting married soon, right? Renbiao is my good brother, and Li Jingchu is my adopted sister. I'll have to trouble my wife to send a congratulatory gift to Qizhou." Han Yushi knew a little about Wang Renbiao and Li Jingchu. Hearing this, she nodded and said, "This concubine understands. I'll go and arrange it tomorrow." Li Zishuan responded. He suddenly felt a wave of tiredness. After all, it was already early in the morning. Thus, he patted Han Yushi's back and said, "It's getting late. Wife, let's rest." "Husband, wait." Han Yushi suddenly sat up. She was a little shy, but also a little anxious. Li Zishuan couldn't help but be confused. Han Yushi stretched out her wrist and said softly, "Husband, help me take my pulse." "Take your pulse? Take what pulse?" "Wife, where are you feeling unwell?" Li Zishuan heard this and was even more confused. Han Yushi lowered her head and said softly, "This concubine feels that after these 2 days, our concubine seems to be pregnant. Husband, your medical skills are excellent. Can you take my pulse?" Li Zishuan almost fainted when he heard this. "Wife, aren't you being too impatient? Even if we do that, we might not be pregnant. Even if we are pregnant, it's impossible to show a pregnancy pulse so quickly, right?" Chapter 17:20. Husband. It's 5:30. It's time for you to wake up. The next day, before dawn, Han Yushi propped herself up and nudged Li Zishuan, who was sleeping soundly beside her. Last night, she, who was eager to have a child, had pestered Li Zishuan for who knows how many rounds. Li Zishuan was a martial arts grandmaster after all, so his physical strength was limitless. She, on the other hand, could not do the same. She felt weak all over and was too lazy to even move a finger. Even so, she still relied on her strong willpower to wake up on time and wake Li Zishuan up. This was because Li Zishuan had told her yesterday that the Black Armored Army would be calling for soldiers at 7 in the morning. Li Zishuan had to be there on time with the armor and equipment. "Oh. Let me sleep for a while more." Li Zishuan, who was sleeping, turned over and mumbled. Then, he went back to sleep. Although he was a Wu Dao master was still human. After doing so many things, he would still feel tired and sleepy. "Husband, it's 5:30 already. If you don't wake up now, you won't be able to make it to the military camp before 7 in the morning." Han Yushi felt helpless. Although Li Zishuan's tired expression made her heart ache, she didn't dare to let Li Zishuan delay such important military matters. "Oh, military camp? It's 5:30 already?" Li Zishuan finally woke up. He opened his eyes and climbed out of bed. Thank goodness for you, my wife. Otherwise, would have overslept." As he spoke, Li Zishuan had already lifted the blanket and jumped out of bed to get dressed. This was his first day at the military camp. He didn't want to be late. Wouldn't that be handing his weakness to the enemy? Besides, in his previous life, Li Zishuan didn't like to be late. It was a matter of personal habit. "Husband, let this concubine help you dress." Han Yushi used all her strength to get up, but she forgot that she was only wearing a very thin gauze dress. This movement almost made Li Zishuan unwilling to get out of bed again. "Ahem. Wife, don't move. You'd better have a good rest. I'll wear it myself." Li Zishuan coughed and quickly pressed Han Yushi down. Then, he got out of bed and went to get dressed. Since he was going to the military camp, he naturally had to wear armor. Li Zishuan was wearing the military uniform given to him by the imperial court and not the latest plate armor made by the workshop. That thing was too troublesome to wear. If one's body wasn't flexible enough, one person probably wouldn't be able to do it. Even if his body's flexibility was perfect, if he wanted to wear the new plate armor made by the workshop, he wouldn't be able to do it without a cup of tea's time. When Han Yushi was pressed down by Li Zishuan, she knew that she had just walked. She, who was more shy, used the blanket to wrap her body. Looking at Li Zishuan's heroic appearance in armor, the admiration in her heart couldn't help but grow stronger. It was said that a man in a military uniform was the most charming. The style of the Tang dynasty's armor was very heroic and domineering. Of course, the most important thing was that Li Zishuan was born handsome. Now that he was wearing armor, he would definitely charm a lot of young ladies when he walked outside. How could Han Yushi be an exception? Hey! I didn't expect it to fit so well. This saves me a lot of trouble. Li Zishuan moved his arms and couldn't help but sigh. Then, he walked to the bedside and looked at Han Yushi on the bed. He said, "Wife, I'm going to the military camp. Stay at home and take good care of your parents. You also have to take good care of yourself. Understand?" Chapter 1721. I didn't expect you to think so highly of Li Zishuan, Erlang. In the bedchamber, after Li Er finished speaking, Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This child has only returned to Chang'an for a little more than a year, but he is already in the court and has been conferred the title of Marquis. Sometimes I am really curious how spiritual master Ling Su trains his disciples to actually produce such an outstanding person like Li Zishuan. Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but associate Li Zishuan with her own children. After all, in terms of age, Li Zishuan wasn't much older than Li Qingqian and Li Tai. A trace of doubt flashed through Li Er's eyes. He had only heard of spiritual master Lingshu from Baiqi's intelligence, but had never seen him in person. Hearing Empress Zhongsun sigh with emotion, he couldn't help but be curious about spiritual master Lingshu's methods of teaching his disciples. Li Zishuan is indeed talented, but Qingqian, Xiaoke, and Qingke aren't bad either. Qingqian is now conscientious and is learning how to manage government affairs from me. In time, when I grow old, Qingqian will certainly become a wise ruler. Xiaoke is dedicated to managing the Yanhuang Bank. Yesterday, he came to me to ask for people, saying that he wants to set up a department called the Gold-Clad Guard in the bank to supervise the illegal matters within the bank and to protect the bank's safety. If the bank can really become orderly under his management, then my Tang Empire will be able to recreate a super golden age no less than the Qin Emperor's Hanwu era. Qingxue's grades are among the best in Yanhuang College, and her achievements in engineering are comparable to several of the college's discipline leaders. Now, she has become the deputy chief designer of the second and third trump card projects of Yanhuang College, leading the advancement of these two projects. Yesterday, I heard people say that Qin Ke has successfully built the first steam engine in the workshop of the interesting pavilion. I heard Li Zishuan mention this before. It is a good thing. It was rare to hear Li Er ramble on about such trivial matters, so Empress Zhongsun listened very patiently. But when she heard about the steam engine, she couldn't help but interrupt, "Your Majesty, what is this steam engine? How is it a good thing?" Li Er smiled mysteriously and said, "Ho. In Li Zishuan's words, the steam engine is a power machine, a machine that uses fire to generate power. It can be used to drive generators to generate electricity or other machines to work. It's truly convenient. It's hard to imagine how prosperous our great Tang would be if this machine could replace human labor on a large scale." Empress Zhongsun opened her small mouth in surprise. Using fire to generate power? The cyan sparrow can actually create such a miraculous thing? At this moment, Empress Zhongsun was only short of saying, "Is this still my son?" She found it hard to imagine that the child who only knew how to fight for his parents' favor not so long ago had now become a master of engineering and created such a wonderful product. The change between before and after was really too great. Maid Guanyin, don't underestimate Qin Ke. I can see that as long as this child uses his intelligence in the right place, no one can compare to him. Li Er smiled proudly. Then, he looked at the sky outside the window. He stood up and said meaningfully, "All right." It was almost time for the morning assembly. There are some things that I should tell everyone in the court. Empress Zhongsun quickly stood up and said, "I will dress your majesty." Although she was the mother of a nation, in front of Li Er, she always regarded herself as his wife. Things like serving Li Er and dressing him, she would usually do it herself and never let anyone else do it. This was already a tacit understanding between husband and wife. "Hongsheng, have all the armors and equipment been loaded?" At the new workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion, although the sky was not yet bright, it was already in full swing. Dozens of craftsmen were moving goods back and forth. Li Zishuan, dressed in military attire, found Zhang Hongsheng and asked, "Marquis, all the armors and equipment have been counted. In half a cup of tea's time, they will all be loaded onto the carriage." Zhang Hongsheng bowed and cupped his fists. Although Li Zishuan had just arrived at the workshop, the craftsmen were already busy, especially Zhang Hongsheng. He did not even go home last night. This morning, he had already gotten up before dawn to arrange for the craftsmen to count the armors and equipment and load them onto the carriage. After all, it was 5,000 sets of armors and equipment. It would take a lot of time just to count them, let alone load them onto the carriage. When Li Zishuan arrived at the workshop, there was already a long line of carriages in front of the workshop. They were all carriages that specialized in transporting goods. "Good. Thank you for your hard work, Hongsheng." Li Zishuan patted Zhang Hongsheng's shoulder and said. In fact, he did not tell Zhang Hongsheng to do these things in advance. It was Zhang Hongsheng who took the initiative to do them in advance. If it were not for his subordinates who were so easy to deal with, he might not have been able to reach the barracks on time today. "Hey! This is nothing. It's not hard at all." Zhang Hongsheng waved his hand and shook his head with a smile. "Sir! Your things." At this moment, a crisp female voice rang out. Li Zishuan turned around and saw Li Yu holding a black package and walking towards him quickly. Li Zishuan went forward and received it with both hands. He opened the package and saw 2 stacks of manuscripts lying quietly inside. One stack was unbound and was obviously Li Jing's original manuscripts. The other stack was bound and even had an exquisite craft paper cover. It was obviously Li Yu's masterpiece. "This girl is quite meticulous," Li Zishuan praised in his heart. He then looked at Li Yu and smiled. "Good. Little Yu, thank you for your hard work. You must have slept very late last night, right?" Although Li Yu's face could not hide her tiredness, she still smiled sweetly. "It's okay, sir. It's not hard for little Yu to work for you." Compared to the help Li Zishuan gave her, what she did was insignificant. Li Yu had always been grateful to Li Zishuan. "You little girl." Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly and said, "Go back and rest after you've given the orders to the editorial department today. It's easy for girls to get wrinkles if they stay up too late." Li Yu wrinkled her nose and whispered, "I won't get wrinkles." Zhang Hongsheng walked over and cupped his fist. "Marquis, all 5,000 sets of weapons and armor have been loaded. There's a total of 100 carriages. Do you want to check?" Li Zishuan perked up and waved his hand. "No need. I'm not worried about you. After I leave, Hongsheng, help Faubert with the workshop. He's old now. Try not to let him tire himself out." Zhang Hongsheng cupped his fist. "I understand. Marquis, don't worry." Li Zishuan nodded and looked at Li Yu. "Little Yu, I have to go to the barracks. Take care of yourself. If there's anything, send me a telegram." Li Yu took a deep look at Li Zishuan and cupped his hands as a disciple. "Take care, mister." Li Zishuan made a sound of acknowledgement and then shouted to his bodyguards, "Move out." Destination, Chang'an City. Chapter 1722. At Li Zishuan's command, more than 100 carriages set off at the same time, heading straight for Chang'an. 5,000 sets of armor, and these were the most advanced weapons and armor in the world. Both Li Zishuan and the imperial court attached great importance to this. Li Zishuan had taken more than half of the personal guards of the Marquis's residence with him today, and more than 100 soldiers of the imperial army at the foot of Cloud Mountain had also been transferred over to accompany Li Zishuan in escorting these weapons and armor to Chang'an. Although the folk customs of the Tang Empire were open and chivalrous, and the imperial court did not explicitly forbid scholars and chivalrous men from carrying swords or other weapons, the imperial court would never allow the weapons and armor made by the new workshop of the interesting pavilion to fall into the hands of the common people. This was because the new weapons and armor were simply too formidable. Just imagine, if someone were to obtain a set of vanadium steel armor, a vanadium steel horse lance, and a vanadium steel horse armor, wouldn't that person become an invulnerable iron knight who could charge through anything? Such a person would definitely be able to casually charge into the local government of a small province or county, creating a very unstable factor for the Great Tang's common people. This was just like how many countries in modern society banned firearms. To this era, the weapons and armor created by the workshop were no less dangerous than firearms in modern times. Hiya! Li Zishuan rode at the front of the long procession on Dabai's back. He was dressed in military attire and looked extremely handsome, just like a general who had just returned from a victorious battle. Thankfully, it was still early and there weren't many people on the road. Otherwise, who knew how many young girls would be mesmerized by his handsome appearance? Li Zishuan didn't have time to think about such frivolous matters. At this time, he was thinking about his next plan. Although he hadn't wanted to go to the army and suffer, what was done couldn't be undone. Moreover, the Great Tang and the Turks were at each other's throats, so he truly did have a responsibility to join the army and contribute to the country. In this situation, he had already calmly accepted the difficult life that awaited him. In addition, for some reason, when he thought about personally experiencing the military life of the Tang dynasty, Li Zishuan felt a sliver of anticipation in his heart. While drunk, I look at swords under the lamp. In my dreams, I blow the horn at the barracks. 800 li of troops under the scorching heat, 50 bowstrings overturning the sound beyond the Great Wall, the soldiers of autumn on the battlefield. In the past, Li Zishuan had only experienced the thrill and excitement of ancient battlefields through poetry. Now that he was personally going to the military camp, and in the near future, he might personally go to the battlefield. How could he not be excited? Especially in this life, he had been practicing martial arts since he was a child. Now, he was already a Wu Dao master. It was said that those who were skilled were bold. In his previous life, every time he saw the military parade of his motherland on TV, he had an impulse to join the army and serve his country. However, at that time, his body was not strong. He was in a sub-healthy state where he was panting after running 2 laps around the field. He definitely could not endure the hardships of being a soldier, so in the end, he gave up. But in this life, not only did he have the heart, but he also had the ability. He wanted to use his abilities to make some contributions to the people who were suffering in this era. After all, he was a descendant of Yan Huang. Wait! Yamacho, wait for us. While he was deep in thought, Li Zishuan suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. At first, he thought it was an auditory hallucination, but after a while, the voice behind him became clearer and clearer. He finally couldn't help but turn around. He saw 2 funny teenagers riding 2 bicycles, rushing towards the convoy. It was Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin. Lu Yun, Feiji, you guys take the convoy and leave first. I'll be right behind you. Li Zishuan frowned and said to the people around him. Chapter 1723. Old Master, Chon Yo is doing well in Yunshan. Why did you let him join the black armored army? In Chang'an City, Madame Sun couldn't help but ask as she helped Cheng Yaojin put on his court robes. After Li Zishuan left the Qin manor yesterday, Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin discussed and decided to send their younger generation to the Black Armored Army's camp. However, Qin Xiong's son, Qin Huayu, only studied poetry and didn't know any martial arts. Obviously, he couldn't be sent to the army. In the end, Cheng Yaojin called Yuqi Jingda and the two old fellows went to the palace to ask for an official position for their son. At this moment, hearing his wife's question, Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but glare and say, Madam, don't you know whether that brat is good at studying or not? It's better to let him get the last place in Yunshan and embarrass his father than to let him go to the army camp and earn some military merit. That way, when his father rises to the heavens, this brat won't starve to death on the streets. Speaking of which, from the start, Cheng Yaojin didn't expect Cheng Chumo to have any achievements in literature. As long as Cheng Chumo didn't always get the last place and embarrass him, it would be fine. The reason why he let Cheng Chumo go to the mathematics school was mainly because Cheng Yaojin had already seen that Li Zishuan was not a fish in a pond. Among the younger generation in Chang'an City, Li Zishuan was the only one who could convince Cheng Yaojin in terms of martial arts and talent. It was said that when one sees a worthy person, one should emulate the worthy. Having met such an outstanding young man like Li Zishuan, Cheng Yaojin naturally wanted his son to be influenced by Li Zishuan and cultivate their relationship. Cough, cough, of course, this relationship was only brotherly. In the future, when their generation grew old, Cheng Chumo would have a capable brother to rely on. Old Cheng wouldn't be worried, right? This couldn't be considered as using. To be precise, it was an investment. Cheng Yaojin had long seen the potential in Li Zishuan and had long invested in Li Zishuan, this potential stock. Bah! Bah! Old thing, what nonsense are you spouting so early in the morning? When Sun Shi heard this, her eyebrows raised. She could not help but pinch the soft flesh on Cheng Yaojin's waist as she reprimanded. She couldn't be blamed for being unreasonable. It was just that Cheng Yaojin's words were really asking for a beating. Ioyo. Madam, let go. Old Cheng, won't say anything. Cheng Yaojin could not help but grimace in pain as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Humph. Let's see if you dare to spout nonsense in the future. Madam Sun glared at Cheng Yaojin. The latter gasped and rubbed his old waist, not daring to say anything harsh. After a while, Madam Sun asked doubtfully, Master, since you want Chou Nyo to join the army, why don't you let him join the Right Guards? This way, it'll be convenient for you to take care of him. Cheng Yaojin was not only the High Duke of Lu, he was also the general of the Right Guards. In the Right Guards, Cheng Yaojin's words could be said to be absolute. What Madam Sun meant was very simple. That was to let Cheng Chumo become a soldier under Cheng Yaojin. With Cheng Yaojin taking care of him, Cheng Chumo would not be bullied in the army, right? It was said that mothers loved their sons the most. How could Madam Sun be an exception? Her mentality was in line with the majority of mothers in the world. After listening to Madam Sun's nagging, Cheng Yaojin's mouth twitched but he did not reply. Madam Sun waited for a long time but did not hear a reply. She could not help but pinch Cheng Yaojin again and said angrily, I'm talking to you, are you listening? This time, Cheng Yaojin was prepared. He nimbly avoided Madam Sun's killing blow and said, Didn't you not let me speak just now? Now that I'm not speaking, you're blaming me. You're really unreasonable. You. When Madam Sun heard this, she was so angry that she wanted to die. Seeing this, Cheng Yaojin quickly waved his hand and said, Aya. Madam. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. It's almost morning court. If I'm late, Wei Zheng that old thing will impeach me again. I'll take my leave first. After saying this, the old man adjusted his belt and hurriedly rushed out of the door. Chapter 1724. Finally, I don't have to study in the academy anymore. In my opinion, Shao Xian, you should go to the Black Armored Army as soon as possible. That way, I can follow you to the barracks. On the official road from Lantian County to Jianghu City, the convoy escorting the new equipment was moving forward quickly. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were riding the workshop's most advanced speed-changing bicycles, sandwiching Li Zishuan in the middle. The three of them walked side by side at the front of the convoy, making the entire convoy look a little strange. However, Cheng Chumo didn't care about this at all. At this moment, he was holding the handle of the bicycle with one hand and waving his right hand as he laughed loudly. Yanhuang College usually implemented strict military management of the students. Not only were there many rules in the academy, but students were also not allowed to go out during normal teaching periods. Most importantly, the competition between the students in the academy was very fierce. Cheng Chumo, the underachiever, had enough of it. Although the students in the academy were still very friendly with each other, it was very easy for him to accidentally score last in every exam. If he were to score last in the exam, he would definitely be beaten up when he returned home. His skin was thicker than others, but he couldn't stand being beaten up every day. Actually, if the exam wasn't a factor, Cheng Chumo still liked the life on Yunshan Mountain. Now that he was able to leave the academy temporarily, this guy was like a tiger that had just been released from a metal cage. He couldn't help but want to roar 3 times to the sky. "You rascal, you can't wait to leave the academy?" Li Zishuan, who was riding on Big White's back, couldn't help but glance at Cheng Chumo and say, "Hee hee. You can't say that. Staying in the academy is actually quite fun, as long as there are no exams. Xiao Xian, you know that I'm not cut out for it." Cheng Chumo was still holding the handle of the bicycle with one hand and scratching his head with the other as he laughed foolishly. This guy had obviously practiced his driving skills on the way to the north to kill the locusts. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. He was too lazy to deal with this useless person. Actually, as to why the two brothers, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, would suddenly follow him to the black armored troops, he had just pondered over this question for a moment. He more or less understood Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda's intentions in making such an arrangement. Regarding this, he only felt gratitude towards these two old generals. After all, with Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda's current position in the imperial court, no one in the military dared to touch their sons, not even Qiu Xingong. This could be considered as a safeguard for Li Zishuan. After entering Jianghu City, you two will give up the bicycle and ride horses instead. As for your car, I'll get someone to send it back for you. Otherwise, how can you go to the barracks like this? After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan instructed Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin. Yeah. Yuchi Baolin was more obedient and nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Cheng Chumo was unconvinced. What's wrong with riding a bicycle to the barracks? The Tang Empire's military regulations don't say that riding a bicycle to the barracks isn't allowed, right? This fellow didn't like riding a horse when he went out anymore. He was already used to riding a bicycle. Li Zishuan glared at this fellow and said unhappily, "Then when we go to war, do you also ride a bicycle? If I tell you to ride a horse, then ride a horse. The military isn't like other places. When you go to the barracks, don't be unconventional and cause trouble. Otherwise, I'll get someone to send you back to the academy." Hey. Don't. Xiao Xian. I'm just joking with you, don't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously. If you want to ride a horse, then so be it. It's not like I don't know how to ride a horse. Iayao, F***ck, save me. Upon hearing this, Cheng Chumo was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands. What a joke, it wasn't easy for him to leave the academy. How could he bear to go back? However, in a moment of panic, when he waved his hands subconsciously, both his hands left the handlebars. The bicycle instantly lost its balance and went straight towards the farmland by the side of the road. Whoa! Where did all these carriages come from? Why are there imperial guards escorting them? What's in these carriages? When Li Zishuan and the rest arrived at Chang'an City, the city gates were already open. The carriages entered through the Yanqing Gate and went straight towards the Black Armored Army's barracks in the northwest of the city. Along the way, the huge carriages naturally attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Under normal circumstances, those who could wake up so early were mostly peddlers who entered the city to sell their goods or commoners who entered the city to buy things. The huge carriages caused them to discuss animatedly. However, although these people were curious about the armored soldiers beside the carriages, they could only shrink back and point at them from afar. The general in the lead looks like the Marquis of Yong'an. What? The Marquis of Yong'an? Why did the Marquis of Yong'an bring so many soldiers and carriages to Chang'an City? Who knows? Could it be that the imperial court is sending the Marquis of Yong'an to suppress bandits? Nonsense. Now that the world is peaceful, where would there be so many bandits to suppress? Besides, the Marquis of Yong'an isn't a general, why would he lead soldiers to suppress bandits? That's true. But why is the Marquis of Yong'an wearing a general's uniform? About this, it had to be said that the people of Chang'an City were quite familiar with Li Zishuan. There were very few people who had never heard of Li Zishuan, and there were even more who had seen Li Zishuan with their own eyes. As such, among the pedestrians on both sides of the road, there were people who quickly recognized Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan naturally didn't have the time to care about these people's discussions. This was because there was only 15 minutes left before the Black Armored Army's barracks were called. In order to avoid being late, he could only speed up the carriages. Luckily, there weren't many people on the streets of Chang'an City early in the morning, and there weren't any traffic jams. Of course, speaking of this, it was all thanks to the widespread use of bicycles. Whether it was the civil and military officials or the common people, they were used to riding bicycles instead of horse carriages for short journeys. Otherwise, there would still be traffic jams on some of the key streets of Chang'an City. This was because this was the time when the civil and military officials left their homes to rush to the palace for the morning court. If it was in the past, every official would take a horse carriage to attend the morning court. It would be strange if the streets weren't congested. Who are you? This is the Black Armored Army's barracks, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Finally, Li Zishuan arrived at the Black Armored Army's barracks before the 7 o'clock hour. This was a hilly wasteland in the northwest corner of Chang'an City. Inside the barracks, there were several large and small white tents, and one could vaguely see groups of fully armed soldiers. When the two soldiers in front of the barracks saw Li Zishuan, they hurried forward to stop him. Li Zishuan flipped off his horse and said loudly, "I am Li Zishuan, the Black Armored Army adjutant appointed by the Emperor. Today, I am officially here to take up my post." Chapter 1725. You are the Marquis of Yong'an. In Chang'an, in front of the Black Armored barracks, the two guards were shocked when they heard Li Zishuan's identity. Although there were many people in Chang'an who had seen Li Zishuan, these two guards were not among them because they were in the army all year round. Not only them, but less than 10% of the soldiers in the barracks had seen Li Zishuan, but more than 90% of them had heard of Li Zishuan. Therefore, after knowing Li Zishuan's identity, the two guards were so surprised and excited. After all, Li Zishuan was a marquis at a young age, a Yamacho from Yanhuang College, and the first person to kill locusts. With so many halos around him, Li Zishuan was now considered a celebrity in the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan nodded. Seeing that the two guards were very enthusiastic after knowing his identity, he smiled and said, "Maybe you can call me adjunct." The two guards looked at each other and quickly bowed with cupped fists. "Greetings, Sir Adjunct." The news that Li Zishuan had been appointed as adjunct of the Black Armored Army had long been spread. At first, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army were talking about it for a long time. However, due to various reasons, Li Zishuan had not been appointed to the Black Armored Army. After a long time, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army gradually forgot about this matter. Today, after hearing Li Zishuan's intention, the two guards could not help but recall the news from more than a month ago. They were surprised. Your subordinate, Lu Xingwu, is from Jianzhou. Jianzhou was also badly affected by the locusts in Guangzhong. Fortunately, Sir Adjunct Sky Pheasant Brigade provided timely relief. Most of the fertile land in Jianzhou was saved. Sir Adjunct, please accept my bow. At this time, one of the shorter guards bowed solemnly to Li Zishuan, saluting him. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect to meet someone he had helped in this place. He smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite. The one who saved the people of Jin province was His Majesty, not me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank His Majesty." This was a political issue. Li Zishuan did not want to carry too much popularity among the people. He was familiar with ancient history and knew that in this feudal era, keeping a low profile was the way to go. Yes. 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 It's all thanks to Your Majesty's wisdom. Lu Xingwu was very tactful and quickly bowed in the direction of the palace when he heard this. Time was of the essence. Li Zishuan didn't want to waste too much time outside the gate, so he said, "Lu Xingwu, these carriages are filled with the new weapons and armor that I have created for the soldiers. Quickly lead a group of people and come over to transport the weapons and armor. I still have to enter the camp to pay my respects to General Duan." When Lu Xingwu heard Li Zishuan calling his name, he couldn't help but feel energized. He quickly cupped his fists and said loudly, "Your subordinate obeys." Li Zishuan nodded and led Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin directly through the gate and into the depths of the camp. Lu Xingwu and Yuchi Baolin didn't have time to ask about Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin's identities. From their point of view, since Li Zishuan was a member of the Black Armored Army, he definitely knew the rules of the Black Armored Army. He definitely wouldn't bring an unrelated outsider into the Black Armored Army's camp. What the two of them were concerned about now was to get people to transport the weapons and armor. "These are all the weapons and armor that General Duan made for us? So many?" The soldier beside Lu Xingwu looked at the endless carriages in front of the gate and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. "Aren't you talking nonsense? Quickly go in and get some brothers to move them. These are all good stuff." When Lu Xingwu heard this, he bumped the soldier's arm and said unhappily. More than half a month ago, Li Zishuan wore vanadium steel plate armor and wielded a vanadium steel sword to duel with Duan Zhishuan on the drill ground. In the end, he completely crushed Duan Zhishuan with his superior equipment. That duel caused quite a stir in the army. The generals and soldiers of the 12 capital guards all coveted the new weapons and armor that Li Zishuan used that day. The soldiers of the Black Armored Army also raised their heads in anticipation of the new weapons and armor that Li Zishuan had created. At this moment, Lu Xingwu looked at the carriages in front of him and was so excited that his voice trembled slightly. "Good. Xingwu, you stay here and watch. I'll go get people." The other guard responded, then immediately turned and ran through the gate. "General Li Zishuan greets the great general. Greetings to General Qiu." After the announcement, Li Zishuan walked in with Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin. Duan Zhishuan and Qiu Xingong were in the tent, so he cupped his fists and greeted the two. Although his status outside was not lower than the two in front of him, he was in the army right now and had to look at military rank and experience. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. In the army, one had to follow the rules of the army. Greetings to the great general. Greetings to General Qiu. It was rare for Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin to not be mischievous at this time. Instead, they followed behind Li Zishuan and imitated him by bowing respectfully to Duan Zhishuan and Qiu Xing. Duan Zhishuan was the great general of the Black Armored Army and was in charge of military affairs. Qiu Xingong was the deputy general and only had the title of general, only below Duan Zhishuan. According to the military system of the Great Tang, under the Great General and General, there would be the assistant commander, 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 and so on. Since you have entered the black armored army, you are my brothers. No need to be so polite. Duan Zhishuan nodded slightly to Li Zishuan and the other two. Qiu Xingong's tiger-like eyes swept over Cheng Chumo and Yuqi Baolin. He did not speak, and no emotions could be seen on his weathered face. Duan Zhishuan continued, Cheng Chumo, Yuqi Baolin, the two of you are both descendants of generals. You should know better than anyone else that you should abide by military rules in the army. Go and change into your uniforms. In a while, when the soldiers are called out, you are not allowed to be late. Cheng Chumo and Yuqi Baolin trembled and immediately cupped their fists. Understood. Although the two of them were always joking around outside, their fathers were both generals in the army. Under their influence, they naturally knew that the military rules were strict. As such, they did not dare to hesitate or smile at Duan Zhishuan's orders. Colonel Li, I know that you have a special identity and a lot of responsibilities. Yesterday, His Majesty gave you permission to set up personal guards in the black armored army to protect yourself. Cheng Chumo and Yuqi Baolin will be under your command as your personal guards. After Cheng Chumo and Yuqi Baolin left, Duan Zhishuan looked at Li Zishuan and said in a low voice. Li Zishuan already knew about the personal guards. When he heard this, he cupped his fists and said, Thank you, great general. Humph. Qiu Xingong couldn't help but snort. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly became tense. Qiu Xingong cupped his fists casually at Duan Zhishuan and said, General Duan, it's time to call out the soldiers. I will go to the drill ground first. With that, he turned and left without waiting for Duan Zhishuan's permission. Chapter 1726. The morning breeze blew gently, and the sun rose from the east. At this moment, there was already a touch of red on the horizon. Most people had probably just woken up. On the drill ground in the northwest of Chang'an City, there was already a black mass of soldiers standing. When Li Zishuan followed Duan Zhishuan to the stage, he saw such a magnificent scene of soldiers on the battlefield. What entered his eyes was that all the soldiers had their heads held high and their chests puffed out. Like a pine tree, they stood upright on the drill ground. Although there were many of them, they were not in disorder. The distance between each person was the same, neat and tidy, not moving at all. This scene reminded Li Zishuan of the military parade of his motherland that he had seen on television in his previous life. Steel lions, just like heavenly soldiers. No wonder they were the strongest cavalry of the Tang Empire. With just one look, Li Zishuan could feel the strength of the army in front of him. Although this black armored army had only been formed for a few months, they already had an imposing aura. Reporting to the great general, other than the 20 men from the D battalion who are transporting equipment outside the gate, the soldiers of the other 5 battalions have all arrived at the drill ground. No one is late. Seeing Duan Zhishuan arrive, a tall and straight young soldier quickly walked forward and saluted Duan Zhishuan with his fists clasped. Return to your ranks. Duan Zhishuan nodded and said. Yes. The young soldier replied and quickly retreated to the front of the troops on the left side of the stage. At this moment, Duan Zhishuan walked to the front of the stage and scanned the entire drill ground with his tiger-like eyes. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking dignified even though he was not angry. After a moment of silence, he finally opened his mouth. All soldiers listen to my order, at ease. Duan Zhishuan's first sentence surprised Li Zishuan. What the hell was at ease? Wasn't this a movement that only existed in the modern army? Was Duan Zhishuan still sleeping and talking in his sleep? But what he did not expect was that as soon as Duan Zhishuan finished speaking, the 5,000 soldiers on the drill ground all neatly took half a step forward with their left foot and made a at ease gesture. Their movements were uniform and extremely precise. Of course, it was not absolutely uniform. There were two people at the back of the line who were slower by half a beat. Li Zishuan's sharp eyes recognized them immediately. Who else could they be but Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin? These two fellows had participated in the military training of the academy, so it was impossible that they did not know the basic military movements such as at ease and at ease. The reason why they were slower by half a beat was probably because they did not expect the black armored army to use of the academy's training. Fortunately, Duan Jishuan knew that they were new to the black armored army, so he pretended not to see the two discordant factors and continued speaking. It has been nearly 2 months since the expansion of the black armored army. As the most elite cavalry of the Great Tang, His Majesty has always placed high hopes on the black armored army. However, the black armored army's current strength is not worthy of His Majesty's high hopes. Fortunately, the black armored army's adjutant has finally arrived to take up his post. As for who our adjutant is, I'm sure all of you have heard of him before. Adjutant Li, come and greet the soldiers. Although Duan Jishuan did not shout at the top of his lungs, his voice could be heard in every corner of the drill ground. All 5,000 soldiers heard his words clearly. When they heard Duan Jishuan say that the black armored army's adjutant had finally arrived to take up his post, everyone could not help but look at the young general behind Duan Jishuan. He was so young, but he had already become a legend of the Great Tang. Chapter 1727. At the black armored army's camp. On the stage, Duan Jishuan had been silently observing Li Zishuan. He saw that not only did Li Zishuan not have stage fright in front of 5,000 black armored soldiers for the first time, he even managed to ignite the soldiers' passion with just a few words. Duan Jishuan couldn't help but nod in his heart. As a general, not only did he have to be good at leading soldiers into battle, he also had to be good at controlling people's hearts and arousing their fighting spirit. Otherwise, he could only be considered a boorish fellow and definitely not a talented general. Li Zishuan had done well in this aspect. Sweat more in normal times and bleed less in times of war. Duan Jishuan took a step forward and walked to Li Zishuan's side. He faced the soldiers below the stage and said loudly, "All of you have heard Adjunct Li's words. His Majesty has always placed great importance on the black armored army. This time, Adjunct Li has given the first batch of new equipment to the black armored army. Under such circumstances, if you still can't form a strong fighting force within 2 months, you will have let down His Majesty, Adjunct Li, and even more so, your parents and wives." At this point, Duan Jishuan's fierce eyes scanned the crowd. Perhaps the ordinary soldiers didn't know how valuable the equipment Li Zishuan had brought today were. However, as an important official of the imperial court and the leader of the black armored army, how could he not know how valuable this batch of equipment was? Not to mention other things, even the generals of the 12 capital guards almost fought over this equipment. If not for Li Zishuan supporting the black armored army, the moment Li Zishuan entered Chang'an city, more than 100 carriages of equipment would have been divided among them. After pausing for a moment, Duan Jishuan's gaze turned serious and he said loudly, "All generals, listen up. From today onwards, Adjunct Li will be in charge of the daily drill of the black armored army. His orders are military orders and my orders. No one, no matter what position they hold, is allowed to disobey. Do you all understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers on the drill ground were pleasantly surprised. They had not expected Li Zishuan to be entrusted with such an important task by Duan Jishuan as soon as he joined the black armored troops. He had directly taken on the daily training of the black armored troops. Not only were they shocked, Qiu Xingong was even more shocked. However, a trace of anger flashed across Qiu Xingong's face. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the fact that there were so many soldiers on the drill ground. He walked 5 steps in front of Duan Jishuan and cupped his fists. "General Duan, Adjunct Li has just been appointed and is not familiar with the military affairs of the black armored army. Furthermore, Adjunct Li has never led soldiers before. How can we let him take over the military affairs of the black armored army?" Black armored army's camp. On the stage, Duan Zhishuan had been silently observing Li Zishuan. He saw that not only did Li Zishuan not have stage fright in front of 5,000 black armored troops for the first time, he even managed to ignite the soldier's passion with just a few words. Duan Zhishuan couldn't help but nod in his heart. As a general, not only did he have to be adept at leading soldiers into battle, he also had to be adept at controlling people's hearts and arousing their fighting spirit. Otherwise, he could only be considered a brute and definitely not a talented general. Li Zishuan had done well in this aspect. Sweat more during normal times so that you can bleed less during wartime. Duan Zhishuan took a step forward and walked to Li Zishuan's side. He faced the soldiers below the stage and said loudly, "All of you have heard Adjunct Li's words. His Majesty has always placed great importance on the black armored army. This time, Adjunct Li has given the first batch of new equipment to the black armored army. Under such circumstances, if you still can't form a strong fighting force within 2 months, you will have let down His Majesty, Adjunct Li, and your parents and wives." Chapter 1728. While the black armored army was doing a roll call, the morning court was being held in Chang'an City's Taiji Palace. Li Er sat on the dragon throne. After listening to a few officials reporting some trivial matters, his eyes focused and he said in a deep voice, "Dear officials, I received an urgent report yesterday. Xieli has gathered a large number of troops to encircle and annihilate Tuli's troops. Tuli Khan has asked me for help urgently. He wants the Tang Empire to send troops to help him resist Xieli." It was unknown if it was true or if Li Er was just making things up. Anyway, as soon as he said that, all the officials in the imperial court were in an uproar. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds, and it was a bit like a market. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong closed their eyes and pretended to be in deep thought. They did not say a word because they were present when Li Zishuan proposed the plan to Li Er. Today, when Li Er said this, these two experienced old generals could guess what Li Er was going to say next. "Your Majesty, I think that the imperial court should send troops to help Tuli. Otherwise, after Xieli unifies the grassland, the next one to attack may be our Tang Empire. The imperial court cannot sit back and watch Xieli expand in the grassland." Fang Xianling stood out and bowed to Li Er. Old Fang had followed Li Er to fight in the north and south in the early years. Old Fang was definitely experienced in judging the war situation. "I second the motion. Now that the Turks and the Tang Empire are like fire and water, at such a critical moment, we cannot let Xieli unify the grassland. The imperial court should send troops to help Tuli." Zhang Sun Wuji also stood out and bowed to Li Er. After Zhang Sun Wuji, some other officials and generals also stood out and seconded the motion. Li Jing also came to the morning court today. Unexpectedly, he actually stood out and objected, "Your Majesty, I think that it is not appropriate for the Tang Empire to send troops now." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. No one had expected that Li Jing, the war god of the Great Tang, would actually stand out to oppose when everyone was united against a common enemy and unanimously wanted to suppress the Turks. This was truly a little inconceivable. Li Er's gaze focused. He looked at Li Jing and asked, "Oh. What does apothecary mean?" Li Jing cupped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, it has only been a little more than a month since the Tang Empire began to prepare for war. The 400,000 soldiers, horses, and provisions needed to attack the Tujue have yet to be fully prepared. How can we recklessly declare war on Xieli? Marching into the grassland will not be the same as pacifying the rebellion in the Great Tang's territory a few years ago. When the time comes, the army's provisions and supplies will become incomparably difficult due to the distance. This old subject believes that at this time, whether it is the provisions and supplies or the preparation of the various armies, it is not advisable to shed all pretense of cordiality with Xieli and rashly start a war." Fang Xianling, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others could not help but frown. Although they agreed to send out troops, they had to admit that Li Jing's words made sense. It was indeed not the best time to start a war with the Turks. Medicine Master's words are reasonable. At present, my great Tang has just experienced the plague of locusts and is not yet ready to start a full-scale war with Xieli. At this moment, Li Er opened his mouth. However, he immediately changed the topic and said, but the imperial court can't just sit by and watch Xieli unify the grasslands and strengthen his strength. Therefore, I've decided to send an envoy with a batch of provisions into the grasslands to assist Tuli Khan in resisting Xieli. I just don't know who is willing to go. The moment Li Er finished speaking, Taiji Palace immediately fell silent. Chapter 1729. Inside the Taiji Palace. After Xiao Yu's suggestion, a hint of worry flashed across the faces of the officials in the palace. A war was not only a test of a country's military strength. At the same time, it was also a huge test of a country's economic strength. After all, war required money. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a saying in history that they were all militaristic. Li Er smiled and said, Minister Xiao, you don't have to worry about money and provisions. I already have a foolproof plan. I will not let these 150,000 soldiers drag down the national treasury. Don't be fooled by Li Er's solemn vow and full confidence. In fact, he was very uncertain in his heart. No one knew if the national donation plan that Li Zishuan had suggested to him yesterday would work or not. If it worked, then everything would be fine. If it did not work, then the finances of the imperial court might not be able to support it. This was a very risky decision. Using this kind of decision without full confidence was not in line with Li Er's style of doing things. However, the current situation showed that Xieli had the intention to speed up the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks. If the Tang Empire wanted to have a higher chance of winning, the imperial court had to prepare more elite soldiers and strong generals. Li Er had to take the risk. He could only hope that Li Zishuan's plan would work. Xiao Yu was slightly stunned. As the Minister of Revenue, he was in charge of the country's purse. Even he could not think of a good idea to break the situation. How could Li Er think of it? Therefore, old Xiao asked Li Er curiously, May I ask what exactly is your Majesty's foolproof plan? Li Er's expression was slightly sluggish but quickly returned to normal. He waved his hand and said, There is no need to say more about this. Within 3 days, Minister Xiao will definitely see money and provisions flowing into the national treasury. But, Xiao Yu was very dissatisfied with Li Er's ambiguous answer. He was about to ask again when Li Er interrupted him, No buts. After the court is dismissed, the Secretariat will immediately draft an edict and announce to the world. The edict orders all states to immediately select 150,000 elite soldiers and rush to Chang'an within a month. At that time, the imperial court will send a few generals to personally command these soldiers. Hearing Li Er's resolute words, Xiao Yu and the other officials did not dare to continue asking about this matter. Zhang Sun Wuji stepped forward and cupped his hands. This old official obeys the edict. The Secretariat was in charge of formulating policies and drafting edicts. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji was not only the Minister of Rights, he was also in charge of the Secretariat. Yes. Li Er nodded and said, If there is nothing else, then the court is dismissed. Minister Tang, stay behind. This subject obeys the decree. Tang Jian bowed and accepted the order. After the morning assembly dispersed, the civil and military officials returned to their homes. Tang Jian came to the sweet nectar hall under the lead of the chamberlain. He had yet to bow when Li Er laughed and waved his hand, saying, Her. There are no outsiders here, Mao Yu, you don't have to be so courteous. Come, give him a seat. Tang Jian was flattered. Thank you, Your Majesty. Right this moment, a chamberlain brought a stool over. Tang Jian sat down cautiously. Li Er spoke bluntly, This time I sent Mao Yu as a diplomatic envoy to the Tujue, it was indeed Jin's last resort. Xieli's power is already great, now he wants to annex Tuli's troops. It can be said that he has the ambition of a wolf. How can Zhen let him fulfill his wish easily? However, Zhen knows that the journey to the Tujue will be filled with difficulties and dangers. Mao Yu, if you have any misgivings, Zhen can withdraw the decree now and send someone else instead. It was said that a monarch's words were not joking. Generally, it was impossible for the emperor to take back what he had said. Now that Li Er said this to Tang Jian, whether it was sincere or just putting on an act, it was very rare and precious. When Tang Jian found out that Li Er wanted him to be a diplomatic envoy to the Tujue in the morning assembly, he still had some misgivings and unhappiness in his heart. After all, he was now a duke. Now that he was suddenly sent to such a dangerous place like the Tujue, it was impossible for him not to have any thoughts in his heart. However, with Li Er's words, the misgivings and unhappiness in his heart instantly vanished into thin air. It was really not easy for an emperor to do this for his subject. This subject thanks your majesty for your consideration. Tang Jian hurriedly got up and bowed to Li Er with a moved expression. However, since this subject has already agreed to this mission of being a diplomatic envoy to the Tujue, there is no reason for me to back down. Now that the country is in danger, this old subject receives the country's salary and should share the country's worries. Even if the Tujue is now in a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, this old subject will not turn back. Tang Jian has met a wise ruler like your majesty in this life. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. After saying that, Tang Jian straightened his back. His face was full of righteousness, awe-inspiring, and fearless. Li Er was horrified and moved. He hurriedly got up and personally walked down to hold Tang Jian's arm. Good. 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 Zhen really did not misjudge you. Mao Yu, you really did not disappoint Zhen. Chapter 1730. He he. Little Xian, I didn't expect this plate armor to fit so well. It's also so light and agile. I thought it would be heavy and cumbersome at first. No wonder my father wanted it so much. He he. In the black armored army's camp, Li Zishuan distributed the weapons, plate armor, and horse armor to the soldiers according to the roster. At around 9 in the morning, the soldiers were all wearing the new armor. Cheng Chumo was wearing a shiny plate armor and he ran to Li Zishuan to show off. This fellow and Yuchi Bao Lin were both temporary recruits to the black armored army. Logically speaking, the two of them didn't have a share in this batch of armor made by the workshop for the black armored army. However, there were always exceptions. These two brothers had special identities and it wasn't a problem for them to gather 2 sets of armor at the last minute. As a matter of fact, Lu Xingwu and Zhang Debao, the 2 guards who were standing guard in front of the gate in the morning, had lent their armors to Cheng Chumo. Needless to say, the 2 guards' physiques were about the same as Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin's, so the armors fit the 2 brothers quite well. Li Zishuan had sent someone to the workshop to have them make 2 more sets of armors according to Lu Xingwu and Zhang Debao's measurements. With the workshop's current production speed, it would probably take less than 2 days for the 2 sets of armors to be sent over. Li Zishuan looked up and down at Cheng Chumo, who was tightly wrapped in vanadium steel patches. He nodded and said, yes. Looks good. Cho Nyo, have you and Bao Lin's tents been arranged? It's all arranged. Yuchi Bao Lin walked over in his plate armor and replied, Yamacho, brother Cho Nyo and I have been arranged to be in the same tent in the Wu battalion. This child was originally stronger than others. After putting on the plate armor, he was simply like a moving iron tower. He was completely a walking tank, making people feel intimidated just by looking at him. Although they were in the military camp, Yuchi Bao Lin was still used to calling Li Zishuan Yamacho. He was different from Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo was the first friend Li Zishuan made after returning to Chang'an City. Therefore, most of the time, Cheng Chumo treated Li Zishuan as a friend and brother. Yuchi Bao Lin, on the other hand, respected Li Zishuan more. This was because he admired Li Zishuan both in terms of knowledge and martial arts. That's good. Li Zishuan nodded and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda had assigned Cheng Chumo and Yuqi Baolin to the black armored troops respectively. This was both a form of protection for Li Zishuan and also a form of trust. Li Zishuan felt that at the very least, he could not let his brothers suffer in the military. Otherwise, how could he be the big brother of this small group? That, Xiao Xian, Cheng Chumo scratched his head, as if he wanted to say something. Li Zishuan said angrily, if you have something to say, just say it. Since when did you become such a shy little girl? Pfft. Yuqi Baolin almost burst out laughing when he heard that. Cheng Chumo blushed and said angrily, what little girl? You're the one who's acting like a little girl. I wanted to ask you, can Baolin and I stay in the same tent as you? It's too cramped for 10 people to stay in one tent. Also, 2 of our brothers' big feet are too smelly. At this time, the black armored troops camp was built in a military camp in the northwest of the imperial city. The soldiers usually stayed in tents and not houses. This way, they could recreate the situation of war to the greatest extent and allow the soldiers to be in a state of combat readiness at all times. Of course, with the current resources, it was impossible for every soldier to stay in a tent alone. Normally, 10 soldiers would share a tent. This was even more cramped than Yanhuang College's dormitory. The higher-ranked generals would stay in their own tents. Li Zishuan was the black armored troops adjutant. Moreover, he had many identities and duties outside. This time, he had even brought a telegraph with him when he joined the black armored troops. Therefore, he also had his own tent. That was why Cheng Chumo wanted to come over and sleep there. Li Zishuan glanced at Cheng Chumo and said angrily, your smelly feet aren't any better, are they? I've heard about it from Qin Ke and the others. How dare you look down on others? In Yanhuang College's dormitory 001, Cheng Chumo's big feet were the most smelly. They could be used as poison gas bombs. Last year, Li Tai had complained to Li Zishuan about it many times in private. However, under the compulsion of the other dormitory members, Cheng Chumo had developed the good habit of washing his feet frequently. Chapter 1731. Ha! What's wrong? Li Kanjun, you've been watching for so long. Have you seen anything? The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. Previously, this old man had humiliated him in front of Duan Zhishuan. Now that Duan Zhishuan wasn't around, would this old man do something out of line? Although this was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, Li Zishuan wasn't a pushover either. If they were to fight one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to defeat him. He. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan clasped his fists towards Qiu Xingong with a fake smile, and then said, this junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any experience in the military. I only looked at it for a short while, how could I possibly see anything? Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies. After a while, he grinned and said, Heh. I didn't expect Li Kanjun to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the imperial court and be a competent Yamacho in the academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified black armored army conscript. When the old man saw Li Zishuan's humble attitude, he took advantage of his seniority to take advantage of the situation. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than this junior's. This junior also knows that my ability is limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good commander. If General Qiu has the time and can impart some of your experience to this junior will naturally be very grateful." Heh. What? Li Kanjun, you've been observing for so long. The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. Previously, this old man had humiliated him in front of Duan Zhishuan. Now that Duan Zhishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although this was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to beat him. He. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan put on a fake smile and clasped his fist towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any experience in the military. I've only observed for a short while. How could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled and said, "Heh. I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court, gain the Emperor's favor, and be a competent Yamacho in the academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified general in the Black Armored Army." When the old man saw Li Zishuan's humble attitude, he took advantage of his seniority to flaunt his seniority. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than this junior's. This junior also knows that my ability is limited and I'm not sure if I can do a good job in the army. If General Qiu has the time and can teach this junior some experience, this junior will naturally be very grateful." Heh. What? You've been watching for so long, Li Zishuan, have you seen anything? The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. This old man had previously humiliated him in front of Duan Zhishuan. Now that Duan Zhishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although this was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover either. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to beat him. He. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan smiled insincerely and cupped his fists towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any experience in the military. I've only watched for a short while, how could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled and said, "Heh. I didn't expect General Li to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court, gain the Emperor's favor, and be a competent Yamacho in the Academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified general in the Black Armored Army." Seeing Li Zishuan's humble attitude, this old man took advantage of his seniority to flaunt his seniority. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than this junior. This junior also knows that my abilities are limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good general in the military. If General Qiu has the time and can impart some experience to me, this junior will be very grateful." "Ha! What? General Li has been watching for so long, have you seen anything?" The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. This old man had previously humiliated him in front of Duan Zhishuan. Now that Duan Zhishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although this was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover either. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to beat him. He. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan put on a fake smile and clasped his fists towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any military experience. I've only watched for a short while, how could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he smiled and said, "Heh. I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court and gain the Emperor's favor. You can be a competent Yamacho in the Academy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified general in the Black Armored Army." Seeing Li Zishuan's humble attitude, this old man took advantage of his seniority to flaunt his seniority. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than mine. I also know that my abilities are limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good general in the army. If General Qiu has the time and can impart some of your experience to me, I will be very grateful." "Ha! Why? You've been watching for so long, Li Zishuan, have you seen anything?" The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. Previously, this old man had humiliated him in front of Duan Zhishuan. Now that Duan Zhishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although that was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover either. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to defeat him. He. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan put on a fake smile and clasped his fists towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any military experience. I've only watched for a short while. How could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he grinned and said, "Heh. I didn't expect you to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't like the Imperial Court. It's also not something your Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court, gain the Emperor's favor, and be a competent Yamacho in the academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified general in the Black Armored Army." Seeing Li Zishuan's humble attitude, this old man took advantage of his seniority to take advantage of the situation. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Your experience and knowledge are naturally much richer than this junior. This junior also knows that my abilities are limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good general. If General Qiu has the time and can impart some of your experience to me, this junior will be very grateful." "Heh? What? You've been watching for so long, Li Zishuan, have you seen anything?" The Black Armored Army's camp. At this moment, the soldiers were training in full swing. Li Zishuan was also seriously observing the training of the soldiers on the drill grounds. He mainly wanted to understand more about the training methods of the soldiers of this era. After all, the military books that Li Jing gave him were only written descriptions. Things like the art of war had to be combined with theory and practice. Just as he was reading with relish, a sonorous and powerful voice exploded in his ears. He couldn't help but be startled. Turning his head to look, he saw that it was his old enemy, Qiu Xingong, who had walked over without him noticing. Li Zishuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. He thought to himself that this old man didn't come with good intentions. This old man had previously humiliated him in front of Duan Zhishuan. Now that Duan Zhishuan wasn't here, would this old man do something out of line? Although that was what he thought, Li Zishuan wasn't afraid of Qiu Xingong at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. In front of so many people, what could this old man do to him? Speaking of which, he, Li Zishuan, wasn't a pushover either. If they really fought one-on-one, Qiu Xingong might not be able to beat him. He. So it's General Qiu. Li Zishuan put on a fake smile and clasped his fists towards Qiu Xingong. He then said, "This junior has just entered the military camp and has never had any military experience. I've only watched for a short while, how could I have seen anything?" Qiu Xingong was stunned at first. He probably didn't expect Li Zishuan to be so carefree and admit his inadequacies directly. After being stunned for a moment, he grinned and said, "Heh. I didn't expect Colonel Li to be so self-aware. This is a good thing. The Black Armored Army's camp isn't comparable to the Imperial Court. It's also not something that Yanhuang College can compare to. You can be a fish in water in the Imperial Court, obtain the Emperor's favor, and be a competent Yamacho in the Academy. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can be a qualified colonel in the Black Armored Army. Seeing Li Zishuan's humble attitude, this old man took advantage of his seniority to flaunt his seniority. Li Zishuan resisted the urge to ridicule him and said, "General Qiu has fought alongside His Majesty for many years. Naturally, your experience and knowledge are much richer than this junior's. This junior also knows that my abilities are limited and I'm not sure if I can be a good colonel. If General Qiu has the time and can impart some of your experience to me, this junior will be very grateful." Chapter 1732. Currently, the Black Armored Army is divided into 5 battalions, A, B, C, D, and E, respectively. They are located at the east, west, south, and north corners of the drill ground, as well as the center. Each battalion has 1,000 people. Lieutenant Zhang Shigui of the A Battalion is at the peak of the Qi stage. He has been in the army for 11 years. Back then, he fought alongside His Majesty against Wang Shichong and Dou Jianda. He is one of the oldest generals in the Black Armored Army. Lieutenant Zhang Kongyan of the C Battalion has been in the army for 7 years. Lieutenant Lu De of the D Battalion has been in the army for 7 years. Lieutenant Sun Jiping of the E Battalion has been in the army for 3 years. He just joined the Black Armored Army not long ago and is the only new recruit among the 5 Black Armored Army captains. Sun Jiping was originally a general in the Northern Imperial Army. He has outstanding military achievements and is good at commanding troops. At such a young age, he has already reached the peak of the Qi stage. He has great potential. In the Black Armored Army's main camp, Duan Zhishuan brought Li Zishuan around the drill ground to inspect the 5 battalions. As he inspected them, he explained to Li Zishuan. "Zhang Shigui? Sun Jiping?" When Li Zishuan heard Duan Zhishuan's explanation, he couldn't help but be surprised. Out of the 5 names that Duan Zhishuan mentioned, 2 of them were Li Zishuan. They were Zhang Shigui and Sun Jiping. There was no need to talk about Zhang Shigui. Those who had watched the TV series, The Legend of Shui Rengui, would know that there was a villain in the Tang dynasty named Zhang Shigui. He was jealous of his subordinates' achievements and framed the famous general, Shui Rengui. Cough, cough, in truth, this was just the novel vilifying Zhang Shigui's mission. In the official history books, Zhang Shigui was actually a famous general of the Great Tang, a founding general of the Great Tang. His military exploits were illustrious. Moreover, he knew people well, loved his soldiers, had a keen political insight, and was skilled in both civil and martial arts. He could definitely be called a famous general of his generation, completely different from the unofficial history books. Zhang Shigui joined the army at a young age and joined Li Yuan at the end of the Sui dynasty. Later, he gradually mingled with Li Er. When Li Er established the Black Armored Army, Zhang Shigui was one of the first Black Armored Army generals. His personal strength was not bad, but in that era of famous generals, his edge was completely overshadowed by Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingde, Cheng Yaojin, and the other exceptional generals. It was to the extent that he was still only a mid-level general in the Black Armored Army, while Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and the others had become great generals of one of the 12 guards of the capital. Li Zishuan never thought that he would meet someone like Zhang Shigui in the Black Armored Army's camp. He could not help but take a few more glances at Zhang Shigui. If meeting Zhang Shigui was a surprise, to Li Zishuan, meeting Sun Jiping in the Black Armored Army's camp was a pleasant surprise. Sun Jiping used to be a subordinate of Dugu Xian and held the position of a military officer in the Northern Yamen Imperial Army. Last year, when Li Zishuan led the army to besiege the Snake Spirit Mountain, the main force was the Northern Yamen Imperial Army. To a certain extent, Sun Jiping could be considered as a comrade who had fought side by side with Li Zishuan. In that battle, many Imperial Army soldiers were killed or injured, but Sun Jiping was lucky enough to survive. After returning to the capital, Sun Jiping was promoted to the position of a general in the Northern Yamen Imperial Army because of his military exploits. It was because of his participation in that battle that Sun Jiping's attitude towards Li Zishuan became extremely respectful. Although Li Zishuan was young, he was a man who had annihilated a mountain sect and avenged his fellow soldiers. He was worthy of Sun Jiping's respect for the rest of his life. Furthermore, when Cui Yunhan had led the students from the Hongwen school to besiege the Li Zishuan, it was Sun Jiping who had led the troops to rescue Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan would never have thought that he would meet Sun Jiping in the Black Armored Army. Moreover, Sun Jiping had even become a lieutenant. He was very curious as to how Duan Zhishuan had managed to poach Sun Jiping from the Imperial Army. However, all these were not important. The most important thing was that he had finally met an old acquaintance in the Black Armored Army. This was really not easy. Why? Have you heard of these two people before? Duan Zhishuan asked curiously when he saw Li Zishuan's reaction. Cough cough. I've heard of them, of course I've heard of them. Li Zishuan coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic. This Black Armored Army is really filled with talented people. Duan Zhishuan did not suspect anything and nodded. That's right. The soldiers in the Black Armored Army are all elites from the various armies. It is because they are all elite soldiers that His Majesty was able to defeat Wang Shichong's army of 100,000 with just 3,000 Black Armored Army during the crucial battle in Luoyang. Li Zishuan could not help but nod his head. Sometimes, quality was more important than quantity. It was the same principle as the special forces of the modern era. Those who could become special forces were the kings of soldiers. If such people were to form a group of elite soldiers, they would be like a sharp sword on the battlefield. They would often be able to achieve unexpected results. Half a month ago, His Majesty ordered the 12 military guards to step up their training. All the soldiers are urgently preparing for battle. As the Black Armored Army has just been expanded and His Majesty has high hopes for them, the training pressure on the Black Armored Army is undoubtedly the greatest. Now that Li Zishuan has come to the barracks, I hope that you can integrate into the Black Armored Army as soon as possible so that the Black Armored Army can become a fighting force as soon as possible. Duan Zhishuan suddenly sighed and said faintly. Li Zishuan clasped his fist and said, "It is my duty to do so." Let me bring you to continue watching. Duan Zhishuan nodded and pointed to a group of soldiers who were training on the drill ground. He said, "Ever since His Majesty led the officials to Yanhuang College to watch your military training ceremony last year, the various barracks in the capital have gradually begun to implement your formation training method. It is not difficult and has some similarities with the previous training methods in the barracks. You saw it when the soldiers gathered on the drill ground this morning. They stood in neat formation. However, the Black Armored Army is still cavalry. The focus of our training is on their horse skills." After listening to Duan Zhishuan's explanation, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel enlightened. With a face full of approval, he said, "Great General, you're right. Posture and formation are only the basics of military training. It's only to allow the soldiers to maintain better spirit and a more orderly formation. In a war, it's more about the individual qualities of the soldiers. I believe that the Black Armored Army's training will focus on two aspects. First, it is to train the soldiers' physical fitness. The Black Armored Army is a heavy cavalry. All the soldiers wear armor and armor. In war, it is very taxing on their physical fitness. We must ensure that all the soldiers have sufficient physical fitness. Second, it is to cultivate the rapport between the soldiers and their horses. The horses are the cavalry's second life on the battlefield. Only when the two work together can the advantages of the cavalry be maximized." Not bad, not bad. In such a short period of time, Li Zishuan was able to understand these 2 points. This is already very commendable. Next, I can rest assured that the training of the Black Armored Army will be handed over to you. Duan Zhishuan said with a face full of praise. Chapter 1733. This is my first time in military affairs and there are many things I do not understand. I hope that General will enlighten me when the time comes. After conversing with Duan Zhishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's Mirror of 6 Armies, and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. Kiki. Of course, of course. Duan Zhishuan smiled knowingly and replied. Great General, what are the soldiers of the A Battalion doing? Are they preparing for the equestrian archery training? Coincidentally, at this moment, the formation of the 1st Battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out warhorses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 warhorses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Zhishuan looked towards the direction of the voice and smiled, Kiki. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and asked, General, what do you mean? Seeing Li Zishuan humbly asking for advice, Duan Zhishuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, to use the horses, they have to train them first. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. This is not an easy task and requires meticulous and patient training of the horses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out their equestrian archery training, the soldiers must have some intimate interactions with their war horses. For example, caressing them, scratching them, washing them, providing them with clean water, and feeding them fresh fodder. This is to increase the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their full potential on the battlefield. Li Zishuan was enlightened when he heard this. I see. Just now, I said that I would increase the rapport between the soldiers and the horses in future training. I did not expect that the black armored troops had already used this training method. I am ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. This general is new to military affairs, so there are still many things I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope that the general will not be stingy with his guidance. After talking to Duan Zhishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's Mirror of 6 Armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. Well said, well said. Duan Zhishuan smiled knowingly and agreed. Great General, what are the soldiers of the A Battalion doing? Are you preparing for equestrian archery training? At this moment, the formation of the A Battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out war horses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 war horses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Zhishuan followed the voice and looked over. Stroking his beard, he said with a smile, her. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, Great General, what do you mean? Seeing that Li Zishuan was humbly asking for advice, Duan Zhishuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, to use the horses, they must first train them. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. This is not an easy task. It requires meticulous and patient training of the horses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out equestrian archery training, the soldiers must interact with their war horses intimately. For example, caressing, scratching, washing, providing clean water, and feeding fresh grass to strengthen the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their greatest combat prowess on the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was enlightened. So that's the case. Just now, I said that in the future training, we should increase the tacit understanding between the soldiers and the horses. I didn't expect that the black armored troops had already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. For the Tang dynasty to be able to have such power in this era, I'm new to the military and there are many things I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope that the great general will enlighten me. After conversing with Duan Zhishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the future training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he needed to combine it with Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. Sure. Duan Zhishuan smiled knowingly and replied. Great General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are they preparing for equestrian archery training? Coincidentally, at this moment, the formation of the 1st Battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out warhorses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 warhorses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Zhishuan looked towards the direction of the voice and stroked his beard. Yes and no. Li Zishuan's eyes narrowed and he couldn't help but ask, Great General, what do you mean? Seeing that Li Zishuan was humbly asking for advice, Duan Zhishuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, to use the horses, they must first train them. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. To do this, it is not easy. It requires meticulous and patient training of the horses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out equestrian archery training, the soldiers must interact with their war horses intimately. For example, caressing, scratching, washing, providing clean water, and feeding fresh grass to strengthen the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their greatest combat prowess on the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was enlightened. So that's the case. Just now, I said that in the future training, we should increase the tacit understanding between the soldiers and their horses. I didn't expect that the black armored troops had already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. For the Tang dynasty to be able to have such a great military force in this era, there are still many things that I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope that the great general will enlighten me. After conversing with Duan Zhishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the future training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. Of course. Duan Zhishuan smiled knowingly and replied. Great General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are they preparing for equestrian archery training? Coincidentally, at this moment, the formation of the A battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out warhorses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 warhorses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Jishuan looked towards the direction of the voice and smiled. He. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, what does the great general mean? Seeing that Li Zishuan was humbly asking for advice, Duan Jishuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, in order to use the horses, they must first train the horses. Even though horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. This is not an easy task and requires meticulous and patient training of the horses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out equestrian archery training, the soldiers must interact with their war horses intimately. For example, caressing, scratching, washing, providing clean water, and feeding fresh grass to strengthen the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their greatest combat prowess on the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was enlightened. So that's how it is. Just now, I said that in the future training, would increase the content of developing a tacit understanding between the soldiers and the horses. I didn't expect the black armored troops to have already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. For the Tang dynasty to be able to have such a great military force in this era, there are still many things that I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope that the Grand General will enlighten me. After conversing with Duan Jishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the black armored troops' future training. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. He. Of course. Duan Jishuan smiled knowingly and replied. Grand General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are they preparing for equestrian archery training? Coincidentally, at this moment, the formation of the 1st Battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out warhorses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 warhorses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Jishuan looked towards the direction of the voice and smiled. He. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, what does the Grand General mean? Seeing that Li Zishuan was humbly seeking advice, Duan Jishuan patiently explained, the black armored army is a cavalry unit. Other than physical training, the soldiers also have horsemanship training. However, in order to use a horse, they must first train the horse. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make them accept the intentions of the soldiers and use the strength of the horses effectively, the soldiers and the horses have to develop a tacit understanding and relationship. This was not an easy task. It required a lot of meticulous and patient training of the warhorse. Therefore, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops carry out their equestrian archery training, the soldiers must have some intimate interactions with their war horses. For example, caressing them, scratching them, washing them, providing them with clean water, and feeding them fresh fodder. This is to increase the bond between the soldiers and their war horses. Only then can the cavalry unleash their full potential on the battlefield. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was enlightened. So that's the case. Just now, I said that in the future training, we should increase the tacit understanding between the soldiers and the horses. I didn't expect the black armored troops to have already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. For the Tang dynasty to be able to have such power in this era, I'm new to the military and there are many things I don't understand. When the time comes, I hope the Grand General can enlighten me. After conversing with Duan Zhishuan, Li Zishuan was enlightened. At the very least, he had a rough plan for the future training of the black armored troops. As for the details, he would need to use Li Jing's mirror of 6 armies and the training methods of modern soldiers to supplement and perfect it. He. Sure. Duan Zhishuan smiled knowingly and replied. Grand General, what are the soldiers of the A battalion doing? Are they preparing for equestrian archery training? At this moment, the formation of the A battalion dispersed. The soldiers brought out warhorses from the stables and came to the drill ground. 1 man and 1 horse. Very quickly, more than 1,000 soldiers and more than 1,000 warhorses once again formed a neat square formation. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan couldn't help but ask in confusion. Duan Zhishuan looked towards the direction of the voice and stroked his beard. He. Yes and no. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but ask, Grand General, what do you mean? Seeing that Li Zishuan was humbly asking for advice, Duan Zhishuan patiently explained, the black armored troops are cavalry. Other than physical training, they also have equestrian training. However, to use the horses, they have to train them first. Although horses understand humans, they are still beasts. In order to make the horse more receptive to the intentions of the soldiers, and to make the horse's strength a useful drain, the soldiers should be allowed to develop a tacit understanding and affection with the horse, so that the man and the horse can become one. To do this, it is not easy. It requires meticulous and patient training of the war horses. Hence, under normal circumstances, before the black armored troops undergo equestrian archery training, the soldiers have to interact with their war horses intimately. For example, caressing, scratching, washing, providing clean water and feeding fresh grass to increase the bond between the soldiers and the war horses. On the battlefield, only then can the cavalry unleash their full potential. Li Zishuan heard this and was enlightened. So that's how it is. Just now, I said that in the future training, would increase the content of developing a tacit understanding between the soldiers and the war horses. I didn't expect that the black armored troops had already used this training method. I'm ashamed. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the ancients. Chapter 1734. Qiu Xingong was originally inspecting the training of the soldiers in 2nd Battalion. Before Li Zishuan came to the barracks, he was in charge of the daily training of the black armored army. Just now, one of his personal guards suddenly came to report that Li Zishuan was going to display his archery skills on the drill ground. Qiu Xingong was instantly energized. Li Zishuan's master was spiritual master Ling Su and his martial arts were superb. This was something that the entire Chang'an city and even the entire world knew. However, at the same time, everyone also knew that Li Zishuan's weapon of choice was the sword and not the bow. One had to know that there were many types of bows. The horn bow used by the black armored army was completely different from the bow used by the common people. Even though Li Zishuan had used a bow before, it was impossible for him to adapt and familiarize himself with the special horn bow in the army in such a short period of time. Therefore, Li Zishuan's archery skills demonstration this time was undoubtedly a humiliation to Qiu Xingong. How could he miss such a good show? It's not a demonstration. It's just that I have never used a bow before. Now that I have joined the black armored army, I should at least learn the art of equestrian archery. Therefore, I asked someone to bring me a bow to give it a try. Li Zishuan had lived 2 lifetimes. Although he wasn't considered to be a sophisticated person, his emotional intelligence was definitely not bad. How could he not see that Qiu Xingong wanted to see him make a fool out of himself? However, after all, he had never used a bow before and he wasn't sure how he would perform later. Therefore, he didn't boast. He didn't like to show off something that he wasn't confident in. You are too humble, Instructor Li. Qiu Xingong walked to Li Zishuan and said with a fake smile, in the entire Chang'an city, who doesn't know that Instructor Li is the son of an immortal and has unparalleled martial arts? Why would you be stumped by a mere bow? Oh. This is a 3-stone bow? TSK, Instructor Li's arm strength is indeed amazing. It was this old man who couldn't help but click his tongue and sigh when he saw the horn bow that one of Duan Zhishuan's personal guards handed to Li Zishuan. In the Tang dynasty, 1 stone was equivalent to 106 caddies in modern times. Hence, a 3-stone bow would require an arm strength of more than 300 caddies to draw. To most people, this requirement was quite high. To most people in modern times who were in suboptimal health all year round, an arm strength of more than 300 caddies was simply unattainable. However, to those who practiced martial arts, it was not difficult, especially for a martial arts master like Li Zishuan. In addition, when the soldiers of the Tang dynasty joined the army, there was usually a hard condition, and that was that they had to be able to draw at least 1 stone bow. General Qiu has been through hundreds of battles and your archery skills are unparalleled. Why are you making fun of me? Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to Qiu Xingong, this young man. He pulled out an arrow from the quiver on the back of the soldier beside him. On the other side, there was naturally a soldier who had set up a target 300 zhang away from Li Zishuan. 300 feet, 100 meters, 100 steps away. This distance wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. The maximum range of an ancient bow was about 200 meters, and its effective range was only about 100 meters. Chonyo, look! What is Yamacho doing? On the other side, at the training ground of the Wu Battalion, Yuchi Baolin, who had just finished his military formation training and was taking a short break, saw a group of people surrounding Li Zishuan in the middle of the training ground. He hurriedly pushed Cheng Chumo's arm and pointed in Li Zishuan's direction. What? Cheng Chumo didn't react at first, but when he looked at where Yuchi Baolin was pointing, he was shocked. What the F***ck, why is Xiao Xian holding a bow? Is he going to compete with someone in archery? I've never heard of him using a bow before. Archery? Yamacho knows how to use a bow. Hearing this, Yuchi Baolin was also puzzled. It was true that he worshipped Li Zishuan, but an outstanding archer had to go through many years of practice. Could it be that Li Zishuan had been practicing archery for a long time? Let's go. Let's go and take a look. Cheng Chumo waved his hand and said. But what if the lieutenant wants us to gather for training later? Although Yuchi Baolin wanted to go and take a look, he hesitated when he remembered that this was a military camp and he had to follow the military rules. Are you stupid? Let's just go for a while, and didn't you see that Lieutenant's son is also there? Let's go quickly. Cheng Chumo patted Yuchi Baolin's arm in disappointment. Coincidentally, the lieutenant of the Wu Battalion, Sun Jiping, was also walking towards Li Zishuan. Sun Jiping's eyes suddenly lit up, and without saying anything, he dragged Yuchi Baolin and ran towards Li Zishuan. This is my first time shooting an arrow, please don't laugh at me. On the other side, Li Zishuan took a deep breath and said to Duan Zhishuan and Qiu Xingong who were beside him. Then he took 2 steps back and stood still. He nocked an arrow and focused all his energy on the arrow. At this moment, his eyes were only focused on the center of the target that was 300 feet away. During this short period of time, there were already quite a number of soldiers who had noticed the commotion. Those who had training missions only dared to sneak a peek at Li Zishuan's side. Soldiers like the Wu Battalion who happened to be taking a half-time break, came closer, wanting to see how good Li Zishuan's archery skills were. After all, before Li Zishuan entered the Black Armored Army, he was already a famous figure in the Great Tang Empire. Now that he was about to show off his archery skills, how could the soldiers not be curious? Qiu Xingong, on the other hand, was secretly laughing in his heart. Because from Li Zishuan's action of drawing the bow and knocking the arrow just now, Li Zishuan was definitely a complete novice in archery. It was hard to say if such a novice could even hit the target at such a distance, let alone the center of the target. At this moment, Qiu Xingong really hoped that all the soldiers in the army would come over to take a look. If that happened, Li Zishuan would definitely become the laughing stock of the soldiers. He might even be too ashamed to continue staying in the black armored army. On the other hand, Duan Zhishuan's heart sank. Obviously, he could also see that Li Zishuan's archery was a little unfamiliar. Initially, he only wanted to see how good Li Zishuan's archery skills were. But after Qiu Xingong came, the nature of the situation changed completely. If Li Zishuan didn't perform well, Qiu Xingong could use this as an excuse to suppress Li Zishuan's reputation in the black armored army. But now, the arrow was already knocked on the bow and had to be released. Even if Duan Zhishuan wanted to stop it, he couldn't. He could only wait and see. Li Zishuan, who was in the eye of the storm, didn't have the slightest bit of worry like Duan Zhishuan. At this moment, his eyes were only on the target and his heart was only on the arrow. He had already felt the weight of the arrow and the force of the angle bow when he was knocking the arrow. At this moment, he was using his powerful mental strength and knowledge of physics and mathematics to deduce and calculate the trajectory and landing point of the arrow in the air. In the eyes of others, there was only Li Zishuan knocking the arrow and the target in the distance. But in Li Zishuan's world, there were many invisible parabola lines between the arrow and the target. Different force and angle of release corresponded to different trajectories and landing points. A simple engineering student could easily deduce the trajectory and landing point of an arrow with a known speed and angle of release, but unfortunately, this engineering student couldn't pull the bow. A strong martial artist could easily pull the three-stone bow, but when he tried to shoot the arrow for the first time, he would definitely not be able to hit the target 300 feet away. This was because he lacked experience and couldn't calculate the landing point of the arrow. And Li Zishuan happened to be the perfect combination of the two. He was an engineering otaku with excellent martial arts skills. It's done. This is the force and the angle. Although it was a complicated process to deduce and calculate the trajectory and landing point of the arrow, for Li Zishuan who had powerful mental strength, it only took him a few breaths to complete. Soon, he found a perfect parabola among the many invisible trajectories of the arrow. With a whoosh, the arrow that left the bowstring made a whistling sound as it flew rapidly toward the target 300 feet away. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Qiu Xingong was already prepared to burst into laughter, while Duan Zhishuan had a serious look on his face. He was already thinking about how he could help Li Zishuan out of this predicament later. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin just happened to arrive at this moment. The two of them could only look at the arrow that had left the bowstring and pray in their hearts that it would definitely hit the target. Bang! A distance of 300 feet was nothing more than a blink of an eye for the arrow that had been shot out. Under everyone's gaze, the arrow hit the target hard and made a dull sound. It hit the target. It hit the target. Yuchi Baolin couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. What a pity that it almost hit the bullseye. Cheng Chumo said regretfully as the arrow hit the fourth ring. Most of the archery targets in the Tang dynasty only had 5 rings, which was different from modern times. It was only a few inches away from the bullseye of the 5th ring. On the other side, the smile on Qiu Xingong's face suddenly froze. Although the arrow did not hit the bullseye, it was still very close to the bullseye. One had to know that this was Li Zishuan's first time shooting an arrow. It was definitely not embarrassing to have such a result. One had to know that in the black armored army, it was extremely rare for someone to be able to hit the bullseye from 300 feet away. At first, he thought that Li Zishuan would definitely miss the target on his first try. But now, with such an ending, how could he still smile? Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Qiu Xingong was stunned, but Duan Zhishuan was happy. He was stunned for a while before he could not help but clap his hands and laugh. Adjunct Li can hit the bullseye from 300 feet away on his first try. Such talent is really rare. What? This is Adjunct Li's first time shooting an arrow? When the surrounding soldiers who came to watch the fun heard Duan Zhishuan say that this was Li Zishuan's first time shooting an arrow, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Just now, they only thought that Li Zishuan hitting the fourth ring of the target from such a long distance was already very good, but after hearing Duan Zhishuan's words, how good was this? It was simply a monster. Who could shoot an arrow so accurately on their first try? Alas! What a miscalculation. I actually neglected the wind speed. What a pity. The crowd around him exclaimed in surprise, but our main character didn't seem to have heard the praises and exclamations from the audience. At first, he was disappointed because according to his calculations, this arrow should have hit the bullseye perfectly. But now, he only hit the fourth ring. Of course, he was disappointed. After being disappointed, he tried to find the reason. He squatted down and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he understood and could not help but murmur. At the beginning, he had considered the speed, angle, and gravity of the arrow, but he had neglected the wind speed. Fortunately, the distance between him and the target was not long, and the speed of the arrow was fast enough. Otherwise, if he missed the target by a millimeter or 1,000 miles, his arrow might have missed the target directly. If that happened, it would be a joke. What? Li Zishuan's voice was too soft, so Duan Zhishuan did not hear it clearly. However, he could feel the regret in Li Zishuan's voice. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his fists towards Duan Zhishuan. When this general was shooting the arrow, I neglected the wind speed, so I did not hit the bullseye. This general wants to try again. I hope that the Grand General will allow it. Adjunct Li wants to try again? Duan Zhishuan was shocked when he heard this, but at the same time, he was also a little troubled. Who knew if Li Zishuan's arrow was a fluke, or if the next arrow would miss the target? Right. You should shoot a few more times. Archery is very dependent on luck. Qiu Xingong's eyes lit up as he hurriedly agreed. Obviously, this old man thought that Li Zishuan's first arrow was purely luck. If he tried a few more times, he would definitely not be so lucky. As for Li Zishuan's claim that his first arrow did not hit the bullseye because he neglected the wind speed, Qiu Xingong felt that it was completely boasting. The young man did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and did not know when to stop. He had to pay the price. All right. Then Adjunct Li will try again. Duan Zhishuan's face darkened. After hearing Qiu Xingong's words, he had to agree even if he did not want to. Thank you, Grand General. Li Zishuan cupped his fists and then smiled at Qiu Xingong. Then, without wasting any time, he squatted down and picked up a handful of grass. Then, he released his hand and the grass fell with the wind. Southeast wind, 3.5 meters per second. Soon, Li Zishuan estimated the current wind speed. Then, he directly took out an arrow from the quiver on the soldier's back. His powerful spiritual power began to move. Countless invisible lines appeared before his eyes. This time, the lines were different from the previous ones. There was an additional correction of wind speed compensation. It should be about time. Soon, Li Zishuan finished his deduction and calculation. He chose the best shooting angle and speed, and the arrow was shot out again. With a whoosh, there was a sonic boom in the air. Everyone held their breaths and stared at the arrow that left the bowstring. At this time, Li Zishuan looked away. This was because when the arrow was in mid-air, he was already sure that this arrow would hit the bullseye. He did not stop and quickly took out another arrow. Using the same speed and angle as before, he shot the arrow again. In this way, 3 arrows were shot consecutively. Bang, bang, bang. Li Zishuan's hand movements were as fast as lightning. The arrow's speed in the air was also as fast as lightning. Soon, the 3 arrows hit the target and made 3 sounds of impact. It hit. 3 consecutive arrows, all hit the bullseye. Duan Zhishuan's eyes were fixed on the target. When the 3rd arrow hit the bullseye, he suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost and could not help but exclaim. At the center of the bullseye, 3 arrows hit the bullseye one after the other. Moreover, the arrow at the back just happened to hit the arrow in front. In other words, all 3 arrows hit the same spot. This level of archery was simply amazing. The scene fell into a dead silence. However, after the silence, there was madness. Everyone was shocked. These 3 consecutive arrows all hit the bullseye? And all 3 arrows hit the same spot. How is this possible? Instructor Li's archery is amazing. All hail Instructor Li. The surrounding soldiers could not help but exclaim. At this time, Qiu Xingong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not understand how Li Zishuan could hit the bullseye with all 3 arrows on his first try. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to attack Li Zishuan's reputation in the Black Armored Army. However, who knew that in the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. Chapter 1735. Good. 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 On the training ground, Qiu Xingong's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Duan Zhishuan, on the other hand, was in a good mood. He clapped his hands and laughed. I didn't expect Adjunct Li to be so talented in archery. Huh. General Qiu, what do you think of Adjunct Li's archery skills? As he finished speaking, Duan Zhishuan glanced at Qiu Xingong with a spurious smile. Earlier, Qiu Xingong wanted to humiliate Li Zishuan at every turn, so wasn't that the same as slapping Duan Zhishuan's face? It was impossible for Duan Zhishuan to not be unhappy. Now that Li Zishuan had exceeded everyone's expectations, not only did he not embarrass himself, he even made a name for himself with these 3 arrows. Duan Zhishuan obviously wanted to counterattack Qiu Xingong. Hearing that, Qiu Xingong instantly felt as if he had eaten feces. His old face flushed red, and after a moment of stuttering, he finally opened his mouth and said, Adjunct Li, it's your first time shooting, and you're already so accurate. Of course, you're talented. Cough cough, but on the battlefield, there won't be such a dead target standing there for others to shoot at. So, Adjunct Li needs to practice diligently in the future. After saying this, Qiu Xingong felt that he couldn't stay here any longer and wanted to find an excuse to leave. However, he saw that there were already quite a number of Black Armored Army soldiers surrounding him. He rolled his eyes and immediately shouted, What are you all doing here? Don't you think the training mission is heavy enough? Get back to your training. Yes. General Qiu. When the soldiers saw Qiu Xingong's expression, they knew that this old fellow was not in a good mood right now. Thus, they hurriedly responded and scattered like birds, returning to their respective camps for training. Let's go. Let's go back to training. Even Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin didn't dare to provoke Qiu Xingong at this time. Cheng Chumo saw Li Zishuan's prowess just now and wanted to talk to Li Zishuan for a while. Hearing this, he could only yell and leave with Yuchi Baolin. As the lieutenant of the V camp, Sun Jiping naturally had no reason to stay. He cupped his fist towards Li Zishuan and left without caring if Li Zishuan could see him. General Duan, the A camp hasn't been patrolled yet. I won't keep you company. Qiu Xingong's expression became slightly better when he saw that the soldiers had dispersed. He cupped his fists towards Duan Zhishuan and said indifferently. Duan Zhishuan nodded and said, Zhishuan, Duan, General. Yes. Only then did Qiu Xingong turn and leave. Only Li Zishuan, Duan Zhishuan, and 2 of Duan Zhishuan's personal guards were left in the temporary shooting range that had been quite lively just a moment ago. Li Zishuan returned the bow to one of the personal guards, then went up to Duan Jishuan and said, "This general was just interested in testing the bows in the army. I didn't expect to cause such a big commotion and attract General Chiu and the other generals here. This is truly a crime." Duan Jishuan laughed and said, "Haha. No worries. There are some people who want to see you make a fool of yourself. Even if you didn't call them over, they would have come by themselves. You can't be blamed for this." Although Duan Jishuan didn't mention any names, everyone knew who the person who wanted to see Li Zishuan make a fool of himself was. Li Zishuan's expression was normal and he didn't say anything. Duan Jishuan could say that about Qiu Xingong, but he couldn't. No matter what, Qiu Xingong's position in the Black Armored Army was higher than his. Whether it was in the ancient times or modern times, it wasn't good to criticize one's superior in front of others. Seeing that Li Zishuan didn't say anything, Duan Jishuan looked at him with admiration and took the initiative to say, "Instructor Li, you should be more familiar with the Black Armored Army now, right? I still have things to do. Instructor Li, you can walk around by yourself." He only wanted to bring Li Zishuan to familiarize himself with the Black Armored Army. He didn't expect to cause so much trouble. Li Zishuan clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, Grand General." Duan Jishuan waved his hand and left. Li Zishuan thought for a while and then walked towards the training square of the Wu Battalion. When he was doing the roll call in the morning, he didn't notice that the lieutenant of the Black Armored Army's Wu Battalion was Sun Jiping. After all, there were so many people and he couldn't see how everyone looked like. However, when Sun Jiping clasped his fist and bowed to him, he had already noticed it. Since he met someone he knew here, he naturally wanted to meet him. No matter what, they would be colleagues in the future. Every unit is bringing people to the stables to get their horses and bows. Next, we will begin the equestrian archery training. Same rules: before noon, those who fail 3 tests are not allowed to eat lunch. Do you hear me? Li Zishuan had just arrived near the square of the Wu Battalion when he heard Sun Jiping lecturing the soldiers. His voice was loud and clear, and his tone was serious. He had the dignity of a general. He couldn't help but praise Sun Jiping in his heart. It seemed that this Sun Jiping had some talent as a general. "Yes, sir." The soldiers were already used to this. It was obvious that they had been through this before. Hearing Sun Jiping's words, they responded loudly. Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin were completely dumbfounded. They had just joined the Black Armored Army today and didn't know what the equestrian archery assessment was. They had to undergo such a harsh punishment. If they failed the assessment, wouldn't they not be able to eat lunch? Then how would they train in the afternoon? Lieutenant Sun, Baolin and I have to take the assessment too? The soldiers dispersed in all directions. Cheng Chumo walked up to Sun Jiping unwillingly and asked anxiously. Sun Jiping frowned and said with a serious face, "Regardless of the background of the soldiers in the Black Armored Army, once they enter the camp, they will be treated the same. Although the 2 of you have just joined the Black Armored Army today, there will be no exceptions for the assessment. If you fail the assessment, you will still be punished. In the Wu Battalion, if you want to eat, you have to train hard." Isn't that a little too unfair? Cheng Chumo was suddenly dumbfounded. Sun Jiping's words had blocked all his escape routes. He could already foresee that he could only watch others eat at noon while he had to starve. Fair? There is no such thing as fairness in this world. There is only strength. Sun Jiping snorted. He thought for a while and said, "However, the 2 of you are from a family of generals and have a strong foundation. As long as you don't slack off during training, the assessment in the Black Armored Army shouldn't be too difficult for you. But no matter what, since the 2 of you have joined the Black Armored Army, the general and I will treat you the same. There is no exception." When the Black Armored Army was expanding and the new recruits just entered the camp, they were all treated the same way. Do you understand? Cheng Chumo could only say helplessly, understood. Then why aren't you going to the stables to get the horses? Sun Jiping said indifferently. Yes, sir. Cheng Chumo replied and left with Yuchi Baolin. Chapter 1736. He. Field Officer Sun is indeed a strict commander. In front of the Wu battalion, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin left after listening to Sun Jiping's lecture. Li Zishuan walked up to Sun Jiping and smiled. Marquis. Sun Jiping was shocked to see Li Zishuan. He quickly cupped his fist and greeted him respectfully. Last year, Li Zishuan led the Imperial Guards to attack the Snake Spirit Mountain. In that battle, the Imperial Guard suffered heavy casualties. Sun Jiping could only watch helplessly as his fellow soldiers died in the hands of Yin Batian and the belly of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. It was extremely painful. However, Li Zishuan destroyed the Snake Spirit Mountain single-handedly and avenged the Imperial Guards. Ever since then, Sun Jiping respected Li Zishuan immensely. Seeing Sun Jiping's respectful look, Li Zishuan chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Haha. This is the military camp. We can address each other as soldiers. You don't have to be so polite." "Yes. I'm joining the army." Hearing Li Zishuan's sincere tone, Sun Jiping hesitated for a moment and cupped his fist. He. Tell me, how did you become the field officer of the Wu battalion? Li Zishuan smiled and asked. He was overjoyed to meet an old acquaintance in the Black Armored Army. However, he was still curious as to how Sun Jiping came to be in the Black Armored Army. Sun Jiping thought for a moment and replied, "Ever since the rebellion in the 4th month, the Black Armored Army suffered heavy losses. His Majesty ordered the reorganization of the Black Armored Army. The soldiers of the Black Armored Army were all selected from the 12 battalions in the capital. General Gudu recommended me. I passed the Black Armored Army's assessment and became the field officer of the Wu battalion." To be able to become the field officer of the Black Armored Army, it proves that your personal ability is outstanding. Hearing this, Li Zishuan nodded and couldn't help but smile. An unnatural expression flashed across Sun Jiping's face. He forced a smile and said, "I'm only at the middle stage of Qi transformation. How can this insignificant ability be considered outstanding?" It was pure luck that he was able to become the lieutenant of the Wu battalion. This general's ability is far inferior to General Dugu and Ho. Lieutenant General, you. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Your personal martial arts realm may not be as good as mine, but you were born in the military after all. In terms of military experience, you are far above me. There is no need to belittle yourself." Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said, "You flatter me, Colonel." Li Zishuan still wanted to say something, but he saw that the soldiers of the Wu battalion were already leading their horses and walking towards them. So he said to Sun Jiping, "Ha. Then continue with your training, I won't hold you up any longer. Come to my tent tonight and let's have a good chat." "Yes. Join the army." Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said. Li Zishuan nodded and turned to leave. He didn't go far, but he stood at the edge of the drill ground and watched the soldiers of the Wu battalion from afar. Because of Sun Jiping, Cheng Chumo, and Yuchi Baolin, he paid special attention to the Wu battalion. He wanted to see how the most elite heavy cavalry of the Tang dynasty trained on a daily basis. These were not shown on TV in his previous life. He could only speculate and imagine from the words in the history books. Now that he could see it with his own eyes, he naturally didn't want to miss it. It was just that he felt that Sun Jiping seemed to have something that he couldn't say. But this wasn't the place to talk, so they could only talk in private at night. Ahem. Campus broadcast for the first time. Campus broadcast for the first time. Li Zishuan started his military career in the Black Armored Army's camp. But at Yanhuang College, everything was as usual. It was not appropriate to say that everything was as usual, because today, Yanhuang College ushered in a new thing, a new thing that appeared for the first time in this era, radio. In the afternoon, the square and beehive-shaped objects on the electric poles on both sides of the road suddenly sounded a person's voice at the same time. Those teachers and students who participated in the killer project and stayed back during the summer vacation were all shocked at this moment. They all looked at the square box on the electric poles nearby. What is this thing? How can it speak? This thing seems to be installed in the early morning, right? I saw someone climb up with a ladder to install it. Was that the sound just now made by that thing? Seems like it. Why does this voice sound so familiar? I think I've heard it somewhere before. I also think it sounds familiar. Hey! I remember now. Listen, doesn't this sound like the voice of the Green Sparrow? The teachers and students of the academy surrounded the square box, radio, on the electric poles in groups of 3 to 5. They could not help but point and talk about it. Fortunately, they were used to all kinds of new things in Yanhuang College in the past year. If an ordinary person at the foot of the mountain encountered such a bizarre thing, he would definitely be scared and think that God or Buddha had come down to earth. There was a high chance that he would kowtow and worship. But after all, these teachers and students of the academy had experienced the influence of engineering knowledge for a year. Moreover, the academy had just developed a loudspeaker not long ago. Although this thing in front of them looked different from a loudspeaker, its function was more or less the same, which was to transmit sound. The only difference was that one needed to be placed next to the speaker's mouth, while the other did not need to be placed next to the speaker. Therefore, not only were the teachers and students of the academy not frightened by the radio on the electric poles, but they were also very curious and wanted to find out what it was. And soon, someone identified the owner of the voice in the radio just now. It was Li Tai. Li Tai's identity was special. Many people in the academy knew him, so it was not strange that someone recognized his voice at this time. Is it really the voice of the Green Sparrow? Could it be that this thing was made by Qin? Too amazing. This thing seems to be able to transmit a person's voice very far away. I wonder where Qin is now. After figuring out the owner of the voice, the teachers and students of the academy immediately exclaimed. Thinking of Li Tai's identity as the deputy chief engineer of the second and third trump card projects of the academy, everyone easily guessed that the radio on the electric poles was probably made by Li Tai. After all, even some teachers in the academy were convinced by Li Tai's talent in engineering. Qin, the sound can be heard from test points 1 to 10. Your radio is a success. Everyone in the academy is talking about you now. Everyone was guessing where Li Tai was at this time. In fact, this little fatty was in the Guanghua building of the academy. Li Tai had applied for a small room from the academy to be used as a radio room. At this time, Iron Egg, Sun Zifen, Qin Huayu, Meng Wenhao, and the others pushed the door open and said excitedly to Li Tai, who was sitting in front of the desk. Chapter 1737. Good. That's great. This is our first success, and we'll have a lot less trouble in the future. In a classroom in the Guanghua building of Yanhuang College, Li Tai said excitedly when he heard the news from Iron Egg. Qin, you're really amazing. Everyone has never heard of this broadcast before. Not only did you come up with it, but you also made it. No wonder even Mr. Mo usually praises you for your outstanding talent. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but sigh. He and Li Tai were competitors in the beginning. Back then, when they were in the mathematics school, either he or Li Tai would be first in every exam. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched in the field of mathematics. However, since the establishment of Yanhuang College last year, Li Zishuan proposed engineering on the basis of the new mathematics. Engineering not only included mathematics, but also physics, chemistry, and other subjects. This made Meng Wenhao a little overwhelmed. Although his exam results were still among the best in the academy, it was difficult for him to pose a strong threat to Li Tai like before. This was because the current Li Tai had transcended the scope of a student and began to lead the students and teachers of the academy to do scientific research projects. No matter what, Li Tai was born into the royal family. His vision and knowledge were naturally not something an ordinary person could compare with. When a person was not only born into a good family, but also worked harder than others, then this person would be very difficult to surpass. Ha! Didn't I tell you before? This broadcast was not my idea. It was all Yamacho's idea. I just followed Yamacho's instructions. Li Tai shook his head and said. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open from the outside. It was Li Gang, Yen Silu, and Mo Huai, the three big shots of the academy together. Wenji, it's here. It's a gadget made by Qin Ke. I heard it's called the broadcast. Yen Silu pointed to Li Tai inside and said with a smile. Broadcast, broadcast, spread widely and widely. What a fitting name. Li Gang thought for a moment and said with a smile. When the people in the room saw Li Gang and the others enter, they hurriedly stood up and saluted, Greetings, Mr. Wenji, Mr. Yen, and Mr. Mo. Li Gang was basically in a state of semi-retirement. He neither taught for the students nor managed the affairs of the academy. However, he still lived in Yunshan. Other than teaching little Anren, he would come to the academy. In the eyes of the old man, the students of the academy were also his children. The old man happened to be in the academy today. When he heard Li Tai's voice resounding throughout the academy, the old teacher was shocked and wanted to find out what was going on. In the end, he happened to meet Yen Silu and Mo Huai. As the current administrator of the academy, Yen Silu naturally knew what Li Tai was doing recently. Thus, the three of them directly came to this small classroom. No need to be so polite. Li Gang smiled and waved his hand. Then, he looked at Li Tai with a kind face and asked, Qin Ke, those radio broadcasts outside, were you the one who created them? Li Tai nodded and said, Yes. Mr. Wenji. The principle of the broadcast was told to Tai by Yamacho. Today, the first test was successful. Tomorrow, Tai plans to have the broadcast installed in every corner of the academy and in every classroom. This way, if the academy has any important announcements to inform the students in the future, it can be directly announced through the broadcast. There's no need to inform each class. Good, good, good. This is a very convenient thing. Li Gang could not help but nod when he heard this. After a pause, he said with emotion, In just a short year, our Yanhuang College, from its initial establishment until now, has been tinkering with many new things that are convenient for the people's livelihood. It seems that Yamacho was right to insist on engineering. Things like the telegraph, the electric light, and the radio, this old man could not even think of them before. Now, we've actually made them all. It's really amazing. Yen Silu could not help but stroke his beard and laugh, This old man thinks so too. After staying in the academy for so long, this old man feels that what Yamacho said back then was very correct. Confucianism cultivates the mind, while engineering benefits the world. Confucianism and engineering do not conflict. This old man believes that with the two complementing each other, our Tang Empire will soon usher in an unprecedented golden age. Li Gang nodded in agreement. At this time, he turned to Mo Huai and asked, Mr. Mo, how is the expansion of the academy and the construction of the mountain guarding formation going? Are there any difficulties? Before Li Zishuan left the academy, he had handed over several very important matters, the most urgent of which were the expansion of Yanhuang College and the construction of the mountain guarding formation. The former was to establish an independent institute for the medical school, similar to the Imperial Medical Department, while the latter was to protect the safety of Yunshan and prevent the crisis of Wujia's sneak attack on the academy. Mo Huai cupped his hands and replied, This old man has already begun to recruit workers and craftsmen a few days ago, focusing on those who have participated in the construction of Yanhuang College. After all, they have experience. Oh, the construction team formed by Hu Lizheng of the Han village is also here this time. Not only did they participate in the construction of Yanhuang College, they were also the main participants in the construction of the Dragon Gate Inn in Lantian County. They can be said to be very experienced. This time, the expansion of the academy is not very big. Only 3 more courtyards need to be built, and then a few buildings to the west of the academy will be divided. Then, a wall will be used to completely separate the School of Engineering and the Medical School. On the contrary, the construction of the mountain guarding formation will be quite tedious. Although the School of Mo is proficient in the construction of mechanisms, and the Divine Ancestor once built a mechanism array in the School of Mo's headquarters, the world was in turmoil and most of the drawings of the mechanism array were lost. Moreover, the terrain of Yunshan is very different from that of the School of Mo's headquarters, so it is not suitable to be mechanically copied. I can only modify it according to the terrain of Yunshan and with the help of the School of Mo's mechanism technique. However, Daoist Li Chuanfeng's words have enlightened me. He said that the mountain guarding formation of Yunshan can be changed by the Taoists 1 yuan, 2 forms, 3 talents, 4 symbols, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 directions. Combined with the School of Mo's mechanism technique, it will make it difficult for those who want to harm the academy to get close to Yunshan. The first draft of the mountain guarding formation's blueprint has basically been completed. Previously, I heard from Yamacho that Daoist Xianxia should be coming to Yunshan soon. When the time comes, I will let Daoist Xianxia check it out. After all, the Celestial Master Path has always been very knowledgeable about the way of formations. Upon hearing this, Li Gang was silent for a moment. Then, he nodded and said, "Yes. That would be the best. The academy has gone through the previous disaster and was almost destroyed. It really can't take any more twists and turns. The construction of the mountain guarding formation must be considered thoroughly." Mo Huai cupped his hands and said, "I understand. Qin Ke, I heard that you are going to Bingzhou and Yunzhou to build telegraph relay stations. When do you plan to set off?" At this moment, Li Gang looked at Li Tai and asked kindly. Chapter 1738. Replying to Teacher Ji, everything needed for the telegraph relay station has been prepared yesterday. Tai had originally planned to set off for Bingzhou after the academy's broadcast was completed. I didn't expect the first experiment to be so successful, so Tai plans to set off tomorrow. The telegraph relay station concerns the outcome of the war between the Great Tang and the Turks. It cannot be delayed. Yanhuang College. Li Tai cupped his hands in greeting to Li Gang in a classroom in Guanghua Building. Although Li Gang wasn't in the imperial court, he had experienced ups and downs in the officialdom all his life. He had long since become shrewd with age, and he had always paid attention to national affairs. When he heard Li Tai say that the telegraph relay station concerns the outcome of the war between the Great Tang and the Turks, he wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he nodded solemnly. "Qin Ke, you're right. The telegraph relay station should be built as soon as possible." Yamacho emphasized this matter before leaving Yunshan. "Since you've already prepared everything, you can bring some of the academy's teachers and students who are participating in the Trump Card project with you to the north tomorrow. The academy will fully cooperate with you in all the manpower and resources you require. We must complete the telegraph relay station as soon as possible." Li Tai cupped his hands in a solemn manner. "Tai, I will not disappoint Yamacho and the rest of you." Li Gang nodded. Suddenly, his eyes focused and he said in a deep voice, "Qin Ke, this old man isn't worried about the technical problems when you lead the team to the north to build the telegraph relay station. This old man and Yamacho both believe that with your talent in engineering, you will be able to solve any problems in front of you. This old man is only worried about your safety. There are many experts in the Turkic kingdom. Although this old man doesn't know about the martial arts world, I know that the Turkic state preceptor is an expert among experts. Previously, he was able to sneak into Yunshan alone to steal confidential information. If he learns that Qin Kai is going to the north to build the telegraph relay station, it's hard to guarantee that he won't do the same thing again. This time, in addition to the teachers and students from the Trump Card Project going north with you, half of the Academy's guards will also go with you. This is because Qin Kai and the rest of you are the hope of our Yanhuang College. Replying to Teacher Ji, everything needed for the telegraph relay station has been prepared yesterday. Tai originally planned to set off for Bingzhou after the Academy's broadcast system was set up. I didn't expect the first experiment to be so successful, so Tai plans to set off tomorrow. The telegraph relay station concerns the outcome of the war between the Great Tang and the Turkic Kingdom. Yanhuang College. Li Tai cupped his hands in greeting to Li Gang in a classroom in Guanghua Building. Although Li Gang wasn't part of the court, he had experienced ups and downs in the officialdom all his life. He had long since become a shrewd old man. Moreover, he had always paid attention to national affairs. When he heard Li Tai say that the telegraph relay station concerned the outcome of the war between the Great Tang and the Turkic Kingdom, he wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he solemnly nodded. Qin Kai, you're right. The telegraph relay station needs to be built sooner rather than later. Before Yamacho left Yunshan, he emphasized this matter. Since you've already prepared everything, tomorrow, you can bring some of the teachers and students from the academy who are participating in the Trump Card Project to the north with you. The academy will provide all the manpower and resources you need. We must complete the telegraph relay station as soon as possible. Li Tai solemnly clasped his hands and said, Tai, I will not disappoint Yamacho and the rest of you. Li Gang nodded. Suddenly, his eyes focused and he sternly said, Qin Kai, this old man isn't worried about the technical problems when you lead the team north to build the telegraph relay station. This old man and Yamacho both believe that with your talent in engineering, you will be able to solve any problems in front of you. This old man is only worried about your safety. In the Turkic Kingdom, there are many experts. Although this old man doesn't know about the martial arts world, I know that the Turkic state preceptor is an expert among experts. Previously, he was able to sneak into Yunshan alone to steal confidential information. If he learns that you're going north to build a telegraph relay station, there's no guarantee that he won't repeat the same trick. Thus, in addition to the teachers and students from the Trump Card Project going north with you, half of the Academy's guards will also go with you. Qin Kai, you are the hope of Yanhuang College. Li Gang nodded. Suddenly, his eyes focused and sternly said, Qin Kai, this old man isn't worried about the technical problems when you lead the team north to build the telegraph relay station. This old man and Yamacho both believe that with your talent in engineering, you will be able to solve any problems in front of you. This old man is only worried about your safety. In the Turkic Kingdom, there are many experts. Although this old man doesn't know about the martial arts world, I know that the Turkic state preceptor is an expert among experts. Previously, he was able to sneak into Yunshan alone to steal confidential information. If he learns that you're going north to build a telegraph relay station, there's no guarantee that he won't repeat the same trick. Thus, in addition to the teachers and students from the Trump Card Project going north with you, half of the Academy's guards will also go with you. This old man is the hope of Yanhuang College. Chapter 1739. Your Majesty, Prince Wei requests an audience. Afternoon, Suite Du Hall. Li Er was absent-mindedly reviewing the memorials. In the morning, the Central Secretariat had already sent out the conscription notices to the various prefectures. This made him feel more or less relieved. However, there was still a problem as to how to deal with the provisions and equipment for the 150,000 soldiers. Li Er couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, a chamberlain suddenly walked in quietly and bowed to Li Er. Oh. Qin Kai? Let him in. Li Er, who was in a mess, raised his head and said to the chamberlain. Yes, sir. The chamberlain accepted the order and left. After a while, Li Tai, who was wearing the Academy scholar's robe, walked in and bowed to Li Er. Your son pays his respects to father. Yes. You may rise. Seeing Li Tai, Li Er's mood instantly improved. Just as Li Gang had said, Li Tai's current actions could be said to be the hope of Yanhuang College and the Tang Empire. How could a father not be gratified to see his son's ability and achievements? Qing Ke, why are you not at Yunshan? Why did you return to the palace? Li Er asked with a smile. Li Tai cupped his hands and replied, Father, I returned to the palace today to bid farewell to father and mother. Bid farewell? Li Er was stunned when he heard this. Then, his expression changed. He leaned forward and asked in a deep voice, Qing Ke, are you leaving for the north? At dusk yesterday, he had received news that the steam engine invented by Li Tai had been successfully tested. Today, Li Tai had entered the palace to bid farewell. There was only one possibility. Li Tai nodded and said, Yes, father. The manpower and materials needed for the telegraph relay station have been prepared. Your son plans to bring the elites of the academy to Bingzhou tomorrow morning to build the telegraph relay station. Li Er was silent for a moment and nodded. Since you have made your decision, Qing Ke, I will support you. Later, go and tell your mother. After all, you have never left Chang'an for so many years. The furthest place you have been to was Yunshan. Li Tai was originally very favored in the palace. As the saying goes, a son travels 1,000 miles and his mother worries. Although Li Er and Empress Zhongsun were the emperor and empress, they were also parents. They would inevitably be worried about Li Tai's departure to the north. Yes. Father. Li Tai cupped his hands in acknowledgement, but he did not leave. Li Er asked Li Er. Why? Qing Ke, do you have anything else? Li Tai cupped his hands and replied, Father, the teachers and students of the academy who are following me to the north are all talented in engineering. Previously, the academy was attacked. This time, Teacher Wenji was worried that we would encounter danger and wanted to let most of the academy guards follow me to the north. However, I am worried that the academy's defense will be greatly weakened, so I rejected Teacher Wenji's good intentions. Li Er's eyes focused and said in a deep voice, Yes, Mr. Li Gang's worries are not without reason. I originally planned to only send a few dozen guards to send you to the north. Now that the Tang Empire and the Turks are at daggers drawn, it is hard to guarantee that the thief Xieli will not attack you and the academy. Speaking of this, Li Er stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Then, he said, How about this? I will let the two brothers of the Dugu family lead 1,000 imperial guards to follow you to Bingzhou and Yunzhou. I will also order the commandant of the two prefectures to protect you. As the ruler of the Tang Empire, Li Er certainly had the ability to send more people to protect the safety of Li Tai and the rest. However, the academy was only going to deploy the telegraph relay station and not to the front line. If he sent too many troops, it would be suspicious of mobilizing the army. Moreover, Li Tai and the rest were still in the Tang Empire's territory. The probability of encountering danger was relatively small. After the Turk wolf cavalry sneaked into the Tang Empire, the northern border was now heavily guarded. It would be difficult to repeat the situation of 50,000 wolf cavalry entering the pass last time. Therefore, Li Er only sent 1,000 imperial guards to accompany Li Tai to the north. This was not a small number. With 1,000 imperial guards and the cooperation of the local prefectures, Li Tai and the rest would not encounter any danger unless the Turks gathered their forces and directly went to war with the Tang Empire. Thank you, father. Li Tai hurriedly clasped his hands and thanked him. Go and pay respects to your mother. Li Er waved his hand. Suddenly, he thought of something and hurriedly stopped Li Tai, saying, Wait. Qing Ke, after paying respects to your mother, send a message to Li Zishuan and remind him not to forget what he promised me yesterday. He was naturally referring to Li Zishuan's call for merchants to donate military funds to the imperial court. Hearing this, Li Tai looked puzzled and said, "Yes, Father. It's just that, this son doesn't know what matter Imperial Father is talking about." Li Er blushed and said, "It's just a small matter. Just say it like that. Li Zishuan will definitely understand what I mean." Li Er felt that this kind of thing was too degrading to his identity as the emperor. There was no need to say it in front of Li Tai. Seeing that Li Er was unwilling to say, Li Tai did not probe further. He clasped his hands and said, "Yes, Father. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Li Er nodded and his expression returned to normal. Chapter 1740. Clang. 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 In the evening, when the sun was setting, the sound of a golden gong could be heard from the Black Armored Army's camp in the northwest of Jianghu city. The soldiers who were sweating profusely on the drill ground heaved a sigh of relief. The sound of the gong signaled the end of the day's tough training. "Listen up, everyone. Disperse, eat and return to camp. Soldiers on night duty, prepare to patrol after dinner." Sun Jiping, who was in full armor, shouted at the soldiers in front of him. "Yes, sir." In the scorching summer, the group of people who were wearing airtight plate armor had long been soaked through from the heat. In addition, after a day of high-intensity military training, they were simply exhausted, and all of them were so hungry that their stomachs were growling. At this moment, when they heard Sun Jiping announce that they were disbanding, all of the soldiers could not help but shout out in agreement. Then, everyone took off their helmets at the same time and let out a long breath. As the new armor made by the workshop was connected to the whole body, it was more troublesome to put it on or take it off. It was impossible to do it in a short period of time. Now, they had more important things to do: eat. Therefore, they didn't have time to take off their armor. For a group of people who had been training for the whole day, eating was the most important thing. "Xiao Xian, let's go. Let's go eat." Cheng Chumo rushed over with Yuchi Baolin and said to Li Zishuan anxiously. Although these two unlucky children were both descendants of military families, and Cheng Chumo had personally been on the battlefield before, their equestrian archery skills were nothing to write home about. In the morning, they had not passed the Black Armored Troops equestrian archery test, so in the afternoon, Sun Jiping really did not let them eat. This made the two children starve to death. Fortunately, after a period of emergency training in the afternoon and under the guidance of Li Zishuan and Sun Jiping, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin finally grasped all the tricks and passed the Black Armored Army's equestrian archery test. Otherwise, these two unlucky kids wouldn't have dinner. Now that it was finally time for lunch, Cheng Chumo wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly straight to the Wu Battalion's kitchen. However, he had never been to the Black Armored Army's camp before, and he didn't have the chance to have lunch either. Therefore, he had no choice but to drag Li Zishuan along. "Why are you in such a hurry? It's not like the kitchen is short on food for the two of you." Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said grumpily. Even though he said that, he still led Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin to the kitchen of the Wu Battalion. "Xiao Xian, it's easy for you to say that. You may have eaten lunch, but Baolin and I are still hungry. I feel like I can eat an entire cow right now. I don't care anymore, I want to eat meat." Cheng Chumo dragged Li Zishuan along as he ran, his mouth chattering non-stop. "Hey hey hey. Wrong. Over here. Do you know the way or not?" It was just that this fellow was walking in the wrong direction. They were heading to the Ding Battalion. Li Zishuan had no choice but to shake off Cheng Chumo's paw and lead the way. On the drill ground, Sun Jiping looked at the backs of the three of them as they left. He couldn't help but shake his head. Actually, he was just about to invite Li Zishuan to have dinner with him. As a senior general in the army, under non-wartime circumstances, he wouldn't usually share a big pot of food with a normal soldier. Although it wasn't to the extent of being given preferential treatment, but in terms of the variety and quantity of food, it was much better than a normal soldier. But seeing Li Zishuan being dragged away by Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, Sun Jiping gave up on the idea of inviting Li Zishuan for dinner. After a moment of hesitation, he also followed behind the three of them and walked towards the kitchen of the Wu battalion. On the other side, Li Zishuan led Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin to the kitchen of the Wu battalion at the speed of the wind. At this time, there was already a long queue. But it couldn't really be considered a long queue because they arrived earlier. There were only a dozen people in front of them. This Wu battalion's kitchen is quite big, huh? I wonder if there's meat for dinner. Cheng Chumo looked at the wooden and brick kitchen in front of him and couldn't help but lick his lips and say. The biggest fear of fire in the military camp was that the soldiers were strictly forbidden from cooking in private. There was only one place to cook, and that was the kitchen. Taking into account the number of soldiers eating and the fact that the kitchen itself had to be fireproof, the kitchen in the military camp was built with bricks and wood instead of tents. If the army was marching outside, there wouldn't be so many rules. The soldiers would usually just eat dry rations or cook in the open air. After the expansion of the Black Armored Army, there were a total of 5,000 people. It wasn't realistic for so many people to rely on one kitchen to provide food. Therefore, every battalion had their own kitchen. The rice, noodles, vegetables and meat were all distributed centrally. As for the allocation of cooks, it was about one cook for every 10 people. To be precise, it was the cook's army. The famous general of the Ming dynasty who fought against the Japanese, Qi Jiguang, was originally from the cook's army. Because in ancient times, there wasn't gas, liquefied gas, electrical appliances, steam boxes and so on. One person needed to burn firewood to prepare the food for 10 people was already the limit. Therefore, in the past dynasties, there were usually 10 or 15 people to a single kitchen. In the Wu battalion, there were still 2 hours before the end of the afternoon training. The cook's army had already stopped the training in advance and went to prepare the food. Therefore, when Cheng Chumo and the others arrived, the cook's army was already in the kitchen getting food for the soldiers. While Cheng Chumo was waiting anxiously, the soldiers in front of him finally got their food. Cheng Chumo quickly took out the big bowl that he had just received. It was a very big porcelain bowl, about the same size as the soup bowl used to hold vegetables, and shouted to the cook who was getting the food, "Brother, get more meat, I haven't eaten lunch yet." The cook looked at Cheng Chumo and said indifferently, "There's no meat for dinner in the army, only for lunch." Huh? Cheng Chumo was dumbfounded. He had been hungry for the whole day, and now that he could finally eat, he couldn't eat any meat. Wasn't this asking him to die? Ignore him, just get more food for him. Li Zishuan, who was standing behind Cheng Chumo, couldn't help but say to the cook. He was mainly worried that Cheng Chumo was wasting time here and the soldiers would have a problem with him. Yes, join the army. The cook recognized Li Zishuan. After all, they had just had extra training today. Hearing this, he quickly took the big bowl from Cheng Chumo's hand and started to fill it with food. After a while, 3 people walked out from the group with big bowls filled with food. There were so many people in the army, there was definitely no place for them to sit down and eat. All the soldiers squatted in groups of 3 to 5 in the open space in front of the kitchen and started to eat. The Black Armored Army is the #1 cavalry force in Tang Empire. Why can't they provide meat for 2 meals a day? How are we going to eat without meat? Looking at the white rice and green vegetables in his bowl, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but sigh. Li Zishuan glared at this idiot and said unhappily, "Are you going to eat or not? If you're not eating, you're going to give your food to Baolin. You still have the energy to complain, I think you're not hungry, right?" On the other side, Yuchi Baolin was hugging his bowl of rice and began to eat heartily, huffing and puffing. Grumble, grumble, grumble. At this moment, Cheng Chumo's stomach started to grumble again. He quickly said, "Eat, eat, eat." "Who said I'm not eating? I've been hungry for the whole day, even if it's white rice, old Cheng, will eat it." Delicious, really delicious. Chapter 1741. Firstly, there was no meat or fish in the army's food. Secondly, it was a big pot of rice. Naturally, there was little oil and water. It was bland and tasteless. But to these rough men who had trained hard all day, this bland and tasteless food was the only way to maintain their strength and life. Hence, the empty space outside the kitchen was filled with the sound of food being eaten. Other than Chengchimo, no one else complained that the food was not tasty. Although Li Zishuan's family was extremely wealthy in this life, and he lived a life of luxury, he wasn't a pampered young master who couldn't endure hardships. After all, in his previous life, he was a village boy through and through. When he was young, he suffered a lot. Therefore, although the military food was bland and tasteless, to him, it was still barely edible. During the day, although he did not train for the whole day like Chengchimo, but he still had to observe the training situation of each battalion and learn the training methods of each battalion. These were also very physically and mentally draining. After a whole day, his stomach was not light. "Field officer son, why are you here today?" Just as everyone was burying their heads in eating, Li Zishuan suddenly heard the cook who had served them food earlier speak up. "Why can't I be here? Get me a bowl of food." The person who had come was Sun Jiping. Facing the cook's surprise, he did not say much and directly handed over the bowl of food in his hands. Yes. Field officer son." The cook was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He quickly took the bowl of food and bent over to get some for Sun Jiping. Join the army, Chumo, Bao Lin, you don't mind if I eat with you, right? After a while, Sun Jiping walked over to Li Zishuan with a bowl of food and said with a smile. "Humph. This is Field Officer Sun's territory. If Field Officer Sun wants to come, who would dare to object?" Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Chengchimo couldn't help but speak first, his voice dripping with sarcasm. This guy did not get to eat lunch and was still angry. After all, in the black armored troops, they only had meat in the afternoon. He had missed out on lunch and would not be able to make up for it at night. It was really a huge loss. "You brat, can't food shut your mouth?" Li Zishuan glared at Chengchimo, then looked at Sun Jiping and said, "Jiping, since you're here, let's eat together. Thank you for joining the army." Sun Jiping smiled. He did not take Chengchimo's mockery to heart. In other words, he had a general impression of Chengchimo's character before this. "I heard from that guy's tone that you didn't eat here often, Jiping?" Li Zishuan asked as Sun Jiping squatted down. Although he had listened to Li Jing's military books for most of the day, there were still many things he did not understand about the military. If he did not understand, he could just ask. Sun Jiping replied as he ate, "The generals in the army usually have their meals alone. The people in the kitchen will send the food over after it's done." Chengchimo's eyes lit up and said, "Doesn't that mean that Field Officer Sun can eat meat every meal?" This fellow did not like to eat meat before, but he was so tired on his first day in the army camp. If he did not eat meat, how could he survive on a vegetarian diet? So when he heard Sun Jiping's words, he immediately became excited, completely forgetting that he had mocked Sun Jiping earlier. "That's not true. Actually, the meals of the generals in the army are similar to yours. They only have meat in the afternoon. The only difference is that the food is more exquisite, there is more food, and there is no need to queue for food." Sun Jiping shook his head and said, "Oh. I didn't expect the meals of the black armored troops to be so mediocre." Chengchimo's face was filled with disappointment when he heard this, and he muttered. Sun Jiping thought for a moment and said, "Chimo, today is different from the past. Now, all the soldiers in the capital are nervously training and preparing for war. The consumption of grain, vegetables, and meat everywhere is an astronomical figure. It is not easy for the imperial court to guarantee that the soldiers have a meal of meat every day. We can't ask for more. At this time, Li Zishuan was almost done with his meal. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment and said, Jiping is right. Right now, we're only preparing the army for war. When the imperial court attacks the prairie one day, we'll need more food. No one knows how long this war will last, so it is not wrong to be frugal now. Oh. Cheng Chumo replied. He probably felt that Li Zishuan's words made sense, so he lowered his head and ate without saying another word. Field officer, after today's observation, do you have any thoughts on the training of the black armored troops in the future? Sun Jiping took 2 mouthfuls of food and wolfed it down like Cheng Chumo. Then, he raised his head and asked. Li Zishuan put down his bowl and moved a rock over to sit on it. He thought for a moment and said, I saw the training of the soldiers in the morning. I've seen the soldiers training during the day. Generally speaking, the black armored troops training should be the same as before. But now that the soldiers are all wearing new armors, it's no longer appropriate to use the old training methods. Come to my tent later and I will explain to you in detail. As for the improvement of the training methods, I will suggest some ideas. Help me check them out. After all, you have been in the army longer than me. Due to various reasons, Li Zishuan had already taken Sun Jiping as his confidant. This was an inexplicable trust, but at the same time, this trust was not mixed with any benefits, so it was more reliable. With Sun Jiping as his confidant, he could discuss tactics anytime and anywhere. To Li Zishuan, who had just joined the black armored troops, this was already a very good start. Field officer, you are exaggerating. I am not qualified to check for you. At most, I will give you some suggestions. Facing Li Zishuan, Sun Jiping was actually a little restrained. Part of it was because of his status, but more importantly, Li Zishuan's superb martial arts skills. After all, the army had always respected the strong. Li Zishuan's strength was worthy of his respect. Xian and I are like brothers. You used to be his subordinate. Now that we are fellow soldiers, there is no need to be so formal. If you continue to be like this, how can I trust you with my back when we are on the battlefield? Just call me Xiao Xian from now on, just like Chumo. Li Zishuan's eyes were like torches. How could he not see Sun Jiping's restraint? He laughed and patted Sun Jiping's shoulder. This. I wouldn't dare. Sun Jiping was shocked. He hurriedly put down his bowl and cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan. What's there to be afraid of? We are all in the same battalion, so we are brothers. Look at Xiao Xian and me. Although we are his personal guards on the surface, we still quarrel in private and do whatever we want. Lieutenant, you're not a man at all when you're being so restrained. Cheng Chumo grinned and patted Sun Jiping's shoulder. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Chon Nyo is right. Although we are superior and subordinate in the army, this does not prevent us from calling each other brothers in private. What do you think? Seeing Li Zishuan and Cheng Chumo being so friendly and natural, Sun Jiping's eyes flashed with envy. After hesitating for a long time, he clasped his fists and said, Then I will accept your invitation. That's how it should be. Cheng Chumo laughed and said, Then next time if I don't pass the exam, Lieutenant Sun, don't punish me by starving me. We are brothers after all, no. Military orders cannot be disobeyed, military rules cannot be changed. Before Cheng Chumo could finish, Sun Jiping said coldly with a straight face. Cheng Chumo immediately choked on his words. Li Zishuan could not help but smile. Then he scolded Cheng Chumo jokingly, Looks like Chon Nyo is full now, or else why would you start to talk? It's still early, why don't you go to the drill ground later? Not full? Who said I'm full? I'll go get another bowl of food. Cheng Chumo suddenly felt as if his tail had been stepped on. He quickly got up and ran towards the kitchen. Chapter 1742. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened, but it was not completely dark yet. In the black armored army's camp, all the soldiers returned to rest. Of course, other than the soldiers patrolling the camp. Although the military camp was located in Chang'an City and would not encounter any enemy attack in the middle of the night, the guards in the military camp did not relax at all. This was not only to maintain the vigilance of the soldiers, but also to prevent thieves from sneaking into the military camp. Isn't it too early for them to rest? As a member of the army, Li Zishuan had his own tent. At this moment, when he saw Cheng Chumo and Yuqi Baolin taking off their armor and getting ready to sleep, he could not help but sigh. It was almost 6 or 7 o'clock at night in modern times. If they were to sleep now, how could they possibly fall asleep? Although Li Zishuan had not been in the army in his previous life, he had participated in military training in university. At that time, they had gone through a month of intensive military training in a military camp. It could be said that they had experienced military life for almost a month. At that time, they would stand at attention and train in formation during the day. However, at night, they did not immediately rest after dinner. Usually, after dinner, everyone would gather together to practice formations or military boxing. If they still had time after practice, they would do what many people liked the most, singing. The so-called singing was the practice of singing lyrics between different formations. It was mainly to boost the soldiers' morale and the spirit of fighting for first place. There were only a few kinds of lyrics for singing. For example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we waited so hard, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, we waited so anxiously, I asked you to sing, but you didn't sing. Why are you so shy, like a big girl, and so on. Although the lyrics for singing were simple and crude, there was a hot-blooded atmosphere in the army. It was easy to be influenced by it. At that time, the students who participated in the military training were all shouting louder than the other. Everyone's faces and necks were all red. Now that Li Zishuan thought about it, he could not help but feel nostalgic. That was why he felt that the soldiers of this era, who did not need to patrol, slept too early at night. What? Early? It's almost 7 o'clock. Is it early? And it's already dark. What else can we do other than sleep? Cheng Chumo glared and muttered. Then he reached out to take off his shoes and said, alas. This military camp is not as good as the academy. It doesn't even have a light source. It's too dark. F***ck. Stop it, you bastard. While they were talking, Li Zishuan suddenly covered his nose and said angrily to Cheng Chumo, you've been training for a whole day and you haven't even washed your feet. How are you going to sleep with this stench? Go and wash up. Bao Lin, you go wash up too. The moment Cheng Chumo took off his shoes, a thick stench spread throughout the tent. That stench could definitely make the 5 venomous creatures avoid it and make demons bow their heads. He was still breathing, unparalleled in the world. Even though Li Zishuan wasn't a clean freak, he obviously had better conditions to fight for. There were several wells in the black armored troops camp. Why should he endure such influence? Oh. Xiao Xian, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Wait here. I'll go wash up with Bao Lin. Cheng Chumo scratched his head awkwardly. Then he put on his shoes and got up to call Captain Chi Bao Lin. Then he seemed to have thought of something and asked, oh, right. Xiao Xian, where's the well? Go straight out and turn left. Then you'll see it. Li Zishuan waved his hand. Cheng Chumo grinned and answered. Then he carried the wooden bucket and left the tent with Yuqi Bao Lin. Li Zishuan took out the military book Mirror of the 6 Armies that Li Jing had given him yesterday and started reading it under the dim light. In the YY novels from his previous life, when the main character transmigrated to ancient times and entered the military camp, the first thing he did was to kill the troublemakers. Then he shook his body and released his domineering aura, attracting the admiration of many little fans. After that, the main character would use some of the military training methods from his previous life. He would be instantly shocked and become the god of war. Looking at it this way, it was easy for a modern person to lead an army in ancient times. But was that really the case? Obviously not. First of all, the people of ancient times weren't fools. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. It was impossible to make everyone in the army submit to you just by showing off your domineering aura. Secondly, any change that deviated from reality was bound to end in failure. Li Zishuan paid close attention to the black armored troops camp and the training of the soldiers. He wanted to understand the training methods of the soldiers of this era, especially the heavy cavalry. Only then could he make targeted suggestions for improvement. Therefore, in ancient times, leading an army to war was not easy. May I ask if the commander is in the tent? I, Sun Jiping, would like to see him. Just as Li Zishuan was immersed in Li Jing's world of military strategy, a man's voice came from outside the tent. It was Sun Jiping. Li Zishuan immediately came back to his senses. He kept the military book and turned his head to the outside of the tent. Come in. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Jiping lifted the curtain and walked in from outside. Jiping, you're here? There are no outsiders here, so there's no need for formalities. Have a seat. Li Zishuan pointed at the mat opposite him and smiled at Sun Jiping. Thank you. After the conversation at dinner, Sun Jiping, Li Zishuan, Cheng Chumo, and the others had quietly become closer. Therefore, Sun Jiping did not stand on ceremony and sat directly opposite Li Zishuan. Then he took out the wooden box beside him and said, "There is no meat for dinner in the army. I reckon that Chumo and Bao Lin are not full yet, so I brought some food from the kitchen. Commander, don't worry. These are all extra meals today, and they won't violate the military rules." Where are Chumo and Bao Lin? Speaking of this, Sun Jiping looked at the tent and could not help but wonder. Although Li Zishuan had asked Sun Jiping to address each other as brothers during dinner, Sun Jiping still had some respect for Li Zishuan and did not dare to call him by his name. Calling him commander was already his limit. The two of them went out and will be back in a while. Li Zishuan replied and then said, "If the two of them knew that you brought food for them, they would be overjoyed. But this kind of thing should not happen again. Being in the army, you shouldn't act like you're special. It's easy to be criticized." These words were not only for Sun Jiping's sake, but also Cheng Chumo and Yuqi Bao Lin's. This general understands. Sun Jiping cupped his fist and replied. Li Zishuan nodded. He pondered for a moment and then said seriously, "Jiping, you came at the right time. During the day, I saw the training of the Black Armored Army and have some questions. You can help me solve them." Chapter 1743. Sir, please speak. In the tent, Sun Jiping clasped his fists towards Li Zishuan. First question, which of the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army has the strongest combat power? Li Zishuan asked in a low voice. Sun Jiping replied without hesitation, based on the current situation, within the Black Armored Army, the A Battalion is undeniably the strongest. This is because the A Battalion has the most original Black Armored Army soldiers and their coordination in battle formations is the best. As for the other 4 battalions, most of them are new recruits. Before this, although they were all elites of their respective guards, they were not familiar with each other and their coordination was not good enough. I see. Li Zishuan nodded his head thoughtfully. During the day, when he was inspecting the military camp and inspecting the training of the soldiers, he had noticed that the training of the soldiers of the battalion was the most outstanding. No matter if it was battle formation training or equestrian archery training, they all felt very relaxed when they trained, as if they didn't take the training seriously at all. As for the soldiers of the other battalions, they would more or less make some mistakes in their training. This was already very telling. After a moment of silence, Li Zishuan continued to ask. Other than the E battalion, do you know about the other 4 battalions? How are they like? As the Black Armored Army's adjutant, Li Zishuan's main task was to coordinate the daily training of the soldiers of the different battalions. In the future, he would have to interact with the commanders of the other battalions. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy. Sun Jiping's face darkened. After a moment of thought, he replied, I have just joined the Black Armored Army and have only interacted with the other 4 battalions on official matters. I have not interacted with them personally and can only give you a general overview. Li Zishuan nodded. Sun Jiping began to explain, the lieutenant of the A battalion is Zhang Shigui. If you know anything about the Black Armored Army before joining the army, you should have heard of him. Zhang Shigui was one of the earliest generals of the Black Armored troops. He fought bravely and had been through hundreds of battles. He had participated in battles such as eliminating Wang Shichong and defeating Dou Jianda. In the entire Black Armored troops, other than General Duan and General Qiu, he had the highest prestige. In the time that this general has been in the Black Armored Army, I have not had any direct contact with Zhang Shigui. The only time I met him was a month ago in the commander's tent. At that time, General Qiu, 2nd Battalion Lieutenant Sun Tao, and 3rd Battalion Lieutenant Zhang Kongyan were all strongly opposed to the Black Armored Army changing into the new equipment that you were about to bring. They said that the country war was imminent and it was not appropriate to seek for new equipment. Otherwise, the Black Armored Army's battle prowess would be greatly reduced and they would not be able to contend against the Turkic Wolf cavalry. However, General Duan and Zhang Shigui stood firmly on Kunjan's side at that time. They believed that the Black Armored troops were no longer as strong as they used to be. If they wanted to form a fighting force in a short period of time, they had to change. Moreover, General Duan had already experienced the power of the new armor. After a heated discussion, General Duan stood his ground and decided to introduce the new equipment. He also decided that the moment Kanjun joined the Black Armored Army, he would hand over the responsibility of overseeing the training of the soldiers to you. Li Zishuan was enlightened. He nodded thoughtfully and sighed. I didn't expect that before I came, so many people in the Black Armored Army were already against me. But from the looks of it, Zhang Shigui should be on General Duan's side, while 2nd Battalion Lieutenant Sun Tao and 3rd Battalion Lieutenant Zhang Kongyan should be on General Qiu's side. Hearing this, Sun Jiping's gaze turned cold. He didn't dare to make another sound. There were definitely issues regarding factions in the military, but everyone had a tacit understanding. No one would openly speak of it like Li Zishuan. This was a taboo, and once it was heard by outsiders, it was very likely that it would become a source of gossip. However, from this, it could be seen that Li Zishuan really treated him as a trusted aide. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such things in front of him. Ahem. Alright, I understand now. Jiping, you can continue. Li Zishuan also realized that he had lost his composure. He coughed dryly and waved his hand. Sun Jiping straightened his face and continued, 2nd Battalion Lieutenant Sun Tao was originally a general of the Black Armored Army. After the expansion of the Black Armored Army, he was appointed as the 2nd Battalion Lieutenant. This person is arrogant and unruly. During the day, Duan Jishuan had introduced Li Zishuan to the generals of the different battalions. However, the introduction back then was too rough. Now, with Sun Jiping's explanation, Li Zishuan had a rough understanding of the other 4 battalions of the Black Armored Army. At the very least, he had a rough understanding of their personalities. 1st Battalion Lieutenant Zhang Shigui was a man of few words. However, he fought bravely and belonged to the practical faction. In terms of factions, Zhang Shigui was on Duan Jishuan's side. 2nd Battalion Lieutenant Sun Tao was an arrogant person. Now that he had been appointed, he was a little arrogant and belonged to Qiu Xingong's faction. 3rd Battalion Lieutenant Zhang Kongyan was a smiling tiger. Qiu Xingong's faction was a military general. He welcomed everyone with a smile. However, it was hard to say if he would stab someone in the back. Li Zishuan felt that this kind of personality was more suitable to be an official and not a military general. 4th Battalion Lieutenant Lu De was a man of few words. His faction was unclear. However, he was resolute in his work and was strict in his management of the army. The soldiers under him were also very hardworking in their training. As for the 5th Battalion Lieutenant Sun Jiping, Li Zishuan already had a good understanding of him. From these introductions, Li Zishuan had a rough understanding of the power distribution of the Black Armored Army. He also had a rough idea of who he should put in important positions and who he should be wary of in the future. I understand now. After thinking about it for a while, Li Zishuan looked at Sun Jiping and smiled. It's all thanks to you. If not for you, it would have been impossible for me to understand the situation within the Black Armored Army without 3 to 5 days. And in these 3 to 5 days, we can do a lot of things. You're too kind, sir. Sun Jiping quickly clasped his fist. Regarding the training of the soldiers of each battalion, I have some ideas after today's visit. Li Zishuan suddenly said. The current training method of the Black Armored Army should still be the same as before. In my opinion, the current training method only focuses on form and not intention. Sun Jiping's interest was piqued. He asked, Sir, what do you mean by that? Li Zishuan smiled and explained, what I mean is that the current training method of the Black Armored Army is too focused on form. Whether it is the military drill or the riding and archery assessment, these can only improve the soldier's individual skills. However, can these skills be used to fight on the battlefield? No. If the Black Armored Army wants to be the #1 heavy cavalry of the Tang Empire, it should be focused on killing and breaking through enemy lines. I can't feel any killing intent from the current Black Armored Army. At most, they are like a group of tigers that are locked in a cage and trained all day long to perform. This is not what I want to see. I believe His Majesty doesn't want to see this either. Therefore, there must be a change. Sun Jiping frowned. After thinking for a while, he nodded and said, I seem to have the same feeling too. May I ask, how should we change? Chapter 1744. Rome wasn't built in a day. Our Tang Empire's cavalry has been using this training method for a long time. If we suddenly make a big change, I'm afraid there will be a lot of opposition. Especially in the Black Armored Army, there are many people who don't like me. Therefore, I plan to try out the change in the training method on a small scale. Since he had decided to make Sun Jiping his trusted aide, Li Zishuan had nothing to hide from him. His gaze darkened as he spoke bluntly. Sun Jiping pondered for a moment and understood what Li Zishuan wanted to say next. Therefore, he cupped his fists and said, I'm willing to open the way for you and be the vanguard. Sun Jiping was grateful that Li Zishuan trusted him so wholeheartedly. He didn't want to form a clique in the Black Armored Army, but he also understood the principle of, where there are people, there will be conflicts. If he didn't form a clique, others would do so and isolate him from the other guards. Therefore, it was better to hold on to Li Zishuan. Not only could he stabilize his position in the Black Armored Army, but he could also help Li Zishuan to control the entire Black Armored Army as soon as possible. Good. Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel very happy. He looked at Sun Jiping and said firmly, since you trust me so much, then I won't let you down. Don't worry, the training methods that I'm going to propose are all carefully thought out and tested. Although I don't dare to say that they are the best in the world, but they are definitely many times better than the current training methods. Oh, right, Jiping, you are now the lieutenant of the Wu Battalion. Are the soldiers under your command disciplined? He was worried that Sun Jiping had just joined the Black Armored Army. Even if he became the lieutenant of the Wu Battalion, his subordinates might not be obedient to him. Sun Jiping smiled confidently and said, you can rest assured about this. As long as you don't violate military orders, my words are still effective in the Wu Battalion. Before coming to the Black Armored Army, Sun Jiping was a member of the Imperial Guard. He definitely had the qualifications. Moreover, his martial arts strength was also quite good. If not, he would not have been appointed by Duan Jishuan as an adjutant of the Wu Battalion. Of course, the most important thing was that the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were all new recruits who had just joined the Black Armored Army. Otherwise, no matter how experienced Sun Jiping was, it would be hard for him to convince them. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Since that's the case, I'm relieved. Tomorrow, I will summon all the generals of the 5 battalions to my tent for a discussion, and I will tell them about my modified training method. I don't care about other people's opinions, but you have to stand on my side. At worst, I will start with the trial in the Wu Battalion, and after some results, even if other people are against it, they will still have to follow my new training method. Seeing Li Zishuan's solemn vow, Sun Jiping cupped his fists and said, This general obeys. Hey! Xiao Xian, let me tell you, the water in the well is really F*King cool, why don't you? At this moment, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin entered the tent, carrying wooden buckets. When they saw Sun Jiping sitting inside, Cheng Chumo couldn't help but be taken aback. A moment later, he reacted and dryly coughed. Ahem. Field Officer Sun is here? Sun Jiping stood up and nodded. He then looked at Li Zishuan and cupped his fists. If there's nothing else, this general will take his leave. Go ahead. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Sun Jiping then turned and left. Xiao Xian, why is Sun Jiping here? After Sun Jiping left, Cheng Chumo immediately came over and asked curiously. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and pointed at the wooden box on the table. There, he was worried that you two didn't have enough for dinner, so he brought you some food. What? There's such a good thing? Cheng Chumo's eyes suddenly lit up. Without any explanation, he rushed to the table next to him and opened the food box. He immediately saw a few plates of fragrant dishes and 2 big bowls of rice inside. He couldn't help but laugh and say, hee hee. I couldn't tell that this field officer's son was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He punished me and Baolin cleanly during the day, and he even brought us food at night. I, old Cheng, will recognize this brother of mine. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and started eating again. Brother Chon Yo, I didn't have enough for dinner either. Leave some for me. Yuchi Baolin saw this and quickly came over. Speaking of which, if he didn't take the initiative at this time, Cheng Chumo probably wouldn't even leave him a bowl of rice. Faced with these 2 buffoons, Li Zishuan could only smile helplessly. He thought to himself, these 2 kids are famous popinjays in the capital. Why do they look like they haven't eaten before? Beep, beep, beep. Just as Li Zishuan was about to continue reading his military books, the wooden box at his bedside rang. It was the sound of the telegraph inside. This time, he entered the military camp with the telegraph so that he could communicate with the outside world. If something happened at the academy or at home, he could be the first to know and deal with it, right? Li Zishuan quickly got up and strode to the bedside. He took out the telegraph and placed it on the table. Is it Green Sparrow? Did something happen at the academy? After listening for a while and learning the identity of the sender, Li Zishuan couldn't help but frown as he muttered to himself. At the same time, he casually sent a message to confirm the sender's identity, informing Li Tai that he had received it. Soon, the telegraph rang again. Beep, 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 beep. Li Zishuan listened quietly without taking notes. His spiritual power was strong enough to translate while listening. Gradually, his expression relaxed. Because the content of the telegram had nothing to do with the academy. Yamacho, Tai plans to leave for the north tomorrow. Today, I'm going to the palace to bid farewell. Father asked Tai to tell you not to forget what you promised yesterday. Remember. The content of the telegram was very brief. Li Zishuan quickly understood what Li Tai meant, but he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Li Er asked him not to forget what he promised yesterday. What did he promise old Li yesterday? Li Zishuan's thoughts involuntarily flew back to the conversation with Li Er at Qin Xiong's house yesterday, so it's about this. A moment later, Li Zishuan finally came to a realization. He understood why Li Er was looking for him. Beep, 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 I know. Be careful on your way north. Li Zishuan, who came back to his senses, sent a message back to Li Tai. The other side quickly replied with a beep, 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 yes, Yamacho, and the telegraph went completely silent. Xiao Xian, whose telegram is it? Cheng Chumo, who was at the side, asked while eating. When Li Zishuan received the telegram just now, the two of them deliberately lowered the sound of their eating so as not to disturb Li Zishuan. Now that the telegram was received, they could finally eat without restraint. Qin Ke. Li Zishuan replied casually, and then said unhappily, you two hurry up and eat, then go to sleep. The training in the Wu battalion tomorrow will be much more intensive than today. Huh? You want to increase the training tomorrow? Cheng Chumo was dumbfounded. Li Zishuan couldn't be bothered with him, and began to think about how to solve the problem that he promised Li Er yesterday. Chapter 1745. In the tent, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin continued to eat. They had already eaten their fill, but when they heard Li Zishuan say that they would increase their training tomorrow, they couldn't help but feel a little hungry. The two of them immediately felt even more motivated to eat. They looked like they wouldn't stop until they had finished all the food in their boxes. They weren't afraid of indigestion at all. Li Zishuan, after a long moment of thought, turned on the telegraph and sent out another message. Beep beep beep. Chang'an, king of Shu's residence. Ever since Li Ku had been crowned king of Shu several months ago, he had moved out of the imperial palace. In the last few days, he and Li Junxian had been busy setting up the gold-clothed guards for the Yanhuang Bank. He had just eaten dinner and had just bathed and changed his clothes. As he was reading in his study, he suddenly heard a beeping sound coming from a wooden box on a nearby bookshelf. Could it be a message from Yamacho? As a student of Yanhuang College, Li Ku was naturally very familiar with this beeping sound. When he had gone north to exterminate the locusts, he had helped Li Zishuan manage the telegraph. Now that Li Ku was in charge of the Yanhuang Bank, Li Zishuan had given him a telegraph for daily communication purposes. In truth, with Li Zishuan's wealth and the Academy's current technology, he could mass-produce telegraph machines. However, the number of telegraph machines in the Great Tang could be counted on one's fingers. The Academy had one, the workshop had one, the Imperial Palace had one, the Marquis residence had one, Li Tai had one, Li Ku had one, and Li Zishuan had one. There were two reasons why they hadn't mass-produced telegraph machines. One reason was that there was no need, and the other was that Li Zishuan had too many telegraph machines, which could lead to the leak of technical secrets. After all, it was much easier to keep a secret with 7 telegraph machines than with 70. However, if the imperial court needed a large number of telegrams, such as when the war between the Great Tang and the Turks was about to break out, with the technological foundation of the Strange Taste Pavilion, they were completely capable of producing dozens of telegrams in just a few days for the army to use. In the study of the king of Shu's mansion, Li Ku walked quickly to the bookshelf and placed the wooden box on the desk. He took out the telegraph and began to record the code skillfully. It really is Yamacho. A moment later, Li Ku confirmed the identity of the person on the other end of the telegraph. He was suddenly energized and quickly replied a string of codes to confirm his identity with Li Zishuan. Beep beep beep. A moment later, the telegraph machine rang again. This time, the ringing lasted for more than 15 minutes. Li Ku used a pencil to write down 2 pages of code on the rice paper. Only then did the beeping sound of the telegraph machine gradually stop. Li Ku hurriedly took the password book from the bookshelf and began to translate the code sent by Li Zishuan. He did not have Li Zishuan's monstrous memory, who could translate the code in his mind while listening to it. Little Ku, the kingdom war is imminent. Yesterday, I promised His Majesty to gather all the merchants of Great Tang to gather military funds for the country. However, I am currently in the military and cannot travel. I can only entrust this matter to you. Tomorrow, go to my residence to find your mistress and ask for the seal of the flaming yellow Chamber of Commerce. After that, go find a member of the Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wenyuan, and ask him to help you complete this matter. You are talented and intelligent. I believe that you will be able to complete this task. After about 5 minutes, Li Ku heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally finished translating. Looking at the content on the rice paper, Li Ku fell into deep thought. Chapter 1746. Li Zishuan had imitated the Gothic armor of the 15th century. As a masterpiece of medieval plate armor, although the Gothic armor covered the entire body, it only weighed 25 kilograms. There were no steel plates in the joints or inside the shoulder pads, allowing the limbs to move more freely. In the era of cold weapons, the Gothic armor was invincible in terms of defensive power. Speaking of armor, the heavy cavalry of Europe had to be mentioned. Whether it was the Milan armor or the Gothic armor, they were all tailor-made for heavy cavalry. Knights in the Middle Ages were basically heavy cavalry. They had been trying their best to wear thicker and heavier armor. A complete set of medieval knight armor could protect the knight from his teeth to his toes. It was as if the knight was encased in a metal bucket or sealed in a specially designed can. This was the true definition of armed to the teeth. Their strong mobility and agility gave them great tactical and strategic significance. As the pinnacle of the cold weapons era, the heavy cavalry was the pinnacle of cavalry. With a strong defense and a fearsome impact, this type of troop could be considered the ultimate force on the battlefield. Generally speaking, once a general decided to send the heavy cavalry into the battlefield, it meant that the war had reached the most critical moment. Generally speaking, even if the knights were constantly in a rain of spears, it was not necessarily that dangerous. This armor could be said to be airtight in terms of defense. No matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, it would not move. For knights, the real danger did not come from direct confrontation. For example, the rain of arrows shot by the enemy archers or the spear formation of the infantry. The arrows shot by the archers often had a hard time penetrating the armor of the knights. Even if they did, they would at most scratch the surface of the skin. Once during the Crusades, the English knights were ambushed by the Arabs. The Arabs shot arrows from afar, but the only defense the English knights could make was to raise their shields and maintain a tight formation. The spears used by the infantry were usually made of wood. The knights could easily break these cheap spears with their momentum. In reality, as long as they were on horseback, the heavy cavalry in heavy armor could not be defeated in a direct confrontation. On the battlefield, they were like an armored tank, able to move unhindered and rampage. They were practically invincible. This was also why Li Zishuan had chosen to create a new set of plate armor for the Black Armored Army. The Black Armored Army was the most elite heavy cavalry of the Tang dynasty. If they were equipped with the toughest armor of the medieval era, as long as they were properly trained, the 5,000 Black Armored Army would be able to quickly adapt to the new equipment. By then, they would be practically invincible. When that time came, the Turkic Wolf cavalry would definitely not be a match for the Black Armored Army. Unless the 5,000 Black Armored Army were exhausted or lost their rations, these 5,000 heavy cavalry would definitely be an invincible existence in this era. But then again, it wasn't as if they were invincible just by wearing the new armor. To a soldier, advanced equipment was just an external source of strength. Whether or not they could fully utilize this external source of strength depended on scientific training. Li Zishuan was currently combining the training methods of the medieval era with the Black Armored Army's training manual. During the day, Li Zishuan had been observing the Black Armored Army's training for the entire day. He had a rough understanding of the training methods of the Black Armored Army. In summary, there were only 2 points: military formation training and equestrian training. Li Zishuan felt that this was far from enough. He wanted to improve the training methods of the Black Armored Army. Heavy Cavalry Training Manual. At 5:45 a.m., Physical Fitness Training. All soldiers will wear their armor and run 10 li. Those who fail to complete it in half an hour will be fined 5 li. Those who fail to complete the 5 li within 15 minutes will not be allowed to have lunch. At 7 o'clock a.m., Martial Arts Training. All soldiers will be armed with wooden spears and battle in their armor. A martial arts competition will be held every 7 days. Those who come in first will be rewarded handsomely. At 9 o'clock a.m., Arm Strength Training. The training includes but is not limited to push-ups and pull-ups. There will be 100 push-ups and 15 pull-ups. Those who fail to complete the training will be given additional training every day. Those who fail to complete the training after 5 days will be expelled from the Black Armored Army. After lunch, all soldiers will rest for an hour. At 5 o'clock p.m., formation training will be held. This includes individual formation training and military posture training. The formation training will last for 2 hours. At 5 o'clock p.m., cavalry training will be held. All soldiers will wear their armor and horse armor. They will practice the art of charging. Everyone will follow orders and be in sync. Those who do not meet the requirements will be given additional training on the same day. The cavalry training will last for 3 hours. At 5:45 p.m., equestrian archery training will last for an hour. At 7 o'clock p.m., all soldiers will have lunch. At 5:45 p.m., all soldiers will wear their armor and run 10 li. Those who fail to complete the training in half an hour will be fined 5 li. After that, they will rest in their tents. This. Joining the army? Forgive me for being blunt. Since the establishment of the Black Armored Army, there has never been such a ridiculous training method. What the hell is push-ups? What are pull-ups? Also, the Black Armored Army is cavalry, not infantry. Why do they need long-distance running and combat training? This is ridiculous. The next day, Li Zishuan summoned all the captains of the 5 battalions to the side tent next to the main tent. Then, he took out the results of his hard work last night and let the 5 captains read it one by one. Although some of the captains were illiterate, some of them read it out for him in a low voice. After everyone had read the contents of the heavy cavalry drill, a tall and strong middle-aged man saluted Li Zishuan with an ugly face. Li Zishuan's gaze sharpened as he looked at the burly man in front of him. When these 5 people had entered the tent just now, they had all introduced themselves. Li Zishuan naturally knew the identity of this person. He was the 2nd Battalion's lieutenant, Sun Tao. Li Zishuan had expected this guy to be the first to speak up. Sun Tao was a staunch supporter of the Hill Protector faction, while Li Zishuan was on Duan Zhishuan's side. Speaking of which, it was all thanks to Sun Jiping telling him about the factions within the Black Armored Army last night. Otherwise, he would have been caught off guard in this situation. Ha! Captain Sun has never seen these training methods. How can you be so sure that they are useless to the Black Armored Army? Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean it is useless. There are too many things in this world that you haven't seen. Since Li Zishuan was sure that this guy was a staunch supporter of the Hill Protector faction, he didn't hold back. He sneered and mocked Sun Tao. Chapter 1747. You. In the tent, Sun Tao was enraged by Li Zishuan's blatant mockery. He was a veteran who had been in the Black Armored Army for 7 to 8 years. Who would dare to disrespect him? Even Duan Zhishuan rarely spoke to him in such a tone. Now that he was being mocked by Li Zishuan, a brat who had just joined the army, how could he tolerate it? He immediately exploded. His face was red with anger and his eyes were wide open as he glared at Li Zishuan. Humph. No matter how useless this general is, I have been in the army for more than 10 years. I have even been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. In terms of military experience, I'm afraid I'm not inferior to Sir Consul, am I? Tit for tat. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly froze. Li Zishuan looked at Sun Tao with a smile while Sun Tao looked at Li Zishuan angrily. The two of them did not give in to each other's gazes. It could be said that they were at daggers drawn. Speaking of which, Sun Tao had originally planned to maintain a harmonious relationship with Li Zishuan on the surface. Even if he did not want to deal with Li Zishuan on the surface, he did not want to fall out with Li Zishuan on the surface. After all, other than the fact that he was a consul, Li Zishuan's background in the imperial court was too powerful. However, Li Zishuan's mockery just now made Sun Tao completely lose his mind. What did he mean by, "There are many things that he has not seen"? He was, after all, a veteran in the army. What right did Li Zishuan, a rookie, have to criticize a veteran like him? He admitted that he was indeed inferior to Li Zishuan in other aspects. However, in terms of military experience, he would never bow down to Li Zishuan. For Li Zishuan to say that he was incompetent in this aspect was a great insult to him. For this reason, he did not mind falling out with Li Zishuan openly. After all, he had the upper hand and was not afraid of Li Zishuan secretly taking revenge. After all, Zhou Xinggong was backing him up. Sun Jiping saw the tense atmosphere and couldn't help but tighten his grip on the sword at his waist. No matter what, he would definitely stand firmly on Li Zishuan's side. If Sun Tao dared to make any moves against Li Zishuan, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and stop him. Although this would be against the military rules, Sun Jiping would not hesitate. Ahem. Field Officer Sun, Sir Consul, please don't be angry. We are all fellow soldiers, why should we fall out over such a small matter? Just as the temperature in the tent dropped to freezing point, another middle-aged officer standing beside Sun Tao stepped forward. He first patted Sun Tao's arm and then smiled at Li Zishuan. Sir Consul, you may not know this, but Field Officer Sun has been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. Although he may not be an experienced veteran, he has at least been through dozens of battles. Field Officer Sun is usually an upright person and does not know how to be flexible with his words. If he offends the consul, I hope that the consul will forgive him. You. In the tent, Sun Tao was enraged by Li Zishuan's blatant mockery. After all, he was a veteran who had been in the Black Armored Army for 7 to 8 years. Who around him dared to disrespect him? Even Duan Zhishuan rarely spoke to him in such a tone. Now that he was being mocked by Li Zishuan, a brat who had just entered the army, how could he tolerate it? He immediately exploded. His face was red and his eyes were wide open. He glared at Li Zishuan and said, "Humph. No matter how incompetent I am, I have been in the army for more than 10 years. I have even been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. In terms of military experience, I am afraid that I am not inferior to the consul." Tit for tat. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly froze. Li Zishuan looked at Sun Tao with a smile while Sun Tao looked at Li Zishuan angrily. The two of them did not give in to each other's gazes. It could be said that they were at loggerheads. Speaking of which, Sun Tao had originally planned to maintain a harmonious relationship with Li Zishuan, this parachuted recruit, on the surface. Even if they didn't want to deal with each other in secret, he didn't plan on falling out with Li Zishuan on the surface. After all, other than his identity as a recruit, Li Zishuan's background in the imperial court wasn't too powerful. However, Li Zishuan's mockery just now made Sun Tao completely lose his mind. How could it be called, "There are many things that he has not seen"? He was, after all, a veteran in the army. What right did Li Zishuan, a new recruit, have to criticize him, a veteran? He admitted that he was indeed inferior to Li Zishuan in other aspects. However, in terms of military experience, he would definitely not lower his head to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan saying that he was not good in this aspect was a great insult to him. For this reason, he did not mind falling out with Li Zishuan on the surface. In any case, he was in the position and was not afraid of Li Zishuan secretly taking revenge. After all, Zhou Xinggong was supporting him. Sun Jiping, who was at the side, saw the tense atmosphere and could not help but tighten his grip on the sword at his waist. No matter what, he would definitely stand firmly on Li Zishuan's side. If Sun Tao dared to make any moves against Li Zishuan, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and stop him. Although this move would violate the military rules, Sun Jiping still did not hesitate. Cough cough. Field Officer Sun, Sir Consul, please do not be angry. We are all fellow soldiers, why should we harm our relationship over such a small matter? Just as the temperature in the tent dropped to freezing point, another middle-aged general standing beside Sun Tao stepped forward. He first patted Sun Tao's arm, then smiled and cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan. Sir Colonel, you may not know this, but Field Officer Sun has been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. Even if I can't say that I have experienced hundreds of battles, I still have at least dozens of them. Field Officer Sun is usually an upright person and doesn't know how to be flexible with his words. If he has offended the colonel, please forgive this lowly one's offense. You. In the side tent, Sun Tao was enraged by Li Zishuan's blatant mockery. He was a veteran who had been in the Black Armored Army for 7 to 8 years. Who around him did not respect him? Even Duan Zhishuan rarely spoke to him in such a tone. Now that he was being mocked by Li Zishuan, a brat who had just entered the army, how could he tolerate it? He immediately exploded. His face was red and his eyes were wide open. He glared at Li Zishuan and said, "Humph. No matter how useless I am, I have been in the army for more than 10 years. I have even been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. In terms of military experience, I am afraid that I am not inferior to Sir Consul." Tit for tat. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly froze. Li Zishuan looked at Sun Tao with a smile, while Sun Tao looked at Li Zishuan angrily. The two of them did not give in to each other's gazes. It could be said that they were at daggers drawn. Speaking of which, Sun Tao had originally planned to maintain a harmonious relationship with Li Zishuan on the surface. Even if he did not want to deal with Li Zishuan on the surface, he did not want to fall out with Li Zishuan on the surface. After all, other than his identity as a consul, he did not want to offend Li Zishuan on the surface. However, Li Zishuan's mockery just now made Sun Tao completely lose his mind. What did he mean by, "There are many things that he has not seen"? No matter what, he was still a veteran in the army. What right did Li Zishuan, a new recruit, have to criticize a veteran like him? He admitted that he was not as good as Li Zishuan in other aspects. However, in terms of military experience, he would definitely not lower his head to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan saying that he was not good in this aspect was a huge insult to him. For this reason, he did not mind falling out with Li Zishuan on the surface. After all, he was in the position and was not afraid of Li Zishuan secretly taking revenge. After all, Zhou Xinggong was supporting him. Sun Jiping, who was at the side, saw the tense atmosphere and could not help but tighten his grip on the sword at his waist. No matter what, he would definitely stand firmly on Li Zishuan's side. If Sun Tao dared to make any moves against Li Zishuan, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and stop him. Although this move would violate military rules, Sun Jiping still did not hesitate. Cough cough. Field Officer Sun, Sir Colonel, please don't be angry. We are all fellow soldiers, why should we harm each other over such a small matter? Just as the temperature in the tent dropped to freezing point, another middle-aged officer who was standing beside Sun Tao stood out. He first patted Sun Tao's arm and then smiled at Li Zishuan as he clasped his fist and said, "Sir Colonel, you may not know this, but Field Officer Sun has been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. Although he may not be an experienced veteran, he has at least experienced dozens of battles. Field Officer Sun is usually an upright person and does not know how to be flexible in his words. If he offends you, please forgive me. You." In the tent, Sun Tao was enraged by Li Zishuan's blatant mockery. He was a veteran who had been in the black armored army for 7 to 8 years. Who around him did not respect him? Even Duan Zhishuan rarely spoke to him in such a tone. Now that he was being mocked by Li Zishuan, a brat who had just joined the army, how could he tolerate it? He immediately exploded. His face was red and his eyes were wide open. He glared at Li Zishuan and said, "Humph. No matter how useless I am, I have been in the army for more than 10 years. I have even been in the black armored army for 8 years. In terms of military experience, I am afraid that I am not inferior to Sir Colonel." Tit for tat. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly froze. Li Zishuan looked at Sun Tao with a smile, while Sun Tao looked at Li Zishuan angrily. The two of them did not give in to each other's gazes. It could be said that they were at daggers drawn. Speaking of which, Sun Tao had originally planned to maintain a harmonious relationship with Li Zishuan on the surface. Even if he did not want to deal with Li Zishuan on the surface, he did not want to fall out with Li Zishuan on the surface. After all, other than his identity as a colonel, he did not want to offend Li Zishuan on the surface. However, Li Zishuan's mockery just now made Sun Tao completely lose his mind. What did he mean by, "There are many things that he has not seen"? No matter what, he was still a veteran in the army. What right did Li Zishuan, a new recruit, have to criticize a veteran like him? He admitted that he was indeed not as good as Li Zishuan in other aspects. However, in terms of military experience, he would definitely not bow down to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan said that he was not good in this aspect. To him, it was a great insult. For this reason, he did not mind falling out with Li Zishuan on the surface. Anyway, he was in the position and was not afraid of Li Zishuan secretly taking revenge. After all, Zhou Xinggong was backing him up. Sun Jiping, who was at the side, saw the tense atmosphere and could not help but tighten his grip on the sword at his waist. No matter what, he would definitely stand firmly on Li Zishuan's side. If Sun Tao dared to make any moves against Li Zishuan, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and stop him. Although this move was against military rules, Sun Jiping still did not hesitate. Cough cough. Field Officer Sun, "Sir Colonel, please don't be angry. We are all fellow soldiers. Why should we harm our friendship over such a small matter?" Just as the temperature in the tent dropped to freezing point, another middle-aged general standing beside Sun Tao stepped forward. He first patted Sun Tao's arm, then smiled and cupped his fists towards Li Zishuan. "Sir Colonel, you may not know this, but Field Officer Sun has been in the black armored army for 8 years. Although I can't say that he has experienced hundreds of battles, he has at least experienced dozens of battles. Field Officer Sun is usually an upright person and doesn't know how to be flexible with his words. If he has offended the colonel, please forgive this lowly one's offense." "You." In the side tent, Sun Tao was enraged by Li Zishuan's blatant mockery. He was a veteran who had been in the black armored army for 7 to 8 years. Who around him did not respect him? Even Duan Zhishuan rarely spoke to him in such a tone. Now that he was being mocked by Li Zishuan, a brat who had just joined the army, how could he tolerate it? He immediately exploded. His face was red and his eyes were wide open in anger. He looked at Li Zishuan and said, "Humph. No matter how useless I am, I have been in the army for more than 10 years. I have even been in the black armored army for 8 years. In terms of military experience, I am afraid that I am not inferior to Sir Colonel." Tit for tat. The atmosphere in the tent suddenly froze. Li Zishuan looked at Sun Tao with a smile, while Sun Tao looked at Li Zishuan angrily. The two of them did not give in to each other's gazes. It could be said that they were at daggers drawn. Speaking of which, Sun Tao had originally planned to maintain a harmonious relationship with Li Zishuan, this parachuted recruit, on the surface. Even if he didn't want to deal with Li Zishuan in the dark, he didn't plan on falling out with Li Zishuan on the surface. After all, other than his identity as a recruit, Li Zishuan's background in the imperial court wasn't too powerful. However, Li Zishuan's mockery just now made Sun Tao completely lose his mind. What did he mean by, there are many things that he has not seen? No matter what, he was still a veteran in the army. What right did Li Zishuan, a new recruit, have to criticize a veteran like him? He admitted that he was not as good as Li Zishuan in other aspects, but in terms of military experience, he would definitely not lower his head to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan saying that he was not good in this aspect was a huge insult to him. For this reason, he did not mind falling out with Li Zishuan on the surface. After all, he was in the position and was not afraid of Li Zishuan secretly taking revenge. After all, Zhou Xinggong was backing him up. Sun Jiping, who was at the side, saw the tense atmosphere and could not help but tighten his grip on the sword at his waist. No matter what, he would definitely stand firmly on Li Zishuan's side. If Sun Tao dared to do anything to Li Zishuan, he would not hesitate to draw his sword and stop him. Although this action would violate military rules, Sun Jiping still did not hesitate. Cough cough. Field Officer Sun, Sir Colonel, please don't be angry. We are all fellow soldiers, why should we harm our friendship over such a small matter? Just as the temperature in the tent dropped to freezing point, another middle-aged officer who was standing beside Sun Tao stood out. He first patted Sun Tao's arm and then smiled at Li Zishuan. He clasped his fist and said, Sir Colonel, you may not know this, but Field Officer Sun has been in the Black Armored Army for 8 years. Although he may not have experienced hundreds of battles, he has at least experienced dozens of battles. Field Officer Sun is usually an upright person and does not know how to be flexible with his words. If he has offended the Colonel, please forgive this lowly one. Chapter 1748. Push-ups are a way to train your shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, your body needs to be in a straight line from your shoulders to your ankles. Both arms should be placed on your chest, with the distance between your hands slightly wider than your shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support your body as you go up and down. 1 round trip counts as 1. 100 rounds is a pass. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of the push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the rest while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because none of them had personally experienced such a training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. For a moment, no one commented on it. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan berating Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian was still fresh in their minds. At this moment, no one was willing to put themselves in danger. As for pull-ups, you need to grab onto a fixed beam with both hands. The beam should be slightly taller than your height. After grabbing onto the beam, you need to rely entirely on the strength of your arms to pull your body up. Similarly, 1 round trip counts as 1 round. 15 rounds is a pass. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it himself. He could only use words and some simple body movements to explain it. Push-ups are a way to train your shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, your body needs to be in a straight line from your shoulders to your ankles. Both arms should be placed on your chest, with the distance between your hands slightly wider than your shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support your body as you go up and down. 1 round trip counts as 1 round trip. 100 rounds is a pass. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of the push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the rest while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because none of them had personally experienced such a training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. At this moment, no one commented on it. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan berating Sun Tao and Zhang Kangyan was still fresh in their minds. At this moment, no one was willing to put themselves in danger. As for pull-ups, you need to grab a fixed beam with both hands. The height of the beam is slightly higher than your height. After grabbing the beam, you need to rely on the strength of your arms to pull your body up. Similarly, one up, one down, and one back and forth is counted as one round. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he could not give a personal demonstration. He could only use words and some simple body movements to explain. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. One round trip counts as one round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of the push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the rest while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because none of them had personally experienced such a training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. At this moment, no one commented on it. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan berating Sun Tao and Zhang Kangyan was still fresh in their minds. At this moment, no one was willing to put themselves in danger. As for pull-ups, you need to grab a fixed beam with both hands. The height of the beam is slightly higher than your height. After grabbing the beam, you need to rely on the strength of your arms to pull your body up. Similarly, one up, one down, and one back and forth is counted as one round. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't do it himself. He could only use words and some simple body movements to explain it. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body up and down. One round trip is counted as one round. 100 rounds is a pass. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of the push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the rest while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because none of them had personally experienced such a training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. At this moment, no one commented on it. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kangyan was still vivid in everyone's mind. At this time, no one wanted to get into trouble. As for pull-ups, you need to grab a fixed beam with both hands. The height of the beam is slightly higher than your height. After grabbing the beam, you need to rely on the strength of your arms to pull your body up. Similarly, one up, one down, and one back and forth is counted as one round. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't do it himself. He could only use words and some simple body movements to explain it. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. One round trip counts as one round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the others. At the same time, he demonstrated it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because none of them had personally experienced this training method, they didn't know how effective it was. For a moment, no one made any comments. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kongyan was still vivid in everyone's mind. At this time, no one wanted to get into trouble. As for pull-ups, you need to grab a fixed beam with both hands. The height of the beam is slightly higher than your height. After grabbing the beam, you need to rely on the strength of your arms to pull your body up. Similarly, one up, one down, and one back and forth is counted as one round. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it himself. He could only use words and some simple body movements to explain it. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. One round trip counts as one round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the others. At the same time, he demonstrated it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes. Because none of them had personally experienced this training method, they didn't know how effective it was. At this time, no one made any comments. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kongyan was still vivid in their minds. At this time, no one wanted to bump into the muzzle of a gun. As for pull-ups, you need to grab onto a fixed beam with both hands. The beam should be slightly taller than your height. After grabbing onto the beam, you need to grab onto the floor to support your body. One round trip counts as one round trip. 15 rounds counts as one round trip. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it himself. He could only use words and some simple body movements to explain it. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. One round trip counts as one round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the others while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Because none of them had personally experienced this training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. For a moment, no one made any comments. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kongyan was still vivid in their minds. At this time, no one wanted to bump into the muzzle of a gun. As for pull-ups, you need to grab onto a fixed beam with both hands. The beam should be slightly taller than your height. After grabbing onto the beam, you need to grab onto the floor to support your body. One round trip counts as one round trip. 15 rounds counts as one round trip. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it to everyone. He could only explain it with words and some simple body movements. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. One round trip counts as one round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the others while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Because none of them had personally experienced this training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. At this time, no one made any comments. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kangyan was still vivid in everyone's mind. At this time, no one wanted to get into trouble. As for pull-ups, you need to grab onto a fixed beam with both hands. The beam should be slightly taller than your height. After grabbing onto the floor to support your body, you need to grab onto the floor to support your body. 1 round trip counts as 1 round trip. 15 rounds counts as 1 round trip. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it to everyone. He could only explain it with words and some simple body movements. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. 1 round trip counts as 1 round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of the push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the others while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Because none of them had personally experienced this training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. For a moment, no one made any comments. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kangyan was still vivid in everyone's mind. At this time, no one wanted to get into trouble. As for pull-ups, you need to grab onto a fixed beam with both hands. The beam should be slightly taller than your height. After grabbing onto the floor to support your body, you need to grab onto the floor to support your body. 1 round trip counts as 1 round trip. 15 rounds counts as 1 round trip. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it to everyone. He could only explain it with words and some simple body movements. Push-ups are a training method to train the shoulders, arms, and waist. During the training, the body needs to be in a straight line from the shoulders to the ankles. Both arms should be placed on the chest and the distance between the hands should be slightly wider than the shoulders. Both palms should be placed on the ground to support the body as it goes up and down. 1 round trip counts as 1 round. Just like this. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan was explaining the essentials of the push-ups to Zhang Shigui, Sun Tao, and the others while demonstrating it himself. It was the first time for everyone to see such a strange movement. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Because none of them had personally experienced this training method, they didn't know how effective it would be. At this time, no one made any comments. After all, the scene of Li Zishuan scolding Sun Tao and Zhang Kangyan was still vivid in everyone's mind. At this time, no one wanted to get into trouble. As for pull-ups, you need to grab onto a fixed beam with both hands. The beam should be slightly taller than your height. After grabbing onto the floor to support your body, you need to grab onto the floor to support your body. 1 round trip counts as 1 round trip. 15 rounds counts as 1 round trip. Seeing that no one spoke, Li Zishuan continued his explanation. However, there was no horizontal bar in the tent, so he couldn't demonstrate it to everyone. He could only explain it with words and some simple body movements. Chapter 1749. The kinetic energy formula in physics tells us that if you want to increase the kinetic energy of an object, you have to work on speed and mass. For heavy cavalry, the warhorse's speed is relatively stable. Thus, if you want to increase kinetic energy, you have to work on mass. For individual cavalry, the way to increase mass is to increase armor. This way, you can increase both the impact and defense. It can be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, heavy cavalry was developed according to this train of thought. However, compared to cavalry as a whole, the way to increase mass is to increase the number of cavalry. The impact of a massive heavy cavalry formation is not inferior to a modern armored formation. Thus, regardless of east or west, heavy cavalry formations are shockingly similar. China's armored cavalry and iron stupa all pursue a powerful impact to crush the opponent. In the Song dynasty, the Jin dynasty's heavy cavalry unit, Guzi Ma, in order to increase the impact of the heavy cavalry formation, they were even connected by iron chains. As for the West, due to the importance of cavalry's impact, they placed far more importance on their mobility. Thus, the greatest characteristic of heavy cavalry tactics is their cohesion. Cavalry battles are the same as infantry. Both sides are arranged in a neat formation to charge at each other. In order to demonstrate this simple tactic, maintaining a neat formation is extremely important for heavy cavalry. This is extremely rare in light cavalry tactics. The heavy cavalry group charging tactic was the key for an army to form a powerful first assault force. Under normal circumstances, the attacking side would use the heavy cavalry formation to directly tear apart the opponent's first or second defensive formation, providing the conditions for the following troops to join in the battle. As early as the 8th century AD, the heavy cavalry of the Carolingian dynasty started using cavalry formation to charge. Ever since the fall of the Roman Empire, Charlemagne established the Carolingian army with heavy cavalry as the core. In every battle, they have performed well. The Carolingian cavalry was the first recorded unit to use heavy cavalry to charge. The classic charging action is to hold the javelin horizontally, using the warhorse's speed to imbue the javelin with great impact, causing great damage to the opponent. Therefore, a strong shoulder and arm strength was absolutely necessary for a heavy cavalry. Of course, in addition to this, heavy cavalry also had to have a certain level of close combat skills. This was because when the impact tactic tore apart the enemy's defensive line, the heavy cavalry needed to engage in close combat with the scattered enemy. Regarding this point, the Western heavy cavalry history was especially crazy. According to records, during the Middle Ages in France, where heavy cavalry tactics were prevalent, one of the qualifications for a knight was to fight with a wild boar barehanded without any armor. Only by killing the wild boar could one pass. This was also the reason why the cavalrymen of Abba tried their best to avoid close combat with the Crusaders. Due to the almost crazy pursuit of individual combat skills, the Western heavy cavalry used a large number of competitions to maintain combat skills when there was no war. This kind of competition later developed into an important social activity, an important means to win honor, solve disputes, and even attract the opposite sex. Li Zishuan had referred to the charging tactics of the Western heavy cavalry in the Middle Ages and combined them with the current situation of the Tang Empire. He had come up with a training manual for the Black Armored Army. It might not be the best, but it was definitely the most suitable for the current Black Armored Army. Chapter 1750. Good. Since Jiping trusts me so much, I won't let you down. In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Sun Jiping stepped forward and took the lead in accepting the new drill. Although this was a prearranged scene, Li Zishuan still clapped his hands excitedly and said, "From today onwards, all the soldiers of the Wu battalion will start training according to the new drill. I will supervise and guide the whole process. I believe that in less than half a month, the results will be seen." "Yes, sir." Sun Jiping clasped his fist and said loudly. Li Zishuan glanced at Sun Jiping and Sun Tao and Zhang Kangyan and said, 2nd and 3rd battalions will train according to the previous method. After half a month, we will see the results of the Wu battalion's training. Then you too can decide if you want to accept the new drill. Even though I won't force you on this matter, I still have to remind the two of you that the Black Armored Army has only been expanded for a short period of time. The training will affect the reputation of the Black Armored Army over the past decade. The war 2 months later will affect the survival of the Great Tang. I hope that the two of you won't mix your personal feelings with this matter and ruin the reputation and glory of the Black Armored Army over the past decade. Li Zishuan's words clearly had a hidden meaning. Sun Tao and Zhang Kongyan's expressions froze when they heard this, their faces filled with embarrassment. But at this time, they couldn't say anything, because this kind of matter would only make things worse. Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Shigui and Lu De. These two didn't belong to any specific faction and should be able to persuade them. He thought for a while and said, "General Zhang, Lieutenant Lu, what's your decision?" In the tent, everyone's eyes focused on Zhang Shigui and Lu De. After a moment of silence, Zhang Shigui clasped his fist and said, "I think the new drill is feasible. I'm willing to accept the new training method on behalf of the soldiers of the 1st Battalion." As one of the earliest generals of the black armored troops, Zhang Shigui was still able to differentiate between the importance of the situation. Although most of the soldiers in the A Battalion were veterans of the black armored troops, they were all wearing the new plate armor and wielding vanadium steel horse lances. Different equipment would lead to different training methods and battle strategies. Zhang Shigui thought about it seriously and realized that if the black armored troops wanted to quickly adapt to the new equipment, they would have to follow Li Zishuan's training methods. That was why he stood out to support Li Zishuan. Good. Li Zishuan's spirit shook as he nodded approvingly. Seeing that Zhang Shigui had expressed his stance, Lu De also bowed to Li Zishuan and clasped his fist. "I'm willing to accept the new training method on behalf of the soldiers of the 4th Battalion." Lu De was considered a veteran of the Black Armored Army. However, the 4th Battalion under him were almost all new recruits who had just joined the Black Armored Army. New recruits and new equipment. If they wanted to quickly develop their combat strength, they had to use the new training method. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu De had always respected Zhang Shigui. Since Zhang Shigui had agreed to the new drill method compiled by Li Zishuan, then what was there to hesitate about? As long as it could help the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion increase their combat strength, there was nothing that Lu De couldn't agree to. He wasn't loyal to Qiu Xingong, nor was he loyal to Duan Jishuan. He was only loyal to Li Er. Seeing that Lu De had also stood out to express his willingness to accept the new drill method, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be overjoyed. Before this, he had already prepared for the worst, which was that only Sun Jiping stood out to support him. The other 4 strongly opposed the new drill method. But he didn't think that the final result would far exceed his expectations. Out of the 5 captains, 3 of them were actually willing to support him. How could he not be overjoyed? Good. I am indebted to the 3 of you for your trust. Since that's the case, then from today onwards, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army's 1st Battalion, 4th Battalion and 5th Battalion will all strictly implement the new drill method. Those who train diligently will be heavily rewarded. Those who slack off and cheat will be severely punished and will not be tolerated. Li Zishuan was energized. Looking at the crowd, he spoke with full vigor. As you wish. Zhang Shigui, Lu De and Sun Jiping clasped their fists and replied in unison. Good. Then everyone will follow your own plans and return to the barracks to arrange the training for the soldiers. Li Zishuan waved his hands and ordered them to leave. The main thing was that it was getting late and the soldiers should be training. Yes. The 5 of them each had their own thoughts as they clasped their fists and left. Half an hour later, all the soldiers of the Black Armored Army gathered on the drill ground once again. A day of training had begun. But today's training was a little different. All soldiers of the 1st Battalion, attention. Turn to the left. Run 5 laps around the drill ground. If you don't finish within half an hour, you will be punished with 2 extra laps. In the past, at this time, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army would start their training in formation. But today was different. Following Zhang Shigui's series of orders, all the soldiers of the 1st Battalion were stunned. Run 5 laps around the drill ground? What's going on? Why do we have to run today? But we are all wearing armor right now. How are we going to run? The Black Armored Army's drill ground took up a huge area. 1 lap was at least 2 miles long. 10 laps would be more than 10 miles long. Logically speaking, 10 miles of running wasn't a difficult task for the soldiers of the Black Armored Army. But they were all wearing heavy armor right now. How are we going to run? Hence, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. What are you all standing there for? Do you think it's too long? Everyone, record down. If you don't finish the 5 laps in half an hour, you will be punished with 2 extra laps. If you don't finish after 2 laps, you will not be allowed to eat lunch. Zhang Shigui's face was cold as he shouted loudly in the face of the soldiers' discussion. Yes. The soldiers were startled, and they hurriedly started to run. The soldiers of the Black Armored Army weren't alone. After they got up and started running, the 4th and 5th battalions followed closely behind. After the initial shock and disbelief, the 3,000 soldiers of the Black Armored Army began a vigorous and exhausting day under the morning sun. Isn't that Zhang Shigui? What's he doing with his men? Qiu Xingong, who had just finished his breakfast and came to the drill ground to observe the training, saw the 3,000 soldiers running around the drill ground. He couldn't help but frown and ask curiously. Go and call Zhang Kangyan over. After thinking for a moment, Qiu Xingong ordered his personal guard behind him. It was a little unrealistic to ask someone to call Zhang Shigui over directly. Firstly, Zhang Shigui wasn't on his side. Secondly, Zhang Shigui's seniority and status in the Black Armored Army was not lower than his. If he sent someone to call Zhang Shigui over, Zhang Shigui would probably ignore him. Hence, he could only call his little brother, Zhang Kangyan. Yes, sir. The personal guard cupped his fists and left. Chapter 1751. General, I heard you were looking for me. On the side of the Black Armored Army drill ground, 3rd Camp Lieutenant Zhang Kangyan ran over to greet Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong nodded. Perhaps he realized that this wasn't the place to talk. After all, the soldiers of the Black Armored Army were still training. He turned around and led Zhang Kangyan towards the tents outside the drill ground. As he walked, he asked, "What's up with the A, D, and V camps today? Why didn't they follow the usual practice?" At this time, Zhang Kangyan wiped the sweat on his forehead and hurriedly replying to the general, "Adjunct Li made a new training manual last night. Zhang Shigui, Lu De, and Sun Jiping are now leading the soldiers to train according to the new training manual." New training manuals? Qiu Xingong was stunned when he heard this. Then, he suddenly had a bad premonition, so he quickly asked, "What new training manual?" Li Zishuan just joined the army for a day. How could he come up with new training manuals? Tell me what the new training manuals are about. Zhang Kangyan pondered for a moment and said, "Early this morning, Adjunct Li asked all the commanders of the 5 camps to go to the side tent for a meeting. He showed us his new training manuals. The first rule of the new training manuals is long-distance running." As Zhang Kangyan explained, Qiu Xingong's face turned darker and darker. After Zhang Kangyan finished, Qiu Xingong finally couldn't hold it in anymore and exploded. "Bastard! Nonsense! The Black Armored Army is cavalry. Why would they practice long-distance running? Why would they practice martial arts? And what are these push-ups and pull-ups? I've never heard of them before. What's even more ridiculous is that Li Zishuan is a brat who doesn't know anything about military affairs. He just joined the army and he's already causing trouble. Why would Zhang Shigui, Lu De, and the rest follow suit? No, if this continues, the Black Armored Army will be ruined by Li Zishuan. Order Zhang Shigui, Lu De, and Sun Jiping to stop running and resume their usual training." Qiu Xingong's anger was justified. Before Li Zishuan came to the camp, he had been in charge of the daily training of the Black Armored Troops. In the end, Li Zishuan had only been in the Black Armored Troops for a day and he had already overthrown the training system that he had painstakingly built. How could he not be angry? Furthermore, in his view, Li Zishuan's new training method was completely ridiculous. If they were to continue training like this, the black armored army would become the laughingstock of Great Tang. However, Zhang Kongnian did not immediately relay Qiu Xingong's order. Instead, a troubled look flashed across his face. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Kongnian said with a troubled expression, "General, I'm afraid this is inappropriate." If one were to differentiate between civil and military, Zhang Kongnian would be more of a civil official than a military general. This fellow was extremely quick-witted. Compared to his ability in civil affairs, his military strength was simply trash. Thus, he had always been Qiu Xingong's think tank. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong frowned and said unhappily, "What's inappropriate about it?" Zhang Kongnian's brows furrowed as he explained, replying to the general, after Adjunct Li finished introducing his new training drill this morning, he claimed that he wouldn't force the battalion commanders to train their soldiers according to his drill, that it would all be voluntary. Zhang Shigui, Lu De, Sun Jiping, and the others, they all voluntarily accepted the new training drill. "General, if you order them to stop training now, I don't think they would listen." "Outrageous. Do you think they would dare to disobey my orders?" Hearing this, Qiu Xingong was instantly enraged. Zhang Kongnian immediately kept quiet out of fear, not daring to utter a single word. Sigh. "Forget it, I'll go look for General Duan. Li Zishuan, this brat, this old man has really underestimated him. This old man has truly underestimated him. I can't let him continue messing around like this." After a moment, Qiu Xingong probably felt that Zhang Shigui and the rest might really dare to disobey his orders, so he sighed and changed his words. After all, Duan Zishuan had said yesterday that he would hand over the daily training of the black armored troops to Li Zishuan. Even if Zhang Shigui and the rest did not listen to his orders, it was understandable. General is wise. Zhang Kongnian clasped his fist and flattered him. You and Sun Tao did well. On this matter, you can't mess around with Li Zishuan. You go and lead the training. I'll go look for General Duan." Qiu Xingong looked at Zhang Kongnian and waved his hand. "Yes, sir." Zhang Kongnian accepted the order and left. Qiu Xingong stood there for a while before walking towards the commander's tent. Half a month ago, the black armored troops had entered a state of closed training. Under normal circumstances, they were only allowed to enter and not leave the camp. This included Duan Zishuan and Qiu Xingong. These days, they had been living and eating in the camp. Of course, if there was an important court meeting, they could still leave the camp to attend it. The day before yesterday, Li Zishuan had come to Chang'an to visit Duan Zishuan. Coincidentally, Duan Zishuan had just finished attending the morning court meeting. Otherwise, he could only come to the camp to look for Duan Zishuan. At this moment, Duan Zishuan was staring blankly at a map in the command tent. Qiu Xingong did not wait for the guard to come in and announce his arrival and strode in. Lawless. Simply lawless. "General Duan, go and see what Li Zishuan has done. If he continues messing around like this, the black armored troops will be completely crippled." Qiu Xingong shouted at Duan Zishuan, who was sitting at the head of the table, in a flustered and exasperated manner. His loud shout immediately snapped Duan Zishuan out of his thoughts. He could not help but frown and ask, "Xingong, what did Li Zishuan do to make you so angry?" Qiu Xingong said angrily, "Humph. This Qiu just heard that Li Zishuan summoned all the commanders of the 5 battalions to the side tent early this morning to discuss his new training manual. Zishuan, tell me, this kid has only been in the barracks for a day. What kind of training manual can he write? Isn't this nonsense?" "Oh. New training manual?" In contrast to Qiu Xingong's angry face, Duan Zishuan's eyes lit up when he heard that Li Zishuan had written a new training manual. He asked with interest, "Xingong, tell me, what is the content of the training manual that Li Zishuan wrote?" To be honest, Duan Zishuan was not angry at all. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. That's right, pleasantly surprised. According to his original expectations, after Li Zishuan entered the black armored troops, it would take at least 3 to 5 days before he could come up with any useful suggestions. He never expected that Li Zishuan would write a training manual within a day of entering the camp. This was too fast. Cough cough. Of course, Duan Zhishuan still had some doubts about the quality of the training manual. Humph. That kid's training manual is all nonsense. General Duan, listen to it first. The first rule states that the soldiers of each camp must start running 10 miles in their armor at 4 in the morning. Chapter 1752. Long-distance running with armor trains endurance, cavalry charging with hidden sharpness, and combat training for close combat. These are all good ideas. In the Black Armored Army's commander's tent, Duan Zhishuan couldn't help but nod as he listened to Qiu Xingong describe the contents of Li Zishuan's new training manual. Seeing this, Qiu Xingong's face darkened. Duan Zhishuan was obviously brainlessly siding with Li Zishuan. That's right. In Qiu Xingong's opinion, Li Zishuan's new training manual was ridiculous, yet Qiu Xingong was still nodding his head. What else could he be if he wasn't siding with Li Zishuan? However, he had misunderstood Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong didn't know that he was in the situation. The one who was looking at things objectively from the outside was Duan Zhishuan, not him. In fact, even though Duan Zhishuan admired Li Zishuan, it was only admiration. If he had to choose between the Black Armored Army and Li Zishuan, he would choose the Black Armored Army without hesitation. Therefore, when Duan Zhishuan heard that Li Zishuan had come up with a new training manual, he was only pleasantly surprised for a moment. Following that, he became worried. He was worried that Li Zishuan's new training manual would have some illogical aspects that would cripple the black armored troops. Luckily, Duan Zhishuan felt that most of the content in Li Zishuan's training manual was pretty good. However, when he saw Qiu Xingong's old face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, he quickly coughed and said, cough cough. But what are the push-ups and pull-ups in Army Commander Li's training manual? Qiu Xingong could only swallow his anger. He replied in a low voice, I don't know either. I think it's Li Zishuan's playful behavior. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. It's fine if he's frivolous and unruly in the imperial court, but he's also fooling around in the military. General, if you don't stop him, the Black Armored Army will be completely destroyed. Long-distance running with armor trains endurance, cavalry charging with hidden sharpness, combat training for close combat. These are all good ideas. In the Black Armored Army's commander's tent, Duan Zhishuan couldn't help but nod as he listened to Qiu Xingong describe the contents of Li Zishuan's new training manual. Seeing this, Qiu Xingong's face darkened. Duan Zhishuan was obviously brainlessly siding with Li Zishuan. That's right, from Qiu Xingong's point of view, Li Zishuan's new training manual was so ridiculous, yet Qiu Xingong still nodded his head. If this wasn't brainless standing on the side, then what was? However, he had misunderstood Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong himself didn't know that he was in the situation. The person who was looking at things objectively from the outside was Duan Zhishuan, not him. In fact, even though Duan Zhishuan admired Li Zishuan, it was only admiration. If he had to choose between the Black Armored Army and Li Zishuan, Duan Zhishuan would choose the Black Armored Army without hesitation. Therefore, when Duan Zhishuan heard that Li Zishuan had come up with a new training manual, he was only pleasantly surprised for a moment. Following that, he became worried. He was worried that Li Zishuan's new training manual would have some illogical aspects that would cripple the black armored troops. Luckily, Duan Zhishuan felt that most of the content in Li Zishuan's training manual was pretty good. However, when he saw Qiu Xingong's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, he quickly coughed and said, cough cough. But what are the push-ups and pull-ups in Army Li's training manual? Qiu Xingong could only swallow his anger gloomily and replied with a muffled voice, I have no idea about that either. I think Li Zishuan is just fooling around. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. It's fine if he's frivolous and unruly in the imperial court, but he's also fooling around in the military. General, if you don't stop him, the Black Armored Army will be completely destroyed. Chapter 1753. Greetings, Grand General. Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao were led by Duan Zhishuan's personal guard to the Black Armored Army's drill ground. They cupped their fists and greeted Duan Zhishuan. The two of them were bowing so they couldn't see Duan Zhishuan's expression. However, they had a bad feeling about being called over at this time. Humph. Sun Tao, Zhang Kongnian, you two are the captains of the Black Armored Army. Do you know what is the most important thing in the Black Armored Army? Duan Zhishuan didn't ask them to stand up after they finished their greetings. Instead, he snorted coldly and asked. Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao's hearts skipped a beat. They knew that the situation was not good, but the two of them still braced themselves and replied, reporting to the Grand General, in the Black Armored Army, military orders are the most important. Military orders are like mountains. Huh. Good. It's good that you two still remember. Duan Zhishuan sneered. Then let me ask you too. Yesterday morning, when we were at the drill ground, didn't I say that Adjunct Li will be in charge of the Black Armored Army's daily training? Adjunct Li's orders are military orders and my orders. No one, no matter what position they hold, can disobey. The two of them snapped out of their daze and roughly understood why Duan Zhishuan was angry. Zhang Kongnian hurriedly bowed and apologized. Please calm down, Grand General. You did say that yesterday. Today, because our training philosophy is different from Adjunct Li's, we disobeyed him. Please forgive us, Grand General. Different philosophy? Duan Zhishuan's expression was frosty as he reprimanded them mercilessly. In the Black Armored Army, military orders are like mountains and must be obeyed. I've already said that Adjunct Li's orders are military orders. How dare the two of you disobey a military order just because of a difference in philosophy? Even if Adjunct Li's new training regimen is full of loopholes, the two of you should follow it unconditionally and not rashly criticize it. You don't have the right to do so. Duan Zhishuan's words could be said to be stern. He didn't give any face to Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian because he wanted to help Li Zishuan establish his might. Li Zishuan had just arrived at the Black Armored Army. If he, as the commander-in-chief, did not support Li Zishuan would not be able to do anything. He wanted to use this opportunity to build up Li Zishuan's prestige. Men. Drag Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian away and flog them 50 times as a warning to others. Duan Zhishuan waved his hand and shouted. Zhang Kongnian's face immediately turned pale, while Sun Tao's face flushed red. Although he could withstand 50 beatings, this would make him lose face in front of his subordinates. Old Sun still had some sense of shame. General Duan, since this is their first offense and they did it for the good of the soldiers under their command, please give them a lighter punishment. Since his own underling was beaten up, Qiu Xinggong, as the big brother, naturally had to stand up and plead for leniency. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to continue being the big brother in the future. Lighter punishment? Duan Zhishuan glanced at Qiu Xinggong and said, Xinggong, you have been in the Black Armored Army for more than 10 years. You should know the consequences of disobeying a military order. I have already shown mercy by not chopping off their heads. Do you still want me to let bygones be bygones? That's impossible. Duan Zhishuan was determined to build up Li Zishuan's prestige today. He didn't even intend to give Qiu Xinggong any face. Qiu Xinggong's expression froze. Although he was furious, he knew that Duan Zhishuan was right. The Black Armored Army was the trump card of the Tang Empire's cavalry. Their military discipline had always been strict. Disobeying a military order here was punishable by death. What are you all waiting for? Drag the two of them away. Seeing that Qiu Xinggong was speechless, Duan Zhishuan glared at the two bodyguards beside him and ordered sternly. "Yes, sir." The two bodyguards responded and immediately rushed towards Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao. Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao didn't dare to resist. They could only let Duan Zhishuan's bodyguards drag them away. Seeing that the matter was settled, a voice suddenly came from outside the training ground. "Wait!" The two personal guards stopped in their tracks, and everyone looked towards the source of the sound. They saw a young general in silver armor walking towards them. As the visor on his helmet was lifted, everyone quickly recognized the person. Who else could it be but Li Zishuan? "General, please wait. Can you allow me to say a few words?" Li Zishuan was originally training with the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. The new training manual was proposed by him. He felt that he had to set an example and follow the soldiers to train according to the manual. This was because only by personally training could he make targeted improvements. Li Zishuan felt that as the person who made the training plan, he should be the one at the bottom and experience it personally. He shouldn't just be an armchair strategist from a high position. Although the soldiers of the Wu Battalion were all new to the Black Armored Army, they were all elites among the 12 guards of the capital. In terms of physical fitness, every one of them was still very outstanding. Therefore, even though the training of running 10 li with their armor on was a bit strenuous for them, most of them still managed to complete it within the time limit of half an hour. As for Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, they were both martial arts experts in the Qi transformation realm. Although they hadn't received such high-intensity military training before, they still had a good foundation in martial arts. Moreover, the military training at the beginning of the academy last year had also improved their physical fitness by a lot. Therefore, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin also completed the 10 miles in armor within half an hour. However, after the run, the two boys were as tired as dogs. They could only pant heavily and couldn't say a word. As a grandmaster, Li Zishuan naturally still had energy left after the run. After he told Sun Jiping not to let the soldiers sit on the ground to rest immediately, he left the main group and came to the drill ground. With his excellent hearing, he happened to hear the conversation between Duan Zhishuan and Qiu Xinggong. At this moment, seeing Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian being dragged away by Duan Zhishuan's bodyguards, Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and walked over to stop them. "Oh? What do you want to say, General Li?" An inexplicable look flashed across Duan Zhishuan's eyes. Then, he looked at Li Zishuan with a serious expression and said. Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao, then saluted Duan Zhishuan and said, "General, please allow me to report that Captain Sun and Captain Zhang can't be blamed for this matter. When I gathered all the generals to discuss the new drill this morning, I already said in advance that it was up to everyone whether they wanted to accept the new drill. Those who didn't want to accept it, it wouldn't be too late to accept it when the results of the new drill are seen. The generals of the Black Armored Army are all veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles. It is normal for everyone to have their own views on military affairs. Therefore, I think that it is normal for Captain Sun and Captain Zhang to disagree with my views on the new drill. I hope that the general can give them a way out and let them off. Plead for mercy. Li Zishuan actually came to plead for mercy for Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian. Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian, who were being detained, suddenly had a look of disbelief on their faces. Then, they were pleasantly surprised. On the other hand, Qiu Xinggong's face was stunned at first, but then he realized something. He couldn't help but look at Li Zishuan with eyes full of resentment. Because Li Zishuan's move of requiting evil with good was checkmate. Chapter 1754. Since Adjunct Li personally pleaded for you, I will not pursue the crime of disobeying military orders this time. But the two of you must remember this lesson. If you do it again, I will settle all the old and new debts with you. On the Black Armor military drill ground, facing Li Zishuan who suddenly appeared to plead for Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao, Duan Zhishuan squinted his eyes and looked deeply at Li Zishuan. Then, his old face turned serious as he spoke sternly to Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, great general. Thank you, great general. Hearing this, Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao hurriedly walked over and bowed to Duan Zhishuan as if they had been granted amnesty. Duan Zhishuan waved his hand and said, "If you want to thank someone, thank Adjunct Li. Alright, the two of you can go and lead the team for training." "Yes, sir." Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao replied. Then, they clasped their fists to Li Zishuan to thank him for pleading for them just now. Then, they left. "General Duan, I am going to the A Battalion to take a look at Adjunct Li's new training method. I will not accompany you." At this moment, Qiu Xingong clasped his fists to Duan Zhishuan and said with a dark face. Previously, when he pleaded for Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao, Duan Zhishuan did not give him any face at all. But when Li Zishuan came, he only said a few words and asked Duan Zhishuan to let Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao go. Such obvious favoritism made Qiu Xingong very angry. Of course, what made him even more angry was that Li Zishuan had used Duan Zhishuan's favoritism to sell Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao a favor. Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao were his loyal followers. Li Zishuan was trying to steal his men. Even if he didn't succeed in poaching this corner, he had still planted a seed of suspicion between Qiu Xingong, Zhang Kongnian, and Sun Tao. Just imagine, after this incident, would Sun Tao and Zhang Kongnian still stand firmly on Qiu Xingong's side in the future? Even if they did, Qiu Xingong would not dare to completely trust the two of them like before. This was because he could not guarantee that the two of them would not betray him. Therefore, Qiu Xingong felt as disgusted as if he had eaten **T. He couldn't stay here any longer. Duan Zhishuan obviously knew that Qiu Xingong was unhappy in his heart right now, but it wasn't good for him to point it out to his face. He could only nod and say, "All right. Xingong, you can go back to your work." Qiu Xingong cupped his fists and turned around to leave, not even sparing a glance at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan didn't mind at all. After Qiu Xingong left, he cupped his fists towards Duan Zhishuan and said, "General Duan, if there's nothing else, this general will go and instruct the soldiers in their training. After all, the new drill has just been introduced today. Many soldiers, including the commanders of the various battalions, still don't know the specific movements. I can only rest assured if I watch from the side." Duan Zhishuan nodded and said with a smile, "Ho. Good. This general still has some doubts about the contents of your drill. I'll go take a look with you." Even though Duan Zhishuan was on Li Zishuan's side when it came to Zhang Kongnian and Sun Tao, Duan Zhishuan still had his doubts about the new training manual. If he didn't clear up his doubts, he wouldn't be at ease to fully implement Li Zishuan's training manual in the Black Armored Army. "Good. Grand General, please." Hearing this, Li Zishuan made a sound of agreement and made an inviting gesture. He had originally planned to wait a few days before letting Duan Zhishuan see the results of the drill. But since Duan Zhishuan wanted to see it now, he had no reason to refuse. It was a good opportunity for Duan Zhishuan to give him some advice and prevent him from going astray. "Old Master. Old Master. His Highness King of Shu is here." South of Chang'an City, Lin family's front hall. Lin Wenyuan was having breakfast with his wife in the front hall. Suddenly, a servant rushed in and bowed to Lin Wenyuan. "What? His Highness King of Shu? Why is His Highness King of Shu here?" Lin Wenyuan was stunned. His right hand, which was holding chopsticks, couldn't help but tremble. Although he was doing well in the business world with the help of the Flame Yellow Chamber of Commerce, Lin Wenyuan was still very respectful of the imperial power. He had never thought that he would have any interaction with the imperial family one day. "Old Master, it's true. His Highness King of Shu is outside the courtyard. He said that he has something to discuss with you." The servant's face was still in shock. Obviously, Li Ke's arrival had a great impact on him. "Old Master, His Highness King of Shu is now a student of Yanhuang College." My Hao is also going to Yanhuang College. In that case, they can be considered classmates. Do you think that His Highness King of Shu is here to look for Hao? Madame Lin said at this time. Lin Wenyuan frowned. After a while, he nodded and said, Madame Lin is right. Men, go to the backyard and wake up that unfilial son. Wake Hao up. Come to the front yard to meet the guest. It was early in the morning. It was time for breakfast, but Lin Hao was not at the table. As for where he went, was there a need to ask? He was probably still sleeping. A few days ago, the academy released the results. Lin Hao was unexpectedly admitted to Yanhuang College. In the days before school started, this guy had been completely indulging. Cough, cough. His indulgence was not the same as the indulgence of other rich young masters. This guy took out all the novels he had accumulated in the past 6 months and read them every day and night. He went to bed very late every night, so he usually couldn't get up in the morning. Lin Wenyuan was too lazy to say anything about this. Yes. Old master. A servant girl who was serving at the side hurriedly followed the order and left. At this time, Lin Wenyuan seemed to have thought of something. He instantly stood up and said angrily to the servant just now, Bastard, His Highness King of Shu came to visit. You didn't directly bring him in. How dare you stop him? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Normally, people who came to the Lin mansion had to be notified, but Li Ku was different. He was a prince. Why would he need to be notified when he came to a small merchant's house? The servant hurriedly said, Old master, I wouldn't dare. His Highness King of Shu insisted that he should be notified when he came to visit. That's why I came in to report. Lin Wenyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, Let's go. Come with me to welcome His Highness King of Shu. Out of politeness, Li Ku wanted to report first before coming in. However, Lin Wenyuan did not dare to put on airs. He was not qualified, so he had to go out to welcome him personally. Immediately, a large group of servants and servant girls in the front hall followed behind Lin Wenyuan and Madame Lin and walked quickly towards the gate. When they arrived at the gate, to Lin Wenyuan's surprise, there was no large group of palace guards outside the gate. There was only an elegant young man dressed in a scholarly robe. His clothes were not luxurious, but they could not hide the innate noble aura of the young man. Needless to say, that young man was Li Ku. It was hard to imagine that a prince would go out without a single guard. Lin Wenyuan hurriedly went up to him and bowed respectfully. Your Highness King of Shu has graced my humble abode with your presence. I hope your Highness will forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Chapter 1755. Boss Lin, you don't have to be so courteous. This prince is visiting incognito today, why would you make such a big fuss? Outside the Lin mansion, Li Ku walked over with a smile and helped Lin Wenyuan up. He had woken up early in the morning and sent someone to Lantian County to ask for the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce President's seal from Han Yushi. After knowing that it was Li Zishuan's idea, Han Yushi did not suspect anything. She also knew that Li Ku was one of Li Zishuan's favorite students, so she gave the seal to the guard sent by Li Ku. After receiving the seal, Li Ku came to the Lin mansion alone. The reason why he came alone was because he did not want to make a big fuss. After all, Li Zishuan had told him last night that he could only plan this in secret and could not stand out in the open. As for the safety of leaving the Lin mansion alone, he was not worried. Firstly, this was Chang'an City, right under the nose of the emperor, so the security here was pretty good. Secondly, Li Ku was not some weak scholar. In terms of martial arts, he had been taught by famous masters since young. At such a young age, his martial arts were already quite good. Even if he met with danger, Li Ku was confident that he could escape. Oh! This old man understands. This old man understands. The news of your Highness coming to the Lin mansion today will definitely not spread. Your Highness, please come in and talk." Hearing this, Lin Wenyuan, who had been in the business world for many years, immediately understood. He first promised Li Ku and then invited him in. Boss Lin, please." Li Ku laughed, thinking that this Lin Wenyuan was also a clever person. No wonder Li Zishuan was willing to let him work for the Chamber of Commerce. Under Lin Wenyuan's lead, the group came to the front hall. Lin Wenyuan ordered the servants to bring tea and then sent all the servants out. Boss Lin, you don't have to be so polite. This prince is visiting incognito today, why would you make such a big fuss? Outside the Lin mansion, Li Ku walked over with a smile and helped Lin Wenyuan up. He had woken up early in the morning and sent someone to Lantian County to ask Han Yushi for the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce's president's seal. Knowing that this was Li Zishuan's intention, Han Yushi did not suspect anything. She also knew that Li Ku was one of Li Zishuan's most valued students. Thus, she handed over the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce's president's seal to the guard sent by Li Ku. After receiving the president's seal, Li Ku came to the Lin mansion alone. The reason why he came alone was because he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. After all, Li Zishuan had told him last night that he was only allowed to plan this matter in secret. He absolutely couldn't stand on the surface. As for the safety of leaving the prince's mansion alone, he was not worried. Firstly, this was Chang'an City, right under the emperor's nose, so the security was pretty good. Secondly, Li Ku was no weak scholar. In terms of martial arts, he had been taught by famous masters since he was young. His martial arts skills were already quite good at such a young age. T to the 2 T to O. This old man understands. This old man understands. Your Highness' visit to the Lin mansion today will not be spread. Your Highness, please come in. Lin Wenyuan, who had been in the business world for many years, immediately understood. He gave his word to Li Ku and then invited him in. Boss Lin, please. Li Ku laughed. This Lin Wenyuan was a clever person. No wonder Li Zishuan was willing to let him work for the Chamber of Commerce. Under Lin Wenyuan's lead, the group of people arrived at the front hall. Lin Wenyuan ordered the servants to bring tea and then sent all the servants out of the hall. Chapter 1756. In the front hall of the Lin clan, Li Ku recounted to Lin Wenyuan the contents of the telegram Li Zishuan had sent him last night. Of course, in the process, Li Ku also gave Lin Wenyuan a brief explanation of the current situation between the Great Tang and the Turks. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Wenyuan pondered for a moment, then stood up and cupped his hands towards Li Ku, saying in a deep voice, "I am indebted to Marquis and His Highness for thinking so highly of me. Although this Lin is a merchant, I also know that the rise and fall of the country is related to the happiness of my generation. Without this peace and prosperity, how can a merchant like this Lin do business in peace? I can only become a slave of a fallen country. This Lin has also heard about the imperial court's recruitment of elite soldiers the day before yesterday. After hearing your Highness's explanation today, this Lin feels that the current situation is not optimistic. Although we merchants do not receive a salary from the imperial court, the only reason we can do business in peace is because your Majesty has created peace and prosperity for the people of the realm. Now that the country is in danger, no matter what others do, as long as I can help the imperial court defeat the Turks, this Lin is willing to use up all my wealth. Marquis and your Highness have instructed me to raise military funds, so this Lin will definitely do my utmost to gather all the merchants I can to raise sufficient funds for the frontline soldiers." The merchants of this era, especially those who had experienced the 5 barbarian rebellions and the chaos of the Sui dynasty, understood just how difficult it was to obtain peace and prosperity. Without peace, let alone glory and wealth, it would be difficult to even keep one's name. Lin Wenyuan's words came from the bottom of his heart and could be said to be powerful and resonant. Li Ku couldn't help but be moved. He stood up and cupped his hands towards Lin Wenyuan. Then, he said with a sigh, "This humble prince is deeply moved by Lord Lin's righteousness. The Yamacho truly did not misjudge you. Lin Wenyuan shook his head. Your Highness praises me too much. This old man is just a crude man. How could I bear the weight of your Highness's profound righteousness? Lord Lin is too modest. Li Ku smiled, then continued, you're right. Then I will leave this matter to you. Later on, I will go to the Datong Daily's editorial department and ask Li Yu to publish a notice from the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce calling for merchants to raise funds for the military. Old Master Lin, you will use the name of the Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce to mobilize all the personnel and resources within and outside the Chamber of Commerce. 3 days later, we will hold a donation gathering in hopes that the Chamber of Commerce will be able to raise enough funds for the Imperial Court. Yes. Your Highness. Lin Wenyuan cupped his hands and accepted the order. This was the first time the Lin family had accepted a mission from the imperial family. Lin Wenyuan immediately felt that he was shouldering an extremely glorious mission. If he succeeded, then the Lin family's status among the common people would rise, and he, Lin Wenyuan, would become the ancestor of the Lin family. No matter what, this matter had to be done beautifully. Lin Wenyuan said to himself in his heart. Li Ku brushed his sleeves and cupped his hands to bid farewell. Yamacho's message has been delivered. I will leave the rest to Boss Lin. I still have to make a trip to the workshop, so I will take my leave now. Lin Wenyuan hurriedly said, farewell, Your Highness. Li Ku smiled and said, no need to send me off. I came here quietly, so I will leave quietly. There is no need to make a fuss. Here, this is the Wang residence's token. If you encounter any problems that you cannot solve during this period, you can use this token to find me at the Wang residence. As he spoke, Li Ku took out a token and handed it to Lin Wenyuan. Li Zishuan had left this matter to him, and whether this matter could be done well depended on Lin Wenyuan's ability. Therefore, Li Ku was very willing to help Lin Wenyuan within the limits of his ability. Lin Wenyuan was flattered and hurriedly took it with both hands. He said in fear and trepidation, thank you, Your Highness. No need. Li Ku waved his hand and turned to leave. He really came here quietly and left quietly. After leaving the Lin residence, Li Ku rode his horse towards the east gate of Chang'an City. After dealing with Lin Wenyuan, his next stop was to deal with the editorial department of Datong Daily. He could just send a guard to explain to Li Yu and let Li Yu handle the rest. After all, Li Yu was in charge of the editorial department of Datong Daily. However, this was something that Li Zishuan had asked him to do. He was worried that his subordinates would not be able to convey the message clearly. Moreover, Li Ku had his own thoughts on this matter. He felt that it would be better to communicate with Li Yu face to face. When he reached Yongning Lane, Li Ku suddenly heard the sound of horses galloping behind him. He could not help but rein in his horse and turn around. He saw a black mass of imperial soldiers heading towards his direction. The people in the lead were familiar faces, Dugu Xian, Dugu Feiying, and Li Tai. Li Ku could not help but be startled. From the looks of it, people who did not know the situation would think that Li Tai was going to lead troops to the front lines. However, he knew his own situation. With Li Tai's physical fitness, it was already good enough that he could barely ride a horse. How could he lead troops to the front lines? Li Ku let his horse stop at the side of the road. When the troops behind him caught up, he said, Qin Ke. Where are you going? As Li Ku had been busy with the formation of the gold-robed guards, he had not entered the palace for a few days. Therefore, he did not know that Li Tai had entered the palace to bid farewell to Li Er yesterday. Little Ku, why are you here? Seeing Li Ku by the roadside, Li Tai was a little surprised and could not help but exclaim in surprise. Seeing that Li Tai did not answer his question, Li Ku had no choice but to reply, the Yamacho asked me to go to the workshop to do something. I was just about to leave the city. Qin Ke, where are you going with so many imperial soldiers? Li Tai replied, hasn't the Yamacho always wanted to build a telegraph relay station in the north? Yesterday, everything needed for the telegraph relay station was prepared, so today I plan to bring the students and teachers of the Trump Card Project to the north to build the telegraph relay station. Now that the Tang Empire and the Turkic Khaganate are like fire and water, Father and Teacher Wenji are worried about our safety, so they have added so many guards. Hey, little Ku, you go to the workshop. I'm going to the academy now. It's on the way, so let's go together. With that, the little fatty kicked the belly of the horse and waved his hand to signal for the team to continue moving. Li Ku hurriedly urged his horse to follow. He looked at Li Tai and said with some dissatisfaction, "Of course I know about the telegraph relay station, but I didn't expect Qin Ke to leave today. Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter in advance? If I had known, I would have gone with you to the north today." Even without Li Tai saying it, Li Ku knew that this trip to the north was very risky. If not for the fact that he had to take on several positions, he would definitely have gone with Li Tai. Hearing the concern in Li Ku's words, Li Tai's heart warmed. He smiled and said, "Hey. Do you think I don't know that little Ku has a lot of things to do? Don't worry, with General Dugu and the others escorting us, there won't be any danger. Just wait for our good news in Chang'an." Chapter 1757. The two brothers chatted along the way and soon arrived at Yun Mountain. Li Ku had originally planned to go to the Datong Daily editorial office in the workshop, but now that he heard that Li Tai was going to lead the academy's research team north, how could he, as a brother, not send them off? As for finding Li Yu to discuss publishing a notice to raise military funds in Datong Daily, this matter was not urgent, because the Datong Daily that was sold in the market today had already been finalized yesterday. The notice to raise military funds would definitely not be published in time, so it could only be published in tomorrow's newspaper. Mr. Kong Gui, Mr. Wenji, everyone is here. The Academy Auditorium. Li Gang, Yen Silu, and the other senior members of the Academy had specially prepared a farewell ceremony for Li Tai and the others when they went north to build a telegraph relay station. At this moment, Mo Huai counted the number of students in the auditorium and then cupped his hands to Li Gang, who was leaning on crutches. Although the old man was now healthy, he was old and his health was deteriorating day by day. If he walked normally without anyone to help him, he would have to rely on crutches. Good. Since the children are all here, Mr. Mo, as the leader of the physics department, you should say a few words to them. In the field of engineering, other than the mountain head, the one they respect the most is you. Li Gang's face revealed a trace of relief and worry. After a moment, he turned to Mo Huai and said. The latter half of his sentence was not wrong. In terms of engineering attainments, other than Li Zishuan, there were few people in Yanhuang College who could compete with Mo Huai. To be precise, it was Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei. Mr. Wenji, you flatter me. Mo Huai cupped his hands and said humbly. He then turned to look at the 32 students who were about to go north to build the telegraph relay station and said in a deep voice, "Very good. Everyone is very punctual. Since everyone is here, I will say a few words first." Mo Huai paused for a moment. The students below the stage also quietened down and looked over. Mo Huai continued. You are all the most outstanding students of the academy, or perhaps your teachers. This time, you will go up north to build the telegraph. Qin Ke will be the chief commander, and Mo Chui will be the deputy commander. Please remember that the northern border is different from the hinterland of Guangzhou, and it is also different from Yanhuang College. No one is allowed to act alone outside. This old man has already assigned all of your missions to Qin Quebec. When the time comes, everyone must listen to Qin Ke's instructions. This old man hopes that you can set up the telegraph relay stations in Bing Province and Yun Province in the shortest time possible and return safely. In addition, unless it's absolutely necessary, you're not allowed to mention your mission to anyone else. Do you understand? Understood. 32 Yanhuang College students straightened their backs and answered loudly. Yes. Mo Huai nodded, and then his gaze swept across every student and teacher in the hall before he said, "That's right. In terms of engineering, all of you are the best among the teachers and students of Yanhuang College. Usually, all of your knowledge is obtained from the teaching materials compiled by the Yamacho, but that is all written knowledge." This old man once remembered that the Yamacho once said, "What is learned on paper is ultimately shallow, and what is learned must be experienced." This trip up north is a good opportunity for all of you to display and verify what you have learned. I hope that all of you can cherish this opportunity. While serving the country, you can also open up a path for those who are lagging behind in engineering. Understood. Hearing this, the students cupped their hands in acknowledgement. Mo Huai then looked at Li Tai and said, "Qing Ke, although we have deduced the construction of the telegraph relay station countless times before, we will definitely encounter all kinds of problems when it is actually built. When the time comes, just send a telegram to the academy or directly to the Yamacho. We will provide support from behind." Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Tai understands. Thank you, sir." Mo Huai nodded and looked at Mo Chui, the future tycoon of the Mo family. Ahem, the boundary between Mo school and engineering is becoming more and more blurred. In fact, Mo Huai did not know if there was a need to continue the Mo family's legacy because Li Zishuan's engineering was more advanced and perfect than Mo school. He said, "Mo Chui, you will lead the accompanying teachers from the academy this time. You must take good care of the children and ensure their safety." Mo Chui cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Yes. Mo Chui understands." Mo Huai nodded in satisfaction and said, "I've told you everything that needs to be told. Let Mr. Wenji have a few words with you. I don't know if you can make it in time for the new students of the academy this year." With that, he stepped aside and said to Li Gang, "Mr. Wenji, please." "Okay." Li Gang nodded and walked to the center of the stage with Wang Ji's help. He looked at the teachers and students of the academy below and said unhurriedly, "Mr. Mo's instructions were very thorough, so I won't repeat them. What I want to say is, children, this trip to the north is not only an opportunity for you to practice the truth, but also an opportunity for you to use what you have learned to spread engineering and serve the country. The telegraph relay station is related to the outcome of the war between the Tang Empire and the Turks. It is your honor and the Academy's honor to be able to bear this heavy responsibility at such a young age. But there is one thing you must remember. You must return safely. You are the foundation of Yanhuang College. This old man, Li Gang, will wait for your safe return in Yunshan and the Academy." With that, Li Gang cupped his hands solemnly at the teachers and students below the stage with a serious expression. In this special era and the current special situation, Li Tai and the others' trip to the north was given a special meaning. The atmosphere in the auditorium suddenly became more solemn. Affected by this atmosphere, the teachers and students were all moved and felt the great responsibility and mission on their shoulders. Their faith in this trip became even more firm. "Sir, rest assured. We will definitely return safely." Under the leadership of Li Tai, the 32 elite members of the elite engineering team cupped their hands towards Li Gang and said solemnly. Li Gang nodded and waved his hand. "Good. It's about time. Let's go." "Yes." With Li Gang's words, the Academy's research team left the auditorium one after another. After a simple gathering outside, they boarded the carriages and set off for the mountain gate. As for the 1,000 Imperial Army guards that Li Tai had brought, they waited at the foot of the mountain. "Qing Ke, take care." At the gate of the academy, Li Ku shouted at the carriages. "Little Ku, you take care too." Li Tai opened the curtains and waved at Li Ku, who was standing outside the car. Speaking of which, this was the first time the little fatty had left the capital since he was born. He hadn't thought much of it before, but at this moment of departure, Li Tai suddenly felt a strong reluctance to part with the academy, his fellow students, teachers, and his brother Li Ku. "Generals, I'll leave the safety of the people from the academy to you." Li Gang personally followed the carriages to the foot of Cloud Mountain. As the group set off, Li Gang cupped his hands at Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying. Behind Li Gang, Mo Huai, Yen Silu, and the others also cupped their hands at Dugu Xian and Dugu Feiying. Dugu Xian hurriedly cupped his hands. Teacher Wenji's words are too serious. This is what we should do. On this trip north, we brothers will use our lives to protect their safety. Teacher Wenji, please rest assured. Li Gang nodded and cupped his hands. Then this old man will thank you in advance. Teacher is too polite. It's getting late. The army should be setting off. Teacher, we'll meet again. Dugu Xian cupped his hands in return and ordered the army to set off. We'll meet again. Chapter 1758. The carriages moved and the horses neighed. 12 carriages carrying the teachers and students of the academy, as well as the necessary machinery and parts to build the relay station, headed northeast under the protection of more than 1,000 soldiers from the palace. Isn't that the Prince of Wei? Where are they going? Yunshan was located in the south of Lantian County. The group of people from the academy had to pass through Lantian County on their way north. When the group entered the city, they attracted the attention of many passers-by. When Li Tai opened the curtains and looked out, he was recognized by someone. It was Chen Shuozhen, who had gotten up early to buy the newspaper. With Li Tai's financial support, she and her sister, Chen Shuoyu, had already lived in the south of Lantian County. Of course, they rented a house. Chen Shuozhen was working as an apprentice in a medical hall in the city before school started. On one hand, she could learn some medical skills. After all, she was going to be admitted into the medical school of Yanhuang College. On the other hand, she could earn some money to support her family. Every day, she worked and rested. Her life was quite fulfilling. Early in the morning, Chen Shuozhen planned to buy the newspaper and go directly to the medical hall as usual. However, a group of carriages and many soldiers rushed into the city and headed north. A head popped out of the leading carriage. Coincidentally, it was someone she knew. Li Yu was puzzled. Of course, she knew Li Tai's identity. He was the Prince of Wei and also the most outstanding student in Yanhuang College. However, what were they doing? Were they going to fight a war? But why would it be Li Tai's turn to fight a war? She had never heard that the Prince of Wei knew martial arts. Coincidentally or not, Li Tai, who had stuck his head out of the carriage, also saw Chen Shuozhen in the crowd. It wasn't that Chen Shuozhen was a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts, but there was a saying that when enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Perhaps there was some kind of power that pushed the two of them to notice each other. Stupid girl, it's you? The carriages moved and the horses neighed. 12 carriages carrying the teachers and students of the academy, as well as the necessary machinery and parts to build the relay station, headed northeast under the protection of more than 1,000 soldiers from the palace. Isn't that the Prince of Wei? Where are they going? Yunshan was located in the southern part of Lantian County. The group from the academy had to pass through Lantian County on their way to the north. When the group reached the city, they attracted a lot of attention. When Li Tai opened the curtains and looked out, he was recognized by someone. It was Chen Shuozhen, who had gotten up early to buy newspapers. With Li Tai's financial support, she and her sister, Chen Shuoyu, had long since settled down in the south of Lantian County. Of course, they rented a house. Taking advantage of the fact that school hadn't started yet, Chen Shuozhen worked as an apprentice in a medical hall in the city. On the one hand, she could learn some medical skills. After all, she was taking the exam for the medical school of Yanhuang College. On the other hand, she could earn some money to support her family. Every day, she worked from dawn to dusk. Her life was quite fulfilling. Early in the morning, Chen Shuozhen planned to buy newspapers and go to the medical hall directly as usual. Unexpectedly, a group of carriages and many soldiers rushed into the city and headed to the north gate. A head popped out of the leading carriage. Coincidentally, it was someone she knew. Li Yu was immediately confused. Of course, she knew Li Tai's identity. The Prince of Wei was also the most outstanding student in Yanhuang College. But what was with such a big lineup? Were they going to war? But why would it be Li Tai's turn to go to war? She didn't hear that the Prince of Wei knew martial arts. Coincidentally or not, Li Tai, who had stuck his head out of the carriage, also saw Chen Shuozhen in the crowd. It wasn't that Chen Shuozhen was a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts, but there was a saying that when enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. Perhaps there was some kind of power that pushed the two of them to notice each other. Stupid girl, it's you? Chapter 1759. Not only did Adjunct Li bring the unparalleled armor and the peerless godly weapon to the Black Armored Army, but he also brought all these training equipment. As the general of the Black Armored Army, I must thank Adjunct Li. In the Black Armored Army, on the second day of the new drill, many carriages loaded with goods arrived at the gate of the Black Armored Army early in the morning. Li Zishuan had sent a telegram to ask the workshop to customize the horizontal bars for the soldiers to do pull-ups. There were 200 horizontal bars in total. Although they were far less than the 5,000 bars in the Black Armored Army, they were enough for the soldiers to take turns doing pull-ups. Duan Jishuan couldn't help but smile at Li Zishuan beside him as he watched the carriages of military supplies being transported in. Humph. So what if he has some filthy money? He is just a son of a businessman after all. Qiu Xingong couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw Duan Jishuan praising Li Zishuan like this, and he mocked in his heart. He did not have a good impression of Li Zishuan to begin with. On top of that, Li Zishuan had managed to turn the tables on him yesterday. He could not wait to find a chance to kick Li Zishuan out of the Black Armored troops. General, you are too kind. Li Zishuan saluted Duan Jishuan and said, I am now a member of the Black Armored Army. It is my responsibility to do something for the Black Armored Army. Duan Jishuan laughed and said, haha. You are too humble, Adjunct Li. Business is business, and personal wealth is personal wealth. Adjunct Li has spent so much money for the Black Armored Army that even I, as the general of the Black Armored Army, am ashamed. Let's not talk about the previous weapons and armor. I will report the training equipment to the Ministry of War and purchase it with military funds. I hope Adjunct Li will not refuse. The vanadium steel armor and the vanadium steel horse lance were specially made for the Black Armored Army by Chitsu Pavilion's new workshop. The cost was entirely borne by Li Zishuan. This was the promise that Li Zishuan had made to Li Er. Not only did Adjunct Li bring the unparalleled armor and the peerless godly weapon to the Black Armored Army, he even brought these training tools. As the general of the Black Armored Army, I really have to thank Adjunct Li. Inside the Black Armored Army, early in the morning, many carriages loaded with goods arrived at the gate of the Black Armored Army. These were the horizontal bars that Li Zishuan had sent a telegram to the workshop the day before. 2 sets of horizontal bars were specially made for the soldiers' training. Jishuan asked the workshop. There were 200 horizontal bars. There were 200 horizontal bars in the Black Armored Army. Although there were horizontal training, there were 200 bars, the Jishuan soldiers have the Jishuan training. Junked godly man. Qiu Xingong rolled his eyes at Duan Jishuan's praise of Li Zishuan. He mocked Duan Jishuan in his heart. He did not have a good impression of Li Zishuan to begin with. On top of that, Li Zishuan had managed to turn the tables on him yesterday. He could not wait to find a chance to kick Li Zishuan out of the Black Armored troops. General, you are too kind. Li Zishuan saluted Duan Jishuan and said, I am now a member of the Black Armored Army. It is my responsibility to do something for the Black Armored Army. Duan Jishuan laughed and said, haha. You are too humble, Adjunct Li. Business is business, and personal wealth is personal wealth. Adjunct Li has spent so much money for the Black Armored Army. Even as the general of the Black Armored Army, I am ashamed. Let's not talk about the previous weapons and armor. This time, I will report the training equipment to the Ministry of War. I hope Adjunct Li will not refuse. The vanadium steel armor and the vanadium steel horse lance were specially made for the Black Armored Army by the new workshop of Chitsu Pavilion. The cost was all borne by Li Zishuan himself. This was the promise that Li Zishuan made to Lier. Chapter 1760. Chumo, Baolin, we have been in the Black Armored Army for 2 days now. How do you feel? After setting the challenge with Qiu Xinggong, Li Zishuan came to the training area of the Wu Battalion and asked Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, who had just finished their 10-mile-long run. Now, other than the Wu Battalion, there were also the A Battalion and D Battalion. However, from a personal point of view, Li Zishuan was closer to the Wu Battalion. On one hand, the soldiers in the Wu Battalion were all new recruits and he was also a new recruit. Naturally, the relationship between the two new recruits would be closer. Secondly, he knew a lot of people in the Wu Battalion. Sun Jiping aside, there was also Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin. This made Li Zishuan even more biased towards the Wu Battalion. How do you feel? Xiao Xian, I don't think I can stay in the Black Armored Troops any longer. The first day was still okay, but yesterday I was so tired. I woke up early in the morning and had to do a 5-kilometer long run. After the run, I had to do combat training. If I wasn't careful, I would be beaten black and blue. That's not all. After that, I still have to do formation training, cavalry charging, mounted archery training, and after dinner, I still have to run 5 kilometers. No. I really can't stay in the Black Armored Army anymore. At this moment, Cheng Chumo was lying on the grass with stars in his eyes. He had just finished the 10-mile run not long ago. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he couldn't help but complain. It was just that the voice of this ridicule was so weak. Yesterday was the first day of the new training in the Wu Battalion. Almost everyone was tortured half to death. Among them, there were more than 10 people who failed the training and were punished by not having lunch. After experiencing the pain of not eating at noon, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin put in extra effort, especially during the 10-li long-distance run. Their legs were almost broken from running, and only then did they barely make it through. Chumo, Baolin, we have been in the Black Armored Army for 2 days now. How do you feel? After setting the challenge with Qiu Xinggong, Li Zishuan came to the training area of the Wu Battalion and asked Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin, who had just finished the 10-mile-long run. Now, besides the Wu Battalion, there were also the A Battalion and D Battalion. However, Li Zishuan was closer to the Wu Battalion from a personal point of view. Firstly, the soldiers in the Wu Battalion were all new recruits, and he was also a new recruit. Therefore, the relationship between the two new recruits would naturally be closer. Secondly, there were many familiar faces in the Wu Battalion. Not to mention Sun Jiping, there were also Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin. Therefore, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be more biased towards the Wu Battalion. How do you feel? Xiao Xian, I don't think I can stay in the Black Armored Troops any longer. The first day was still okay, but yesterday I was so tired. I had to run 5 kilometers with my armor on. After the run, I have to do combat training. If I'm not careful, I'll be beaten black and blue. That's not all. After that, there's formation training, cavalry charging, mounted archery training, and after dinner, I still have to run 5 kilometers. I've never been so tired in my entire life. No. I really can't stay in the Black Armored Army any longer. Cheng Chumo was lying on his back on the grass with stars in his eyes. He had just finished the 10-mile-long run. When he heard Li Zishuan's question, he couldn't help but complain. It was just that the voice of this ridicule was so weak. Yesterday was the first day of the new training in the Wu battalion. Almost everyone was tortured half to death. Among them, there were more than 10 people who failed the training and were punished by not having lunch. After experiencing the pain of not eating lunch at noon, Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Baolin put in extra effort, especially during the 10 li long-distance run. Their legs almost broke from running, and only then did they barely pass the hurdle. Chapter 1761. Your Highness, Wenhao told me yesterday that he would be going north with his classmates today and would only be back in a few months. However, he did not tell me the details. Does your Highness know? In the new workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, in the side hall of the Datong Daily editorial office. Li Ku, who had achieved his goal, was about to leave when he was stopped by Li Yu and asked by her. Li Ku paused and frowned. After a moment of silence, he turned to Li Yu and said, I do know a thing or two about this matter. However, this matter is a secret of the academy and should not be leaked. Wenhao did not tell you for your own good, and also for the sake of the teachers and students of the academy. I hope Miss Li Yu can understand. He had memorized the academy's confidentiality management regulations. The telegraph relay station was the academy's second trump card project. It was a top-secret research project. Of course, it could not be told to outsiders. Li Yu's eyes flashed, but her expression was normal. She bowed to Li Ku and said, Li Yu understands. Thank you, Your Highness, for being honest with me. However, Your Highness, please tell me if the journey north is dangerous? Meng Wenhao was Li Yu's best friend. She could not ask about the details of the mission, but she wanted to know if it was dangerous. Li Ku paused and replied, Miss Li Yu, you don't have to worry about safety. There will be 1,000 imperial guards escorting them. Besides, Wenhao is carrying out a mission in the Tang Empire. The local provincial government will also protect them. Hearing this, Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief and said, Then I'm relieved. Thank you, Your Highness. I should be able to draft the notice before the hour of the afternoon. When the time comes, I'll send someone to deliver it to Your Highness. Li Ku smiled and waved his hand, There's no need for that. The fact that the Yamacho handed over the editorial office to Miss Li Yu proves that your ability is outstanding. I believe in your ability. After the notice is written, just put it on the Datong Daily tomorrow. I'll take my leave first. He was going back to Chang'an to deal with the Golden Robe Guard's official business. Sending the notice back and forth would affect his efficiency. Li Yu smiled sweetly and said, Thank you, Your Highness, for your trust. Your Highness, take care. Your Highness, Wenhao told me yesterday that he would go up north with his classmates from the academy to do something today and would not return for a few months. However, he did not tell me the details. Does Your Highness know? In the side hall of the editorial department of Datong Daily in the new workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. Li Ku, who had achieved his goal, was about to leave when Li Yu suddenly called out to him. Li Ku paused and frowned. After a moment of silence, he turned to Li Yu and said, I do know a thing or two about this matter. However, this matter is a secret of the academy and cannot be leaked. Wenhao didn't tell you for your own good, and for the sake of the academy's teachers and students going north. I hope Miss Li Yu can understand. He had memorized the regulations of the academy on confidentiality management. The telegraph relay station was the second trump card project of the academy. It was a top-secret research project. Of course, it could not be told to outsiders. Li Yu's eyes flashed, but her expression remained the same. She bowed to Li Ku and said, Li Yu understands. Thank you for your honesty, Your Highness. However, Your Highness, please tell me if the journey north is dangerous? Meng Wenhao was Li Yu's best friend. She could not ask about the specific mission of the academy's teachers and students going north, but she wanted to know if this mission was dangerous. Li Ku paused and replied, Miss Li, you don't have to worry about safety. This trip will be escorted by 1,000 Imperial Guards. Moreover, Wen Hao and the others are carrying out a mission in the Tang Empire. The local soldiers and horses